Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Good morning, everyone from Justice Serve TV. I know we started a little later today because you know why? The fan of injustice is turning around. And we thought we'd give you all like a few minute break because you all know what happened yesterday, which we're all traumatized. And I'm sure the Karen Reed defense team is also traumatized when the judge refused to answer the question that if we find the defendant not guilty on count 1 and 3 and are hung on count 2, basically is what they said, does it make it a hang jury for everything? And the judge said, I can't answer that question. And she told the attorney she's not allowed to answer hypothetical questions. Technically, it's true, but that's not a hypothetical question. All she had to do was say, look, if you have a partial verdict on any count, you report that to me, and I will give you further instructions later on. I mean, we heard the judge in ASAP Rocky, right? He was fabulous. He was the one who, in the main jury charge, told the jurors, hey, if you have a verdict on any portion of your charge in ASAP Rocky, but you are hung on another charge, you tell me. What's the big deal? Okay, she's refusing to do this. Then, of course, after arguing and wasting 2.5 days of the jury's time on a verdict sheet that was the stupidest verdict sheet any of us have ever seen, it was ridiculous. And I'm saying that pretty harshly because I don't, at this point, you want the process to be fair. She yesterday finally changed the verdict sheet to go with what Mr. Yannetti had asked for, which were boxes of not guilty and guilty or not guilty on count 2. And that's the operating the motor vehicle under the influence of liquor manslaughter charge. Okay. It's still an incredibly serious charge, but she changed it. Now, I am not sure about this change because on this change, it does give the jurors a roadmap. And the roadmap is, hey, look, if you find that you first look to see whether Karen Reed was operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, either just under the influence, which means that she was impaired in some way, but they don't have any scientific evidence. Oh, the judge is in the court. Why don't we go into court and let's listen.
Discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to delivery.
All right, please. Here's following.
Let's see if there's any follow-up after the jury leaves with the attorneys, and then I'll continue to talk about the jury sheet. But let's see. Let's see if we can get a look. I think it looks could kill on some of the judge and all, but they were not to the jury. That was fine. Obviously, attorneys want to see the jury and they want to look at the jury. Are they going out?
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right.
All right. All right, so you heard that, and I'll talk about what happened there yesterday. Before I continue, though, on what I was talking about with you with the jury sheet, I want to welcome again Tricia S. McNeil, became a YouTube member, and we know that you're very active in our chats, but thank you for actually becoming a YouTube member. We really appreciate it. So let me go back to the whole verdict slip issue. As you know, the defense had asked for have boxes in the verdict slip. And so after the jury had that abomination of a slip on the first couple of days, the judge yesterday decided, well, maybe it's a good idea. I changed that verdict slip. And she put in the boxes that gave them a roadmap on number 2, which said manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle offense, not guilty or guilty, okay, in terms of the check boxes here. By the way, I just want to tell you, we did have Michael DelSignore on yesterday, and he's just a heartbeat away if we need him, because he explained to us that the reason why there are 2 check boxes is one is operating impaired because you have no forensic or scientific evidence, and one is actually operating over the 0.08 standard that's set if you do have scientific evidence. But they merge. They're not 2 separate issues. It can be an and/or, but they're the same. They merge into one. So she did put a box for that, and then said, if you find the defendant, Karen Reed, not guilty of that, you move on to box 2. And box 2 is the involuntary manslaughter lesser included offense, and then there'd be a section guilty or not guilty. And then if you find her not guilty of that, you move to number 3, which is motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, a lesser included offense. And there's a check mark for guilty and not guilty there. And then she said, and if you find her not guilty of that, you move to number 4 under this number, so the second count, which is OUI, operating under the influence, lesser included offense, not guilty or guilty, with the same 2, impaired or 08 that's there. She also has to have them sign under each one of those that this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members of the jury. So she gave them that roadmap. Now, I understand that's a great roadmap and probably the way the jurors should follow it or no. But, the problem with it, I do see an issue. Okay, because before the jurors, if you were defense, and how jurors operate, they could say, hey, look, somebody's hung up on number, let me see, the involuntary manslaughter. But now they're told they have to really decide that before they can go on. And sometimes jurors do this. Okay, you want that, but I see here that there's the operator under the influence, just with no death, just plain drunk driving, okay, of some sort. And why don't we? If I'm willing to, if you're willing to go here and find her guilty, I'd let that happen as long as she's not guilty of the higher counts. So I'm not sure now the jury will be able to feel that they can negotiate and come to a compromise verdict that's a lower verdict. They may really get hung up on these charges up here, or they may really feel pressure to decide one of the charges up here. But having said that, it's what the defense has asked for. The defense also had asked for that standalone operating under the influence, lesser included offense, because they think that that's a good way for the jury to compromise here. Now, somebody has asked, and I've seen this before yesterday in our chat, and I've also seen it on X or Twitter. Why couldn't this be a standalone charge? Because it was never charged as a standalone charge. And I had a discussion last night with Michael DelSignore, and I may ask Michael to come on and explain it if we get into the weeds a little more on this. The jury, we want to see what the jury is going to do within the first hour, because I think by 10 o'clock they're going to come back with some kind of question or something. Again, I asked him, what is the statute of limitations for bringing a standalone operating under the influence against somebody in Massachusetts, if you were just to bring a standalone? And what he told me is this: there's a 6-year statute of limitations for a misdemeanor, okay? And I have to look up what qualifies as a misdemeanor OUI. It's the one question I had not asked him, Michael, if you're listening. But we have no fixed law, it's called. If the person does not get a citation immediately, the case can be dismissed. So anything more than 1 week delay would be a good motion to dismiss and would have a good chance of being allowed. The longer delay, the better argument for dismissal. So what we have here is that since there is a 6-year statute for a misdemeanor OUI, the defense still could have asked for it to be in here, but it can't be a standalone. It can't be a standalone because it was never charged, and it would have been dismissed if it had been charged that way. Thank you, Joanne M. Jetta Platypus, gifted 1 Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you very much. Those who received it are so excited to receive it. Michael Bryan's very active on our members page, as you know. That's kind of like his assignment. My assignment was getting ready for our finding who or what happened to Stephanie in Oregon, which we're going to start doing as soon as we finish this case. Probably will start it in July. So that's the reason why that cannot be a standalone. If the defense hadn't asked for it, she can't be really charged with that because it would have easily been dismissed because it hadn't been brought with a citation immediately afterwards. Now, there were other issues, by the way, and before I go into the other issues, let me say good morning. And I want to recognize, and I think we should all recognize the great work that, because today may be the last day that we have the live trial, right? It may be the last day that we have the live trial in Karen Read. All right, so we're kind of hoping that, but we hope that the jury gets it right. Now, Michael Bryan and I have believed, as you know, that the jury, the jury wants to do the right thing, but we also believe that the prosecution has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, right? We also believe that, and that's just how we feel. I mean, other people watching us may feel differently. We did give you a different viewpoint last night. Brad Sohn, who was on, had a different viewpoint about the manslaughter charge. So we do, we do have different viewpoints, and we try to bring those viewpoints to you. But we will always say, however, we believe that the prosecution has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. We believe that it would be totally unfair, totally ridiculous to convict Karen Read when they can't even prove a collision. But this got me off my point, because we have been 8 weeks on this trial, all right? And instead of doing maybe our nighttime show at 6 p.m., which you love, and doing some tape shows on different subjects, which you all love, we have been working really more than 12 hours a day. You may see us on 8 hours a day, but we have our producers, and I know she's going to not like me for this, but Diz is on, as you know. She is producing all the time, and Missy Mayhem is on as a co-producer. She's been producing all the time. And then, of course, we have Amanda, who's known as Disney Nerd. She's been managing all of our social medias, along with Oasis Cat, as you know, and she's done all the song work and writing, and has really retweeted us, re-X'd us, reposted us. And of course, Sonia Shy Gal 8, and you see her in the moderator chat. So I want to thank everybody, because I don't want to forget to thank everybody, because it's so easy to go past and not thank everybody, especially if we end up with what would it be? Shall I say, I'm looking for the right word. The frenzy that we could possibly have, today in the courtroom, if there is a verdict one way or another. Now, we have been following very, very, a lot, okay, of people on the internet. And one of the people that we've been following, matter of fact, we did a whole rant, I guess I would say. It was one of my rants about Jess Machado not being able to get into the courtroom. And then subsequently, she has gotten in, and we don't know if it's because everybody was crazy with regard to this, but she has been very active on X, Twitter today. And I'm going to read to you a couple of her tweets, okay? Because I think this is kind of interesting if we're reading the tea leaves. So she said, while she was waiting in the lobby this morning, I was asked to move inside the clerk's office as the jury was brought in and moved through security. I stood behind a closed door where I could not see anyone, but I could hear them, okay? And we, by the way, as attorneys, was like, can we hear them? What do they say? They're going up the stairs, My imagination was running wild, hearing voices of jurors and trying to think of whose voice and tone associated what juror. They sounded upbeat, polite, and even heard some laughing. After watching them for so long, and because she's been in the courtroom, and there we have her tweet. And after watching them for so long, okay, let me see, I lost my. Even going back to jury selection, it was such a unique experience to hear them talk. So much on the shoulders of these humans and tremendous service to community, no matter what the outcome. And that was just really an interesting tweet, that they seemed upbeat, despite the fact that yesterday, when we're putting her tweet up on the up on the screen for you to all see in case you don't have access to X Twitter. All right. It was so interesting because she has been there and she's been pretty much associated with, she also believes it should be a not guilty. And she was all the way there, when the Reed family arrived this morning. And Michael Bryant will be joining us. He did not join that courthouse scrum this morning, but we will be doing some tape that he's been out there in the field. As you know, he's been there since last week. He was there Friday, and then he is back on Monday and Tuesday, and today Wednesday. He's been our boots on the ground. It's basically its 14th trip up there this weekend, and all. So he's been, as you say, boots on the ground all the time. Now, she does have some interesting thing. I see Diz is moving towards it. And I actually reposted this from another person last night on my personal X account. These are verdict slips, all for Norfolk Superior Court. I think the Lopez case, if I know, was also Judge Cannone. Judge Cannone's case that I believe was a hung jury, wasn't it? The Lopez case. But look at the difference in the verdict sheets. This is the first one, right? We saw that the judge, I call it an abomination, right? And then we have the second verdict slip that's now going. This is quite not what's going into the jury, but it's sort of. There's now check boxes and all, okay, that are going into the jury, but it's still an abomination. And then we compare it against this Lopez case, which would be the third one. There was a hung jury in the Lopez case in the first trial. But look at this Lopez case. Here's the verdict slip for murder. Not guilty by reason of insanity, guilty of murder in the first degree, deliberate premeditation, or guilty of murder in the second degree. Pretty simple slip, right? Not guilty being the first one. And I told you that's always a fight with the judge and the prosecutors as to what should go first, because they want guilty first and we want not guilty first. But so she has not guilty here. This is a pretty interesting slip. And then when this, I believe, was the hung jury, and then it was retried again, and there was another verdict slip here. This is another verdict slip here. And see, look at the difference again between the Karen Reed and this, right? They don't have to sign to every single thing they're finding. They just have to sign, this is their verdict. And it's very simple. Here's your checkbox. Guilty, not guilty, and if they're guilty, what is the degree of the guilt, and under what theory is the guilt that the prosecution presented? So that's, to me, this judge then knows better, right? This judge clearly knows better here, it seems to me. All right. So when the jury came out yesterday, and you all know what happened yesterday, okay? When the jury came out yesterday, they had three questions exactly when we said to you they were going to have them, between 10:30 and 11 o'clock in the morning, because there's a whole jury psychology, all right, that after you try enough cases, you kind of get to know. And so sure enough, right on target, they had three questions, and they actually really had a fourth one, which came out before the other three were answered, and the judge didn't mention it. And then Alan Jackson was livid, quite frankly, because it should have also been answered. All right. It should have also been answered at that time. And, and that really was the question about, by the way, that was really the question about whether or not they could report 2 not guilty verdicts and whether they were hung on another. Welcome, Sky Stars Page became a YouTube member. Welcome again. Thank you very much. I know you've also been very active in our chat here. So, she should have answered that question, because as Alan Jackson, being livid, was saying, this is the same issue that you're creating from last year, right? The same issue that you're creating from last year. All right. And, the other questions were also pretty interesting because they had, and I'm only going to pick the important things that I think out, because you've heard them over and over again and read them over and over again. The question about using the videotape, they called her Karen. Now, jurors generally, remember, don't like to convict, and they call people by their first names. And what happens in a trial is that the longer the trial, long trials are really good for defendants, generally. I mean, there are exceptions like Robert Durst and all right? But generally, by somebody who is a normal person and not, a Brian Kohberger type trial, they're pretty good, because the jurors kind of get to know the person, and they see the defendant, as the prosecution always called her. They see the defendant as the prosecution always called her. Thank you, Olivia Nile. Correct. The Manny Lopez case was a hung jury, and Cannone preside over it. She seems to be the hung jury queen, huh? Now, maybe she gets these cases because she's the presiding judge. But the verdict slip, my point, is really important here. And she's made a mess of this verdict slip. Now, some will say it's because she wants a hung jury. I say she's made a mess of the verdict slip because I think it's easier to convict with a messy verdict slip, isn't it? That's my view, Olivia. And it's not like I haven't tried a few cases in my life, all right? Not like I haven't seen a few verdict slips. And quite frankly, the prosecution and the defense should have had those verdict slips before they close, because you go to the jury and you say, you see this box over here? You check this box, not guilty. You check this box, not guilty, okay? All right? Now, on the first one, they couldn't say that much, and you have to say, look, you find her not guilty of any of these things, you check that first box, not guilty. And instead, she was very dismissive. Yannetti asked, can we have a verdict slip? Oh, yeah, here. I mean, she didn't really throw it, but the impression I got was kind of like snarky. You're asking for it, and then have everyone huddle over it. And I'm sure that they've asked for it. I mean, this is a very good defense team, right? I know Alan Jackson from trying Spector against him. He is never not prepared, okay? Yannetti is never not prepared, okay? Alessi may not have as much trials under his belt, had the experience in these criminal trials, but he was always prepared and always dealing with detail, all right? So this is a very good defense team. And instead of lauding them, she's made life difficult for them, all right? Good morning to Making It Count. JSTV wearing my new JSTV hoodie. Today is the day. Tomorrow is the free teeth celebration. Whoa, that's an interesting play on Juneteenth tomorrow. I assume you got the hoodie that I was wearing last week with all the various colors that Diz had made up. I love that hoodie. I absolutely love that hoodie. I've now ordered another hoodie, or about to. It's in my box. I just haven't checked purchase yet. And by the way, there's leggings to match that, which is also in my box to hit purchase. This is a great designer, great colors and all. And thank you very much for saying that. Just a little plug to our Justice Serve TV merch store. Okay, so Olivia, if you are able to jump on for a minute, I really do have a question for you. All right, and I know that you have been following this, and you, quite frankly, are the best person I've ever seen dealing with data, as Michael Bryant will say. All right. Olivia, thank you for joining us. But I really think that this is, even with this verdict slip here, let's see what the jury does. But that jury has been, I think, defrauded. Okay. Now, it's one thing to say as a judge that you can't answer a hypothetical question, but it's another thing that you're the judge. Okay. And you have already, according to our Bob Bianchi, who was the lead head prosecutor of one of the major counties in New Jersey for a long period of time, Morris County, New Jersey. As a matter of fact, it's the same county that then Governor Chris Christie, who became the U.S. attorney, and then Governor of New Jersey was the prosecutor too. It was a big deal. Bob Bianchi is a big deal. And you know what he said last night? This was fascinating. He said the judge has already committed, in his opinion, reversible error. By her telling the jury that they should take their time on top of, and he hadn't even heard Friday's order, well, she said it wasn't an order. She said, I strongly recommend you do not take a strong vote, okay? That by making those conditions, all right, by even suggesting those being conditions, take your time, don't take a straw vote when you first get in there, that he has already affected how the jury deliberates, and he has intruded upon the jury province. Olivia, if you're hearing this came from Bob Bianchi on our show yesterday afternoon. I think he was in about the 4 o'clock or the 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock hour, that he was shocked when he heard the judge go back and tell the jury to take their time on this. Absolutely shocked about that, because he felt that was an invasion of the province, that they're sending a message to the jury. Take your time. And, if you're kind of like having trouble with this, take your time, because you're going to find a way to convict her. That's the way he felt as a prosecutor. All right. That's pretty damning. All right. That's pretty damning that he felt that way as a prosecutor, because he was the head prosecutor. He was like, if you would, I can't compare Morrissey, because Morrissey is this is a small community. Morris County is gigantic. It's like being one of the major counties in the state of New York. It's gigantic and very, very politically savvy and all, very important. So that's what happened there. So he really felt that. Right? And he was pretty annoyed when he heard that. And then we told him about the judge's admonition about not even taking a straw vote, because we have brought you on our show various people over this past couple of weeks to talk about verdicts, including Richard Gabriel, I think the best jury trial consultant in the world, along with Michelle Ward, who he works with at different times. They are fabulous. They picked the ASAP Rocky case. They picked my Spectre case. They picked every single case that there's been basically not guilties on. And by the way, Richard Gabriel told you wouldn't have a verdict. You wouldn't hear something from the jury till about Tuesday, or have a verdict till about Wednesday. He told you that. All right. Everyone was like, no, we'll have a verdict Friday. And so you have to listen to what he was saying. And he was saying the jurors a lot of times will go in and they will take a straw vote. That's the way they operate. If they're result oriented, they want to see where everybody is. But that it really depends on the jury foreperson, how they go about it. And a lot of jury forepersons will sit everybody around the table, let everybody get out what they feel. All right, you. What do you feel? What is your gut reaction? What do you feel about this case? And the foreperson will basically control whether or not that jury becomes one that's going to seek for themselves, try to find the truth for themselves, or result oriented. This is what we believe, and this is how we're going to get there. We believe this. Now, how do we get there on this jury slip? Okay, we believe this. How do we get there on this jury slip? And if they can't get there, they start negotiating. But he also told you something that does worry me. They will try to create scenarios that fit, even if the prosecution hasn't gone there. All right, and we have to just acknowledge that's what happens. We have to just acknowledge that that's what happens. So Olivia is going to be coming into our chat. I can't wait for Olivia, because she has been, if you don't follow her, Olivia Nile, you have to follow her. We're going to put up even if she doesn't come into our chat, we're going to put up her YouTube, okay, on not YouTube, her ex Twitter, Olivia Lambo, on it. It's just at Olivia Lambo. And by the way, Trakisha S. McNeil says she's happy to be a part of this community. It's a great community. And if you're just joining us from X, please go to our YouTube page and hit subscribe, share, like, and notify, especially subscribe. So you'll get the, when we come on, you'll get notice. I don't see how the jury decides this case that there is a collision. I really don't see it. Okay. Now, let me just say to you that ARCA did that test, that they showed that the back taillight could break if a hand hit it, but the injuries aren't the same. And there were injuries on the dummy. I hate to call even that person a dummy, injuries, but they don't get those arm injuries that John O'Keefe had, right? So if there is no collision, and on 1 and 3, there can't be no collision on the manslaughter count. There simply can't be unless the jury makes up a scenario. Okay, there simply can't be. If there's no collision, there can't be a guilty verdict. All right. And that's where that's why Alan Jackson, and I believe, went the right place this time. No collision, no collision, no collision. And there was no medical expert said there was a collision. None. With all the amount of money that this prosecutor's office spent to convict Karen Read, they could not find a board-certified forensic pathologist to say that this was an automobile hit, that he died from an automobile hit, okay? They simply couldn't find that, okay? They couldn't find it. The best they could do was bring in a brain surgeon who said that he had a contractile injury, that he got when he fell backwards. Well, I don't think the defense was arguing anything different with regard to that, okay? Okay? And as a matter of fact, you heard our own crash daddy, crash Lord Plourd, say, look, if he were hit by that car on the way the prosecution thinks and sideswipe with that arm, he would have twirled, he would have hit his head differently, and he would have been in a different location. And that's from somebody who had no skin in the game, who had 45 years of experience working with law enforcement, okay? Had 45 years working with law enforcement. And I repeat that. That's somebody with no skin in the game, had 45 years of working with law enforcement. So somebody in that jury has to stand up and say, hey, okay, let's hope it's the jury foreperson. When they start getting hung up here and stuck and want to negotiate, our job is not to create a scenario. Our job is to determine whether the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they did not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, we are mandated. It is our duty as citizens of the United States of America to find Karen Read not guilty. It is not whether or not you think something happened. It is not whether or not you believe something happened. It is whether or not that there is a proof beyond a reasonable doubt. No collision, no collision, no collision. Now, I've heard people make up scenarios, and I'm going to tell you that because here on this network, I heard somebody say to me yesterday, okay, what if it just touched him? What if the car just touched him? And because he was drunk, he fell. She's guilty of something. I said, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So you don't want jurors making up scenarios that they think may fit into this manslaughter. That's why you need somebody in that jury to say, hey, look, no. She can't be guilty of manslaughter if she's not responsible for the death of John O'Keefe by a car collision, okay, by the motor vehicle. So we know that they don't believe in 1 and 3, and that we know that there was obviously somebody was concerned that if they found her guilty of operating under the influence, that meant that she was guilty of all of the above. And now it's been made clear that you don't even get to operate under the influence unless you find not guilty of the ones above that. And that's the only thing, as I said to you, that concerns me, because I don't know if the jury then believes they can negotiate this whole idea of hey, a compromise verdict, all right? That they may get stuck on one of these and then not feel that they can compromise on one of these lesser included, right? So that's my worry with regard to that. All right, that's my one worry with regard to that. So we'll see though. I do expect that before 10 o'clock or around shortly around that time, 10 o'clock, we're going to hear from them with some type of questions. Now, I also have a problem with this whole OUI thing. Now, I know the defense threw it in there. By the way, I know the defense absolutely threw it in there because what they wanted to, wow, hold on a second, as I'm seeing something, Sky Stars page, new member. Yes, again, thank you. I think I pointed that out. But they, the defense wanted to give them something that really didn't mean anything with regard to, really the penalty. Although we did hear, by the way, from Michael DelSignore. We did hear from Michael DelSignore that the judge can sentence Karen Reed to up to 2 years, but he's never seen that in a first offense with no priors, unless it's a real egregious situation, like somebody's going 130 miles an hour, on the roadway and is chasing police, and somehow the cops get hurt, or something like that. So he's never seen that. So it would have to be something very different with regard to that. Madeira Beach caregiver. You are just so generous to us. I mean, I don't know how we can, you're just so generous to us. And thank you very much, because Michael Bryan's still stuck up in there in Dedham because with that jury. Okay. Good morning, fam. Can you re-show the revealing of the fourth question as to why she basically hid it till 1:30? I thought it was strange when she said to reconvene at 1:30. Now we know why. I hate her. I am mad. Bias Bev, show your written response or bring jury in as previous questions. Okay, we are looking for that right now, okay, because we have seen your request. We have to go back to our yesterday stream or one of the court TV streams or law and crime streams to try to get that. We'll try to get that, Madeira. I thought it was 2. Remember I said to you all, I said, well, I guess she's giving them an early lunch today. And now we know why she was giving them an early lunch. Now, I've had experience with a judge hiding a question. When we had the hung jury inspector, okay, the judge actually had the note from the jury the day before he told us, all right? And of course, there was a lot of very pissed off defense attorneys, me being one of them at that time, because he was clearly holding it to try to see what he wanted to do. We had it marked because it showed the jury had come in with the note the day before, and he was clearly trying to hold it. And he held it from Alan Jackson too. I'm not blaming Alan Jackson with regard to that at all either. But he held it because then he came up with this new theory that he was going to recharge them, and he tried to still get our jury was hung, and we knew our jury was hung favorably for us in one way. But then when he gave this new charge, which was some ridiculous thing like assuming that Phil Spector was holding a gun near her and there was an earthquake and the gun went off, you could still find her guilty. Still find him guilty. So, I see a fan. Okay. I see a fan. Is that? Hold on.
All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? So Tony will take those. All right, so. All right.
Is this a replay? Is this a replay yesterday? Okay. This is what you're looking for, Madeira Beach. Let's listen.
Tori, how many did you make?
You know, I said yesterday I saw her put something in an envelope, right? And it turns out there was something going on with that envelope and her. This is how it went down. This is what you asked for, Madeira Beach.
When it's back in session, you may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question.
Okay. We're trying to find now, move forward a little bit. Just bear with this because we do not have all the cutting equipment that, you know, mainstream media has.
See everybody at 1:30. And
So that's how that went down. See everybody at 1:30. By the way, while we're moving forward, let me just acknowledge Joey Kane gets a One Justice Served TV membership. Thank you, Joey.
Not wanting to do it in open court, she said. Don't want to do this part in open court. I'm not, you know, we don't know what this part means, but that was quick. Let's go back in.
can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as council knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not, certainly not for it. I agree, we can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point.
That's how that
Maybe
went
something
down.
later, the way the question's worded. If I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate. And
we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
But I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer that.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Ms. Giannetti, I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, Your Honor?
Ignores Jackson.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
All right, my jaw dropped again
Wow.
hearing this again.
Unbelievable.
Holy mackerel.
Are we having deja vu right now? Is this Groundhog Day? Are we having the same trial over again? I see Vinnie Politan coming up. Let's.
All right, I think we can stop it
All
there.
the controversy about the jury.
I think we can actually stop it. Let's stop it right there because that gives us what we want. I just want to make a couple of points here with regard to this. Madeira Beach, you are absolutely, my jaw just dropped again. It dropped yesterday, but when I hear it again, it really dropped. And we were able to pull in the court TV feed there. As you know, there was a cross interview with Vinnie Politan and Michael Bryan. They were each interviewing the other. It was really kind of funny. It's on our feed. It's on our YouTube page. First of all, she said the jury's concerned about the consequences of the verdict, and they can't be. That's not what they were asking. They were not asking about the consequences of the verdict. They were asking whether they can report out whether or not, if they have a verdict on 1 and 3, are they allowed to report it out, or is it considered hung if they don't have a verdict on 2? It's a simple question. Anyone with a brain could understand that question. The Scarecrow of the Wizard of Oz could under that question, okay? And he didn't even have a brain, if I recall. He had hay in his head, all right? So that's not what they're asking. Jackson tries to make the point that, hey, look, we have to answer this question. She said, it's hypothetical. It is theoretical. I am under law not allowed to answer that question. Technically, she's right. If it were a theoretical or hypothetical question, she cannot, under Massachusetts law, answer it. But that's not a hypothetical or theoretical question. You see what they're looking for. And then, while judges can't put their thumb on something, if both counsel agree that she could say, look, I'm going to tell you this, if you have a verdict on any count, you report it to me and I will give you further instructions at that time. All right. That's it. She's the judge. She's the assignment judge. I'm on a mini rant right here, aren't I? Okay. It just kind of came because when I listened to it again, and then Jackson's the one making the argument, she interrupts Jackson. She goes to the Yannetti, and then she says, 1 minute, okay? 1 minute, and then she says to Yannetti, well, you were 10 minutes late. All right. They were not 10 minutes late. We were downstairs waiting for Your Honor. We were in the court waiting to be told to come up. Okay. All right. It was rude. It was outrageous. It puts, as Bob Bianchi said, she has put something into that jury room and she is affecting jury deliberations by what she's doing. I think that's really the argument here. That you, Your Honor, you have affected jury deliberations by what you have said and how you have answered. You, Your Honor, starting with, and this is the argument I would make, right now, to her. Now, the defense doesn't really want a mistrial, but you still have to make it, the argument. I'd make the argument. You told the jury how to deliberate by telling them not to take, you strongly advise against a strong vote. You told the jury to take their time, which is, excuse me, as I turn my phone off, I apologize in the middle of a rant. Okay. You told the jury to take their time, which affects how they deliberate. Then they come in with a question. You decide that they're looking for the consequences of the verdict, which they are not. Then you are rude to Yannetti. You basically are, there's a pro hoc vice counsel talking to you. You basically decide to ignore him and go to the counsel record. Someone suggests that was an implied threat to Jackson. It could have been. And I think that you have to make that motion, okay? I think you have to make that motion with regard to it, because you have to get that jury to be told that, look, if they can't decide on number 2, they can still report out 1 and 3, all right? They still report out 1 and 3. All right. I am done with my mini rant. I was so offended when I saw that again. My mouth dropped to the floor. Somehow I think I may not be invited back to teach in the same environment that maybe she teaches, because this was not right, okay? Judge Cannone, you have, as we heard from Michael DelSignore, a very good reputation until this case as being more defense-oriented. Something about this case has really gotten you, shall we say, disliking the defense. All right, maybe because they've tried to recuse you, maybe because they went to the U.S. Supreme Court trying to get your decisions overturned, maybe because they went to the Supreme Judicial Court. But I think you have to admit that your decisions have not been fair. Okay, is there anything that we can play for a moment while I return this phone call, Dizzy? I know that we're waiting for Olivia to come on, and as soon as she comes on, I will. But there is a phone call. You just heard my phone ring, and you now know I have poker face. How's my phone ring? All right. Luckily, that's never a security question on it. So, Madeira Beach caregiver, I truly appreciate this review. It is maddening. Thank you again for being such a supporter. But we do have something from Michael Bryan yesterday. I think there's 3 things that we could pull out. I don't want to hear from Matt DePanic. Okay. Matt DePanic, when he was on Law and Crime, we showed a case where he was representing somebody in a dog bite, and he lost the case. So I don't really want to show that. If we can show possibly, unless there's something happening live, I'd like to show something that Michael Bryan took yesterday, if that is possible, until Olivia goes on, and I will return this phone call that I have to return. So I'm going to trust Dizzy and Missy to do something here, and I will be right back with you. Just excuse me.
Aidan Carney.
Hey, Aidan.
Yes, well, that's what I thought was odd. Why is she bringing them back specifically at 1:30 if we're going back to deliberate? And then gives herself an hour to come up with some Mickey Mouse way of addressing it. That's just wrong. That's wrong.
I think the jury's just going to be like, fine then, not guilty. That's what I have to do.
They certainly got that option. Think it's going to happen?
They are no longer debating. It is no longer up for debate.
Hey, Aidan.
He was hit by a car. The jury has determined that has not happened. Right. They're not debating it. They're like, we're done with that. They're just stuck on this small issue of, is there reasonable doubt that she was over the limit when she drove the car? That's the only thing they're talking about.
How smart does the defense look now about throwing that in?
Yeah, that's what you say. But can't you conversely say that we be home by now?
I don't know, because you know what happened last time? They were looking for something and they could never find it.
It's like they seem to agree he wasn't hit by a car. So now they're just stuck up on this issue that doesn't really matter, and about drunk driving, which no one got hurt like 3 years ago. and we're all sitting here waiting to decide this inconsequential issue that doesn't matter and didn't affect anyone.
And once again, the court refused to tell them that they can pair out their guilties, not guilties, and move forward with the one they haven't decided.
Yeah, she wants a mistrial. She loves being on TV. There's no other explanation for it. She is addicted to being Auntie Bev. She loves being talked about. She loves being made fun of. She loves just being the center of controversy. Some people love that stuff. She gets high on being. She never wants the Karen Read trial to end. That is what this comes down to. Period.
Well, hopefully she does not get her wish.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think if I was on that jury, I'd be like, fine, screw you then. But not guilty. Let's go home. That's it. We're quitting her.
And they just might.
Yeah, that's what I hope they say.
Bravest, strongest woman out here, Meredith.
How are you?
Always nice to see you and your smiling face, supporting everything going on. Yeah, so hang in there.
He's just sitting at the listening. Yeah, you're good there. This is only an exit picture.
Yeah, I'm going to be moving over there.
You're good.
A lot of anxious people around here wondering when this verdict is going to bring. Great. So, first of all, Bill Reed said when I asked him about the questions of what it meant for the family, all he would say is use the word hopeful. And really didn't want to elaborate any more.
Haven't seen you since the jury view.
It's like a lifetime ago.
Like it, right?
A lot about quarterbacking going on here, trying to get a sense of what this jury is thinking. But Bill Reed basically talked about his faith. He talked about he's doing a lot of praying. And he just talked obviously a couple of minutes ago, headed into the moment. He basically said, he just wants this over with. I think by the questions today, they felt hopeful on that fourth question about whether the jury had indicated that they had not guilties and they were hung up on one, whether it would be a mistrial. The judge in that case, if that was a theoretical question, and she was going to answer that. But I think that question left them with a little more hope than the questions earlier.
By the way, look at all those people. Huh? This is yesterday.
You can cut the tension with a knife. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, the two sides just entrenched in all this. And I can tell you that earlier today, not so much with the first three questions, but that
Here are the helicopters too, the security helicopters. I don't think there's a news helicopters.
out here in support for Karen Reed, they were basically feeling pretty confident. I guess they were feeling overconfident that sometime after 1:30, 2 o'clock this afternoon, that this jury was just going back in. Fill out the verdict slip, and they were going to be back this afternoon before
I just want to thank Michael Bryan again. He's one of the plaintiffs, by the way, who was able to file that First Amendment zone suit, buffer zone, as they were calling it, buffer,
so here you have those 12 people behind
that it was unconstitutional. And this is why you're allowed to have all this. Jason Grant, Michael Bryan, Tom DeRozier, Mr. Delgado. This is why you're able to have that. Isn't this fabulous? Remember, Michael Bryan was threatened because he had to walk. He walked past the sidewalk 5 times, and Trooper Hardman said, "Don't do it a 6th time." And he was watching him. By the way, the jury, I expect them to be out with pretty soon with something. Question something. But so far, nothing.
This weather is amazing. And
Still hanging in there, Karen?
Karen, what about for you? Any reaction?
That was Michael Bryan who said, "Still hanging in there, Karen." All right. I think we can stop that, and because we have a very special guest on who thinks like I do. I think like she does, but she is fabulous. Okay, we're going to bring her on, Olivia Lambo. Yes, welcome. She's logging in right now, and there she is. Olivia, hi.
Hello, how are you?
Yes, I did catch that when she said something to Jackson, and then she went right over him to Yannetti as if you don't exist unless I want you to exist because you are a pro hoc vici.
I mean, how condescending was that?
Oh, not only condescending. She has had, in my opinion, this thing against Alan Jackson ever since and this was created by Hank Brennan, okay? This is where, it started me with the 3 misrepresentations of Brennan. When Brennan told her that Alan Jackson had not given discovery, saying that he had paid for the ARCA people after the first trial ended, okay? And then for some reason, she thought that he had violated Rule 14 discovery. But I think even more, he thought that for some reason he had misrepresented the ARCA's independence to her. And she took it personally, especially after they've tried to get her off the case and all, especially with regard to that. And since that moment, she has, in my opinion, had a vendetta against Alan Jackson and has not treated him right. And good for him when he, before the closings, made that argument and said that he had grave concerns. Good for him, Olivia. That was outrageous. So I'm going to let you speak. I have been on a rant all morning about how she handled yesterday, as you know.
I feel like I could keep ranting right along with you because, I mean, each day of this trial or, the pretrial hearings even, you think that you've seen it all. And then the next day comes and you just completely, like, the prior day is completely outdone by what Hank Brennan and Judge Cannone pull. And yeah, I mean, yesterday it was just, it's like, why are we always rushing the most important issues, the most important critical this is a murder case, a murder trial, and a defendant whose life and freedoms are on the line. And I mean, what difference is 1 minute going to make,
Right. It should make no difference. She should take her time. But I don't know if you heard our discussion, Olivia, of Bob Bianchi last night. I repeated it this morning. He says that it was incorrect for the judge to tell the jury, talking about time, to take their time, because that sends a message to them that maybe, if you go in and you think not guilty, well, you have to rethink that again, or, you can't, I recommend against taking a straw vote. That affects how they deliberate. And to him, that was jury interference. And this is coming from a former chief prosecutor of a major county in the state of New Jersey. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I heard you talking about that earlier. And to be honest, I was actually shocked yesterday when I heard her advise the jury not to take a straw vote at first, because I just have, I mean, I don't think that's really something that I've seen judges telling a jury to do or not to do. And yeah, I mean, I didn't think that was permissible, that she was allowed to do that. And also, why is she dictating how they go about their deliberations? I mean, isn't that the very issue of what, her telling them to not take a straw vote in the beginning?
Right. That's exactly that was our point the other day. And then Bob Bianchi actually brought it home with what I hadn't thought about, that even her instruction to take the time. How about this? Yeah, you're right. She said with Mr. Yannetti, she says you have 2 minutes because you were late 10.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And yet we could waste she never does that to the prosecution. Never.
No, they can take as long as they want. They can asked and answered, ask the same question 27 times to the same witness, even though they've already answered it. There's no fairness, there's no consistency or equal application of the law or the rules, and it's just bewildering.
It's totally bewildering. And this whole idea, when when that question came out, we had the 3 questions that everyone, when a jury calls a defendant Karen, okay, when they call a defendant by the first name,
it's very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very happy, because they see her as a person. They're not seeing her as Brendan would say, the defendant. They're seeing her as a person. But this whole idea where the judge says that their question, I think those were very smart questions. I think those are very, very good questions. Okay. And when, they were basically asking, can we tell you that we have if we have a verdict on 1 and 3, can we tell you that? Or is because we don't have a verdict on 2, does that mean that it's all considered a hung jury, that we don't tell you that? Everyone knew what the question was, and the judge knows what that question is. And she calls it, she said that they were interested in the consequences of the verdict.
Yeah, and that it was a theoretical question. I mean, you would think that a judge who, after the first trial for this case, who I would say was largely responsible for that outcome and the jury being confused. I mean, one thing that is indisputable is that jury was confused at the first trial. And so you'd think that after that happens one time, and we're here at a whole second trial because maybe the judge was not clear enough with the jury and didn't properly poll them and, do what she needed to do. But wouldn't that kind of a judge be ecstatic to have this jury on the second trial coming and asking the court clarifying questions so to precisely avoid what happened at the first trial? Like, isn't that kind of a gift, a blessing for the, like they are giving her a gift to, here's how we avoid doing what happened at trial one, just provide us clarity as to how we proceed.
Right. That's her job. That's what she's there for, to give the jury that clarity, not to invade the province of how they get to that, but to give them the clarity of what they do when they have an issue or an answer. And I thought that was a fabulous question from lay people would understand that, yeah, are we, if we decide to, does that mean that we can't figure out the third one? Does that mean we're hung on
Very
all of them?
thoughtful.
Extremely thoughtful. And it indicates to me a great jury foreman in terms of process of how he is handling the jury and maybe letting other people have questions and sending the questions out and putting them in a way that, I don't know about you, but I understood it all. And somebody was racking somebody. So I saw people, because the jury asked, how do we use the videos as evidence, right? Which is also a pretty thoughtful question, right?
Very interesting. Yeah.
A very interesting question. And I understood what they were asking. And I saw people, I have to tell you, the lowest of the low, attacking the jury foreperson because he was a Black man. I mean, I actually saw that on X yesterday. I saw people
Oh
posting
gosh, are
about
you
that.
serious? That's awful.
No, it's beyond awful. It's truly disgusting. All right. So the jury has to be wondering. Although I thought that by 10 o'clock this morning they'd have another question, another something or other, and maybe we'll see it. Just because jurors, when they get to their normal break that they're used to, usually that's when they send something out. But it does sound like that they're going through then the jury verdict form on verdict number 2 on the second charge.
Yeah, I mean, well, the assortment of questions that they asked yesterday, I thought painted a very distinct picture as to where they stand, and also, like you said, they're very thoughtful questions, and I think kind of clue you into the fact that not only are these jurors very dialed in on the details and the specific, because I mean this case is very complex, and especially with all the technical data and everything, and even the distinction between 12:45 a.m. and 5 a.m. for the OUI charge, which time are we supposed to be looking at? And that that question kind of cracked me up as well, because I thought it in a way also pointed out a major flaw in the Commonwealth's case. I mean, they didn't make that clear enough to the jury, where the jury would have any idea if they're still asking that question in deliberations. So
Good point. Good point. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that but by the same token, if I would think that I would hope that if you have the no collision, that they get through verdict form number 2, charge number 2, and say, well, there's no collision. There's no collision.
Yeah.
This has to be a not guilty. I mean, somebody has to stand up and say that this is no collision. This has to be
Absolutely.
a not guilty on it.
And
And I was wondering about I know the defense wanted the OUI charge in, and then it's interesting. You're right. The jury picked up, was it when she was driving at 5 o'clock in the morning, assuming, and I thought it was interesting because remember the defense said, you didn't prove whether or not she didn't even drink when she went back. She was making all these phone calls. She was drinking. So they may have think that, yeah, she's drinking, and maybe that's when she's driving drunk at that point. So you didn't make it clear to us. So yeah, I thought, yes, that's a very sophisticated question, right?
yeah, and it's well, it's also interesting too, because it kind of tells you, I guess, how how various members of the jury view the state's case, because that means that there's some jurors who think that what the state is alleging is that uh, Karen Reed was intoxicated during the time that they're also alleging she drove to 34 Fairview with John and allegedly struck him in reverse with her vehicle. But then there's other jurors who are questioning if they're actually, the OUI charge is actually referring to the morning, I guess,
Right.
which is conflicting because of the because of the manslaughter part of it, of course, right? Because they're saying that John O'Keefe was struck and killed at 12:32 a.m. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's opening up a lot of questions for the jury, but I do think that it was very telling that their questions were about the lowest of the lesser includeds under OUI manslaughter. And it's interesting because when the defense asked for that charge to be added, um, I was pretty shocked. I definitely didn't see that coming.
None
I
of us
can
did, I think.
No, and I don't think they did either, because I think it was like a very last minute decision, because just based off of their closing arguments, I think that if you made the decision that you're going to really try and get that charge added, you would probably spend a little bit more time in closing arguments speaking to the specifics of, like, the what is it, the BAC level
Right.
0.08 and the
Operating
the
under the
different.
influence, yeah, yeah. I mean, the VAC level. Anyone who's a scientist, there was so many problems with taking that and then doing the retrograde
Uh-huh.
calculation from that. We're showing you the verdict slip, by the way, on that was filed. That was the one that I think they agreed to yesterday. That we didn't get filed until this morning. It's on the air, and this is where we have. If we could enlarge it a little bit, Diz. I know what it says, and I have the draft one that Yannetti had proposed, but this is the one that was filed here, where when we get to the manslaughter, there is a see it, and then we can scroll down. We have the first count, not guilty. Then we get to the manslaughter. Whoops, kind of went down here. Guilty of the offense is charged, or manslaughter. Operating, let's see, where is the not guilty?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't look like it doesn't really look like
This
they
doesn't
changed
doesn't
anything.
look like the one that's changed, because the one they put in, that's the not guilty up top, but that
Yeah.
goes to but she had guilty and not guilty boxes when she was arguing in court yesterday, when they were arguing, and then also they had to sign each one. So that's not what was argued in court yesterday that she had agreed to, by the way. So I think we should take that down, because that was she did agree to the guilty and the not guilty boxes yesterday in the manslaughter charge. Okay. This may have been uploaded, but it's not what she agreed to. Go ahead, Olivia.
I'm just curious, have you ever encountered a verdict slip like this, where there's a charge with lesser includeds, and because there's none of the not guilty options, with the guilty options on each of the lesser includeds?
No, there's always, I have never seen a verdict slip that doesn't have guilty or not guilty for everything that they have to decide on each one. And there's and usually the fight is whether or not the not guilty that they have to check comes before the guilty. Okay. And that's where we always fight, because that sends a message too. That's why I think Yannetti wanted it eventually. He amended it in boxes, right? So that they were both equally on the same line. Okay.
Right.
It's I don't think we need to see it. It's okay. And that's the fight, and you saw that in the Lopez thing, where she had not guilty first, in the Lopez sheet.
Right. Exactly.
She had not guilty first. So and normally that's there in the fight, but there's always that charge, because jurors want to be able to say, okay, we find not guilty or guilty.
I mean, what harm is there in including it? is there any harm? I can't think of any possible harm or consequence or confusion that including the not guilty options would create.
None. Absolutely none. And that's the problem I have. Her thing is, well, you read the verdict slip in conjunction with the jury charges. That's how we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson.
I mean,
Come on. I tried Aaron Hernandez. That's not how you do it. Okay. All right.
well,
We had
clearly not,
guilty.
because in the Emmanuel Lopes case, as you were just showing that with that verdict slip, I think Jessica Machado uploaded them. I mean,
Yes.
that was Judge Cannone's case. So she's completely disingenuous when she says that's how we do it in Massachusetts, because she's had another murder case where it was done with the not guilty and guilty options. And I mean, that verdict slip looked much, much less intimidating and much clearer to kind of work through, that the one that you pulled up earlier, at least.
Yeah.
And as Alan Jackson said last year on June 26th of 2024, I actually just did a post on this with the video clip, because I was like, this is so surreal hearing this again right now. It's almost as if he just said it right now. And this one line just sticks in my head, and he's like, it's almost as if the court is directing a verdict. And that's exactly what it feels like with those original verdict slips. I mean, if there's only the guilty options, that's
right.
How is that not having an effect on the jury?
Not only that, guilty, 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 guilty. I mean, you see one not guilty, and you're saying, well, I guess, am I supposed to be fine? What am I doing here? Okay. No. And so now, we do have the boxes on count 2 that show guilty or not guilty. But the jury went for 2.5 days without that, when the defense had argued for that. And then she was so rude to Alan Jackson. She's so rude to Alan Jackson. Now, as you know, I tried a case against Alan for 6 months. He and I could have been rude to each other all the time, but we ended up respecting each other, right? I mean, you see the clip opening our show. Right. I love you, Linda, because we knew that we were adversaries, but we would. But ultimately, even if I didn't like some of the decisions of the judge, at least the verdict slip that went into the jury had a not guilty, or guilty, or we can't reach a unanimous decision on it.
Right. I mean, you don't take your personal, and well, first of all, if you have personal animus as the judge, if you have personal animus to one of the attorneys on the case, that's probably a good indicator that you should recuse yourself.
Yep. Absolutely.
And especially when you can't control that animus, and it trickles down into your rulings and your decisions.
Yeah. And I thought also one of the problems too was when she had that animus starting from her grave concerns, all right, that should have been done in chambers, okay, because that affected Karen Reed's the perception of people of Karen Reed by affecting her attorneys.
It was so prejudicial.
Absolutely. And so you do it, if you have that, you do it in chambers, you then seal the record, you do it with a court reporter, you seal the record to after the trial, and then you can open that record up after the trial. But the jury ended up, the jury pool was being tainted by that, by thinking that, well, her attorneys aren't telling the truth, right?
100%. I mean, that moment went viral, that like video clip from court, the grave concerns moment.
Right.
That was even like on TMZ, I think.
Yeah.
So,
and absolutely viral, right? And we were just saying on our show that we've seen some cases now where defense attorneys aren't being held in such disrepute, right? We saw the judge in the Baldwin case dismissed because the prosecutor violated Brady. Can you imagine this judge? This prosecutor could violate Brady. I'm not saying he did, but he could all day long, and this judge would never dismiss it. She would never say it. All right, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean, I believe it's my opinion that there have been a plethora, or as Hank Brendan would say, a plethora of Brady violations in this case, and I mean, it's just the ultimate gaslighting, because I've been following this case since the summer of 2023, and you want to talk about Rule 14 discovery violations, real Rule 14 discovery violations, whereby the prosecution had the obligation to turn over all of the discovery to the defense by August 12th of 2022, and they're still handing over discovery in the middle of the second trial.
Right, right. And there's no problem with that. That's no problem, because the prosecution has to have a fair, right, the prosecution has to have a fair trial. Well, what about the defendant and the United States Constitution and due process, Olivia? I mean,
that's
you
an
have the following.
afterthought.
And also, you know, I really, if this were a civil case, if you're changing theories on a civil case, there's something called the trial estoppel, right? Where you can't change theories, it's held against you. Here, they have changed theories so many times, including the time of the hit. They come in and they bring in Shannon with one end, Burgess, okay? They change the time of the hit because, and just on his own ex-Twitter account, he loves being a wizard, right? So they write software that takes out the search time, that takes out the deletion, even though something had to be deleted. They do that, and there's no consequences for it. The judge is not told. There's no jury charge that she's going to give. That the Commonwealth has changed their theories. They said this, and you can take that in consideration or hold that against them, or dismiss the case. How about that as a remedy?
Right. I mean, it's like at what point is it going to be enough? I mean, like the first trial, for instance, with the inverted Sallyport footage. I mean, that was, I believe they were attempting to, defraud the jury. And I mean, it's too perfect because it just so happens that that footage being inverted puts the people at issue on the other side of the car, so they're not on the side of the car where the broken taillight, like everything about it, and how Lally even walked Yuri Buchanek through testimony about which side of the garage from the outside, left or right, which side they entered from. I mean, it was orchestrated, it was calculated, orchestrated, premeditated, whatever you want to call it. And
can't add enough. You can't add enough descriptions to that. Absolutely. And I was on the air. Yeah, and I was on the air when that happened at Law and Crime. It was my 2-hour. Happened to be my 2-hour shift, and I was like, oh, whoa, wait a second. That just went to the jury, and you didn't correct it. You, the prosecutor, sitting there, you didn't correct it. See, that's the other thing. The prosecutors have been sitting there. And let's talk about the ultimate in this moment. That shirt, when Hank Brennan gets up on John O'Keefe's and suggests that there's holes in the back from some kind of road rash, okay, that the ARCA experts didn't see. Lally is sitting there. He tried this first case. He knows. McLaughlin is sitting there. She tried the first case.
They all know.
And they had a duty, like the prosecutor in Baldwin, who wouldn't continue. Remember, there was an assistant prosecutor who wouldn't continue because there was such a violation. They had a duty to stand up right in front of that jury, right there. I don't need and say, Your Honor, I'm sorry, we need to speak to Mr. Brennan. This is not true. He has misinformation. Instead, they wait for the defense. Oh, come on. Oh,
because you know what? They were not ever planning on correcting it. It's just because they got caught. Because I mean, how many times did different iterations of that happen throughout this trial alone? I mean, with the introduction of facts not in evidence, Hank Brennan didn't call the UC Davis expert witness who did the canine DNA analysis and testing, but then he enters that into evidence on cross-examination of defense experts. I mean, it's just like there's no consideration for constitutional violations. And like, how do you remedy these things? It's unbelievable to me that there wasn't the trial didn't end at any of those points.
Right. Yeah, that is irremediable. At that point, that should have been an instruction right in front of the jury. I mean, can you imagine if the defense did that? I mean, he entered evidence without calling people without calling people. He knew. And, I say to people, he's a very good attorney, and technically he is. But, he's a little bit sleazy and slimy, okay?
Who is?
Hank Brennan, okay?
I don't think he's a good attorney.
I think technically he's got a good. Technically, he knows what he's doing, and that's the problem. He knows what he's doing, okay, and that makes it sleazy, slimy, and in
Yeah.
my opinion, wrong because he's not acting as as people think the defense attorneys are sleazy and slimy,
Well,
right?
yeah, he's
Yeah.
supposed to be he's supposed to be a prosecutor. So it's like I'm just inherently uh I'm inherently judging him through the lens of the prosecutor and the ethical obligations that come with that, the duty to pursue justice
Right.
and drop the charges if you if you don't believe that you have proof beyond a reasonable doubt, in your case and your evidence. And I mean, he has been anything but ethical, anything but what a prosecutor is to be. And so that's probably why I'm maybe more harsh on him. And
And so
also
you should be
because
harsh on him for that because his duty is to do justice, not to get a conviction.
exactly. And it's actually really disturbing when you see somebody who's employing the most extreme defense attorney tactics, the really sleazy tactics where you're deliberately misleading a witness on cross-examination to try and discredit them, but you're actually misquoting their prior testimony or something like that. I mean, things like that at every turn. And it's just, it's disconcerting to see the person who's supposed to be the white hat and supposed to be seeking the truth trying to mislead the witnesses and the jury.
Because he knows he can, because he knows the judge is on his side. And as I said in this trial, in some cases you have to say to the judge, we object you being there because you have taken off your robes and you've sat down and you sat with the prosecution table. That's really what's happened here. If this were in federal court, in front of a federal judge, Olivia, let me tell you, none of that shenanigans would apply because he wouldn't even try them because federal court judges, they know, they get it, and they're not, for both prosecutors and defense, they're not taking any garbage. Look at what's going on in the P. Diddy case with Judge Sobranian right now. It's just not going to happen. It just doesn't happen. I've tried a case with federal courts that lawyers are shaking in their clothes because they're scared of the federal judge. He's not scared of this judge.
Well, you make a really good point there too, because it's very telling. I mean, the fact that Hank Brennan feels so comfortable, and behaving and leaving himself like this in front of this judge, it's like he knows very well that he can behave this way and that she will let him get away with it, endorse it, defend it. And it's just so brazen, the whole, it's like this is probably the biggest trial in the country, maybe in the world, at this year.
Right, this year. P. Diddy is interesting because everyone likes the salacious and stuff, but this is the trial that people are watching for justice.
Well, yeah, and also, I mean, we literally have the ability to watch it. With the P. Diddy trial, of course, there's no cameras because it's a federal case, but here we have cameras, and you almost have to ask yourself if Judge Cannone and Hank Brennan at times like forget that the cameras are there, because I just find that they're so brazen and so just open with their misconduct, with their disdain for the defense team, and for Karen Reed. And it's like, it's just really disappointing to see people who are supposed to be in power and seeking justice and seeking the truth and protecting us, the citizens, kind of weaponizing their authority.
Oh yeah,
in this
this
way.
is no doubt about this with regard to this. And remember, she's the assignment judge, because usually there's kind of a remedy, because in a jurisdiction, the assignment, you can go to the assignment judge and say, look, we've got problems and rein her in. But she is the assignment judge, right? And she's the one who was appointed by the Supreme Judicial Court to amend the discovery rules, which she did a good job on amending them to be more defense friendly. So in Massachusetts, that politics is it. That's how judges, that's how you move up. Okay. It's politics. It's who you know, is what you know. Just the fact that she was named by the Norfolk County Bar Association as their person of the year, because the attorneys practice in front of her. So they don't want
A little tone deaf, though, I gotta say. I mean,
yeah, it is a little,
a little.
a little. So what do you think about this jury in terms of the fact that I thought that we'd hear something from them about 10 o'clock-ish, like a question or something, but they seem to be radio silent again. I don't know if they came in dressed again like the women did yesterday, or proper, as I think Aidan Carney had put it, which indicated that they were dressed for something. They were proper. They thought they were going to be seen and not hidden. I don't know if anyone's reported on that at all. But what do you think about the change now in the verdict slip that Yannetti did want, because the judge wasn't going to hear really from Alan Jackson, right? That there are boxes that say guilty and not guilty, but also that you have to go through each count of the manslaughter and the lesser included before you get down to the OUI.
Well, I think it's a relief, and I'm surprised actually that they managed to finally get the logical, sensical thing on the verdict slip. So now that it sounds like now that there's both the not guilty and guilty boxes, hopefully that just provides clarity to the jury. I mean, it's unfortunate that it wasn't already like this, and that you have all these changing verdict slips. I mean, have you ever had this in another case where there's this after the jury was given the case and the verdict slip is being changed?
No. What I have had is like a jury question comes out and the judge says, "Oh my goodness, we really didn't address that. This is something we didn't address. Can we all agree? I'd like to just charge them something, give them a paragraph, and this is, and then you all get together and you huddle and you give them a paragraph on what to say." I have had that, and that usually means a good judge because they're responsive to what the jury is asking. So they have to be careful.
That's different though, because that's like the jury instructions, right?
Right. And then they're giving them another instruction basically for something that came up that no one saw coming, that somebody had a question. But I've never had a verdict slip change ever. And of course, it's verdict form. Only in Massachusetts do they call it a slip.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like ultimately, like we're all here, or everybody is there to get to an outcome, right? I mean, like in the best case scenario, obviously there's mistrials sometimes, or hung juries sometimes, but so the verdict slip seems like the thing of the utmost importance, and especially after what happened last year at the first trial. It's like it's almost like when the charging conference came around last week, it was just a total afterthought to Judge Bev. I just was bewildered watching it because they're in court for this scheduled meeting where they're going over specifically the jury instructions and the verdict slips to finalize things, but yet Judge Cannone isn't. She didn't really seem interested at all in finalizing anything. Once again, it's I'll take it under advisement, and I'll make a decision tonight. And then so basically what that left is for the next morning, everybody comes in, and hopefully you like it, because I'm not changing it if you don't, and you have to jump right into your closing argument. I mean, it's like the things that are most important are being rushed, and it's not really clear why that is, because I mean, I don't think there's like a crazy I don't think they're behind schedule.
No, and the fact that she didn't give them Friday, I mean, give them Friday off. They come back Monday, everyone's fresh, everyone starts to work. There was no reason for what she's doing. Everything is always rushed. We got to do it now. We got to do it at that. We got to do that.
Except for the prosecution.
Except for the prosecution, they can take us. How much time do you need, Mr. Brennan? How much time do you and all? because you
No
know
interruptions.
no interruptions at all. No, when there's been 26, as you said, 26 questions answered. The defense keeps objecting, asked and answered, and I'll allow one more time, maybe. And then she said at one point, she said, "Well, maybe we'll get an answer this time." I
Oh my
think
god,
that was.
that was oh yeah, I did a post on
Oh,
that.
did you do
That
a post on that?
really,
That stuck out at
oh
me, and that was
yeah,
with
that boiled my blood. That
yeah,
was with
that
the ARCA witness, I
the
think,
arc
Wolf,
was with
Dr. Wolf.
yeah, I think it was with
Yeah.
Wolf out. Maybe we'll get an answer this time. It's the same question over and over and
16
over again.
times.
Was it
16
16?
times.
Then I exaggerated when I said 27, but it
It
was
could, you know what? It could
ridiculous.
have been more, honestly. I didn't even after 16, after I counted up to 16, I was like, okay, I can't clip too long of a video.
Right,
Like
right.
people get the point, you know?
They get the point, yeah, but that was it was so rude, and the whole ham sandwich thing. I mean, I made fun of it. As people know in this, I said, "Well, was it a ham sandwich? What kind of mayonnaise? Was it mayonnaise? Was it mustard? What kind of mayonnaise was it? Was it Duke's? Was it Hellman's? Was it Kewpie? What kind of mustard? Hellman's, Great Poupon? What? Did you
There's
have
a missed
lettuce? Did you have tomato?
opportunity there.
Yeah, I mean, we could have asked a lot more questions about his ham sandwich that the poor guy had as he's waiting for his ride. And the jury doesn't understand that when they heard all the prosecution witnesses being taken by State Trooper Tully, they're being taken by a state trooper who's responsible for this case, right? But no, that's not a problem. So they don't get that, and the judge didn't say anything like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you should understand that there's also been testimony that the state troopers give ride. The witnesses have to get to court some way. There's nothing wrong with it. She lets it go, as if there's
Yeah,
something wrong
I
with
mean, it
it.
was despicable. Like that's literally badgering the witness when the witness is asked and answered the question, and you just let this guy just keep going in on him, asking him the same question and getting more aggressive. Um, and yeah, I mean, it was just awful watching that, and her not doing anything about it. The double standard could not be more pronounced in this case.
Right,
Like, can you
right.
imagine if the defense attorneys were to go after the Commonwealth's witnesses like that?
I tell you,
I mean,
Alan
it
Jackson
wouldn't even
is
be
right.
allowed to get that far.
As you know, Alan Jackson was this close. I think she felt she could, but pulling his pro hoc vice. She was this close, all right. But I think that she thought that she'd have such a problem with that because he then there would have to be a hearing and she would have to testify, and she didn't want that, right? And all. So I think she was that close to pulling it. I
But
think there's some real issues here.
yeah, I mean, like my whole problem with that is, look, I didn't think that there was any reason, like any legitimate grounds to even be discussing that possibility of pulling his pro hoc vice. But if Judge Cannone truly believed that there were, which she conveyed, I mean, she put on the record, um, and she had such grave concerns, like the ones that she expressed, then she should have revoked his pro hoc vice status. Like, don't make this put on this whole dramatic show about how concerned you are with these attorneys, and all of the problems that they've caused, and how it poses these concerns for the defendant, and then not take the attorney, because it's like, if you can't trust them, like you say, if you can't trust them to speak to a jury with candor, and uh then why are you allowing them to stay on? So it's like that, it really kind of speaks to, I think, the disingenuousness of her claims and of her representations. It's like, the whole thing, I think, with the ARCA experts leading up to the trial, with trying to insinuate this whole, oh, like, there's a conspiracy with the defense team and the feds and ARCA, and then trying to go after Alan Jackson's pro hoc vice says, I think it really felt like this orchestrated a smear campaign because they knew they couldn't like how do they get over the hurdle of ARCA? They can't overcome it, and they also can't overcome the inherent objectivity and unbiased nature that ARCA come with because the feds hired them. Neither party in this case hired them, but both parties had access to them, and they're some
Yeah.
of the topmost experts in the country. So how do you tarnish the credibility of that evidence? You put on this whole show for months and months and months, and you insinuate things. I mean, they never actually really, pulled through with any proof of some grand conspiracy or anything. Um, and I mean, it's so unbelievable how much time was wasted on that and how prejudicial it was to the defense and to Karen Reed. Um, and
And
then,
Alan Jackson had to worry every step of the way. I think that's why he waited to the very end to go after her with throwing that back in her face, because he knew every step of the way, if he took a misstep, his Prague Vice would have been killed, would have been pulled. I mean, she made that very clear. And the fact that, Olivia, this whole idea, we can mention the FBI, and then you get Officer Dever. Never say Dever, never say Dever, because it's Dever. I'm not going to answer your question because you can't pronounce my name right. If I had $1 for every time somebody mispronounced my name, I'd be a very wealthy woman. I wouldn't care as long as they pronounce my name in some way. But she was, she said FBI, and I counted 13 times in her testimony. Do you think the jury's figured out that ARCA is the FBI? And do you think they're wondering whether or not, here's what I worry about, because then she didn't give any charge with regard to that, like saying, ladies and gentlemen, there's been testimony that the FBI has been involved in some. You have no concern about that. That's a whole different issue. You're not. I'm going to instruct you right now. You just don't take that into consideration. But this is. I think the fact that the FBI hired ARCA is important to Karen's case because it shows an objectivity that she didn't allow that jury to hear.
Absolutely. I'd always thought from the get-go when they had, when the ARCA experts and all that evidence was revealed before the first trial, because I mean, let's be honest, we all knew that Judge Bev was not going to allow the defense to mention the federal investigation, at least not at the first trial. And of course she didn't allow them to mention it at the second trial, but I thought, the defense at this second trial, they're going to do what they did at the first trial in referring to, this independent law enforcement agency. I think they did a really good job this time at emphasizing, these were agents, and also reiterating how they admonish, the people they're interviewing or whatever, that it's a crime to lie to them, because I think most people know that okay, those are federal agents. And I think I was thinking the most important thing that they need to do is they need to make that link to the ARCA experts, make it clear to the jury that that same agency that they've been referring to throughout the trial is the agency that hired these ARCA experts, and they were available to both sides. Because, Hank Brennan tried in every possible way that he could to make it seem like the ARCA experts were not objective or unbiased. I mean, he even he asked them if I forget exactly what he said, but he basically was trying to insinuate that they were hired by an insurance agency or insurance company, which the jury at the first trial, that was one of the things that they had speculated. And I mean, how awful is that? A prosecutor is using information that they learned from the jury at the first trial. They're using that information they're exploiting it to deliberately try to mislead the jury at the second trial.
And the judge is sitting on the bench knowing that and does not intervene. That's where I, as I say to people, Olivia, for all those wrongful convictions that we have seen in this country, for all the people that, and some of them were like 3 minutes away from walk down to the electric chair to be executed, and it turns out they were innocent. There was a judge sitting in a courtroom. So let's not assume because there is a judge sitting in the courtroom that that's going to protect the rights of the defendant sitting there. And are you worried at all that we haven't heard from the jury? Or do you think that means they're going down this verdict form and checking off what they may find? Because it does seem to me that they're having a discussion on something dealing with the manslaughter. And my feeling is, though, if there's no collision, you can't even get to the manslaughter. Somebody's got to stand up and say that. So that's the only thing that worries me. But maybe not so, because now they're given the opportunity to get that roadmap.
Oh, you said you're worried about them.
I know. I wonder.
Manslaughter?
I'm going to ask
Okay.
basically a question to you. They've been out now for a little bit over an hour and 40 minutes. Do you think that means that they're going down each one of these charges and checking them off their list here on the manslaughter?
Well, I mean, based on the questions yesterday, I don't know about you, but that led me to believe that they had already worked their way down that list. And because unless they were just truly offering a complete hypothetical, but the other questions they asked also seemed to suggest that they had worked their way down, and were at that point in time deliberating still on the OUI charge. So if they're all the way down to the OUI charge, then manslaughter presumably would be off the table, right? Because that's
right.
That they would have to have gotten to not guilty on that to move down to OUI.
Yeah, that's yes. And now they're confronted with a whole new sheet that they have to look at, and maybe okay, what we did, let's see if this corresponds. Michael Bryan has joined us. I know he has a question to ask you. May I bring him on? I know you have to go.
Oh, I'd love to see him.
Oh, there he goes. There he is. I'm going to move.
Yeah, I have no questions, but I just sit and I like to listen to Olivia because I learn so much. Olivia, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Just hanging out, a slice of downtown Dedham here. Kind of an interesting day. I did the normal walk around. There seem to be fewer folks there, although they do tend to build during the course of a given day. So we'll see. I know I've talked to a number of people who had flown in from various parts of the country.
Wow.
They had to go. They had flights out yesterday afternoon, and they were hoping something would happen before they had to take off, but obviously it did not happen. So I've been listening to your analysis. I appreciate it. You are so detailed and so into all these little nuances. It's fascinating to hear your perspective. I think we first connected with you when you were doing some stuff with the Sallyport video or stills where you were highlighting. Yeah. So with that same analytical touch, and I know you guys, everybody's speculating, ooh, what does that mean? They asked for this question, and then they wanted that, and then they thought of this. Bottom line, good, bad, indifferent, where do you think this jury is on finding Karen Read guilty of anything?
Good question. So I thought that their questions were very thoughtful, as Linda and I were kind of discussing earlier. And based on those questions, I got the impression that they've obviously worked their way down the lesser included under the second count, so the OUI manslaughter. And if they're currently, or I guess yesterday, if they were deliberating on the OUI charge, then that would suggest that they, I guess, decided there's no collision. So, all the other charges basically related to John O'Keefe's death are off the table, or related to a car collision. But the thing that I thought was also interesting was the question about the two different times for as it pertained to the OUI, right? They're asking
questions that
which
really
time
weren't
are we supposed to be looking at for
Yeah,
that.
they weren't even addressed, really. There was, so I don't know if that's confusion, if that's an attempt to be thorough. It's hard to tell. Obviously, we're just, we don't know. We don't know what the hell's going on in there. And they may be jumping around like playing hopscotch with that verdict slip. We don't know. But here's one thing we do know. And I know that everybody's.
But here's the thing.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think that the lack of specificity in the answer to that question, the court said basically you have all the evidence you need. I mean, personally, if I were a juror, to me that's reasonable doubt, because it's like, well, I don't even know, the state police have their own policies that BAC measures need to be I think it's like within 3 hours at the most. And, we're talking a 9 hours minimum. And that's assuming that you even know the last time Karen Reed took a drink, which I don't believe was ever established.
Nope.
And then the way that the blood test was taken, none of it was to the standard operating procedure. And so, but besides that, if you don't know the time, the time that you're supposed to be, I guess, looking at this specific charge, like what time it happened, then you don't even know what you're supposed to be deciding on. So
Right. I mean, obviously, it's chock full of reasonable doubt, but I think the prosecution handled the BAC issue almost like a throwaway, almost like, we're handling it because it is part of one of the charges, but they certainly didn't nail it down. There was criticism of the type of the testing. There was criticism of when the testing was done. There was criticism about the retrograde process. There was criticism about not knowing what happened in terms of her alcohol consumption between 12:30 and 5 o'clock. All of those things lead to an impossible guilty verdict, in my opinion, because you don't have the information to get you there. But maybe that's maybe the discussion that's been going on in the jury deliberation room. You may have one person that just says, well, look at the video clip, because remember, those were questions they had. Well, what do we do with these video clips?
Right, yeah.
One person might just be saying, look, she says in that video she was drinking X, and therefore I've decided she was under the influence. She was OUI. And remember, all of that testing is just one way to get there, right? You can get there with other objective evidence, but oh, by the way, that objective evidence is missing as well. There is no evidence that anybody saw her swerving or inappropriately operating the motor vehicle. None of that stuff. But again, we're talking about jury members here. And I don't mean to be pejorative, but there's a wide range of IQs that go into the jury room, and some people need help, and some people leap to conclusions they shouldn't because they're trying to help, and we just don't know what the situation is.
Well, it's a good point, because your average juror probably isn't thinking like how you or Linda are thinking, simply because you're attorneys or because you follow a lot of criminal cases. Thinking about how police investigations are done, or just thinking about, for instance, the state has the burden of proof. They could have gotten surveillance footage. Was there any surveillance footage showing her driving erratically? No, there wasn't any surveillance footage really showing her driving at all, except for maybe like a 30-foot stretch in front of the library.
She was driving. She was driving fine.
And she
I
was
will
driving
point that out.
fine too.
Yeah,
Right.
all
As a matter of fact,
observations suggest that. Yeah.
Yeah, we did an interview. I don't know if you guys will see it, with Mike Easter, who the jury.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I would
He's
love to get
awesome.
Olivia's.
I'm
Oh,
so
did you?
glad
Yeah,
you
and
guys
he was
did
the
that.
first thing he said in this investigation. You go out and get all the ring cameras, all the CCTVs on the route. That's the first thing you do. And his I asked him for give me three things about the investigation. He said it was incomplete, inconsistent, and inaccurate. And I'm sure he had a lot more. He was an awesome witness. He would have absolutely helped, don't you think, Olivia?
Oh, he was incredible, and I love that you guys had him on your show. I still have to finish watching that whole episode, but one of the things that he said in your interview that I was so glad that he brought up, because it's not really discussed enough, I don't think. And that was the thing that stood out most to him about this investigation was the response, or the lack of response.
Right.
You know, you've got a fallen police officer, and and it seems as though like people could, you know, they couldn't be bothered or any less interested, and any less interested in um performing an or conducting an investigation, and you know, having any curiosity, and doing things properly. But in terms of the response, that is something that has always been of interest to me, because um you know, that a lot of people, I think, who were maybe not following this case earlier on in the pretrial litigation wouldn't be as familiar with a lot of the chicanery from the Commonwealth. And something that stood out to me was, once the defense kind of came out with their third party culprit theory for the first time, which I would say happened in April 2023, um, and then the feds came and subpoenaed these Commonwealth witnesses. So then the DA's office gets wind of this, and you know, they're all probably kind of in like panic mode. And in August 25th of 2023, DA Michael Morrissey gave that highly improper video statement that you guys have probably seen,
Right.
where he's, you know, basically saying that Karen Reed's guilty, and these are innocent witnesses. And I mean, it's just you I don't think any of us have ever seen anything like that in our lives.
Right. It was totally
And
improper from a
in
prosecutor. I would be
course.
sanctioned. If I had done that
Mhm.
as a prosecutor, I would have been sanctioned by my the chief prosecutor.
Oh yeah,
It's
and
even worse when
but
it's
Judge
the
Bev
DA
didn't.
that does it.
Yeah, the county, the elected county prosecutor. And so, but what was notable is, in that video statement that he released in August of 2023, the Commonwealth, for the first time, kind of uh you know, diverted and changed some of their narrative. And he said in that video that Michael Proctor was never at 34 Fairview on the day of the incident, or whatever. And because of course, in the defense's third party culprit theory, part of that includes, you know, Michael Proctor, or the lead investigators, somebody planting evidence, right?
Right.
And um and so Michael Morrissey's way to remedy this was to get on that video statement, make that video statement, and say Michael Proctor wasn't at the scene. Michael Proctor and I think Yuri Buchanan were not at the scene on the day that John O'Keefe's body was found there, which also doesn't really inspire much confidence. You know, the lead investigator in a murder investigation didn't even respond to the scene of the murder.
Yeah,
Right.
and you can't have it both ways. You can't try to protect him and support his process, you know, at the same time.
Right.
Interesting about Easter, he would not go to the corruption issue, which we raised just to suggest, well, hey, maybe there wasn't a thorough investigation, because
Mm-hmm.
even though it was one of their own that was down, there might have been others of their own that were being protected. Now, his job as a witness was not to come in there and give his opinion on corruption. It was police process,
Right. I
which is what
wouldn't
he talked to us
start
about. And he was
that.
hesitant to go further. I know some people were critical of him for not doing that. But that wasn't his gig. That was not the job. We can all come up with our own analysis on whether or not there was corruption. He was there as a professional, former FBI agent, or should I say, former agent from an organization, and you know, he was there to evaluate the police procedure, which of course he said stunk. So you know, the fact that the jury didn't get to hear that, would that have mattered at the end of the day? I know that when jurors speak, we will get to find out the answer to that question.
I think it would have mattered. I mean, you know, quite frankly, if Michael Easter, when you guys were speaking with him, if he had spoken to the corruption or about the corruption, I would have found it to have been discrediting to him, because in other words, I respect him, and I think that it shows he's more credible as an expert in, his field, because he's not trying to venture outside of his lane like, Judson Welcher. And so
For example.
I
For example.
I appreciate
Or
that about
Burgess,
him.
or and hey, let me ask you this, because if we continue to read and speculate about what the jury is doing now and where they are in their process, then no collision. It doesn't seem to be there's a connection between the evidence they've heard and what they think happened that night. Again, following the defense argument, no collision. And really what Mike Easter had to say as to the process with the cops is not a factor for them. I mean, if they have truly jumped over all of that, come to their own conclusion, not so sure they needed a treatise on police procedure beyond what, the ken of the jury, right? LKB, this is what the judge suggested. They don't need Michael
the
Easter,
ken of the jury. They
because
know
they
all
can
the
figure it
processes.
out. It's in their normal purview, because we all watch, Law and Order.
CSI.
So we know what's right and what is wrong. But it sounds like they may have, they're past all of that, and Easter might not have been impactful.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there's a lot of kind of game time decisions that probably went hand in hand with that, and because there's other experts that I think the defense was probably planning on calling when they started their case, but they didn't ultimately call, like Garrett Wing, for instance. I know that he wasn't precluded from testifying, but the one thing in particular that I think Michael Easter would have been especially valuable for would have been to testify, to basically completely crush this nonsense that there was no probable cause to go into the house at 34 Fairview or to search the house. I mean, it's so preposterous, and it's just insulting at this point, hearing these investigators and the Commonwealth trying to continue to peddle that narrative, because we all know that if a Boston police officer was found beaten and battered on our front yard, that the police responding would be practically breaking down our front doors.
I agree with
course.
Olivia. I agree with
no doubt
Olivia on
about
this. Right. No doubt about that. Can you imagine being anybody and has a dead body on your front lawn and the police aren't knocking at your front door? Well, can I come in and search? You have a dead body on your front lawn. I mean, come on.
And even if there was zero connection, and I live there, I want them to check on me. I want them to check on any sort of connection, whether it exists or not. I want them to find out. I'm talking to the neighbor 2 doors down as recently as last week, and they still haven't talked to him. Never came by, never asked. 2 doors down from where this happened, and nobody canvassed the neighborhood.
On Fairview?
Yes, at 30 Fairview. Yeah.
And the other thing, the Arlo camera that they talk about, the Arlo cameras pick up sound, okay? They pick up sound. They didn't even check the chief's Arlo camera for sound, which could have also been telling as to when sound occurs, right?
Yeah, and that guy's the guy right across from the neighbor at 30 and at about a 45-degree angle from the subject house.
And the deputy chief of police, right, at the time.
Of course.
Oh,
and he basically told them, I got
Yeah.
nothing there. There's nothing. It wouldn't show anything. So they didn't even pursue it.
Yeah. So Michael,
we don't even know what he told them. I mean,
True.
Because we were just told from retired Lieutenant Paul Gallagher that he knows what his camera shows because he's apparently got him packages before or something. I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Yes, it
like
points
he's
down
saying
to
with
the
this straight
porch.
face.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
Sorry, I just was like, no, I'm not going. I'm just like,
I know. It's like another thing.
Here's a total aside, but I think it's worth sharing, so I'm going to do it. They do studies about who's watching what where. For the first time ever, streaming viewership has now exceeded both traditional TV and cable. It's something like 44.8% of all folks watch streaming rather than traditional TV or cable. It's by less than 1%, but it's now more than. So Jennifer at the Media Credentials Department in Boston, suck on that. Okay, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
He's talking about the fact that we were denied a media
No.
pass. Like we're the plaintiffs in the suit that undoes the buffer zone. Okay, Michael Bryan said one of the original plaintiffs in the suit because the medias can't go past the sidewalk 6 times, and that they said no, you're not traditional media, so you can't get a media pass. But we can be a plaintiff in a lawsuit that undoes the whole buffer zone. You know.
And by the way, thank you guys for doing that because, you know, so I guess somebody, you'd hope that somebody does pursue it, and it's a noble cause to pursue. And I know that a lot of people are grateful that you guys did pursue that. But I mean, it's just like how unconstitutional that you can't even get. I mean, you shouldn't even need to get a media pass because the whole point of the First Amendment is that, I don't know, the government, they don't give you that right. It's one that you innately have.
Right. The
And
default should be free speech, not stepping on free speech. Hey, speaking of free speech, I'm being rousted from my current location. So I'm going to leave you guys and I'm going to relocate. Obviously, I'll be listening in. So Olivia, so nice to see you. As always, we always appreciate your hard work.
Likewise.
So keep at it, and we'll see you guys later.
You too, Michael.
So, Olivia, is there anything we haven't asked you? I know we've asked a lot of your time this morning, and you were so gracious to come on at the last moment and talk to us. As you know, we follow you, we retweet you, we everything you say, in our opinion, is God. And God's a she, okay, in my book, okay. So, anything that you want to point out to people that are watching us that is so very important that you think is important that we haven't touched upon?
Oh my goodness, where do I begin? I don't even know. I mean, like, does anybody have any questions? I'm trying to think of anything that's on the top of my mind. It's honestly, it's like you get so overwhelmed and overstimulated with
what happened yesterday?
Like, ridiculousness. Right.
Right. Yeah. What happened yesterday that we thought, when someone mentions, you know, think about it. And I see that we've all forgotten about the leaf blower, right? This is like, we've come so far.
Right.
We've come so far.
Oh, I know. You get desensitized. You get desensitized to like the corruption and the ineptness of everything because they just keep outdoing themselves.
Right, exactly. Every day is, you can't believe it because you say, I come and I say, okay, I'll be able to get to my own work by no problem. And then 3 o'clock in the morning is I'm still doing my own work because there's no way to put this on like pause or have the avatar for longer than, a comfort break because something is always happening. And there's such a disinformation campaign out there that I'm seeing also that really is bothersome. On things. It really, really is bothersome on stuff. I've been on a show against one of the people with a disinformation campaign, in my view. All right. So.
I think I saw that segment, and that was epic.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That was great.
Yeah. It's but people want to talk to me about trying cases. It's not like I haven't tried a few cases, a few high-profile cases. So
yeah.
It's like. Yeah, and even then, but I'm watching some of this. By the way, Aidan Carney did answer the question, and we have a joke on the show. We have like Fashion Friday because everyone's interested in what I'm wearing. So so we call it Fashion Friday. Although sometimes it comes up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But Aidan said he's asked us every day. The jury's not dressed. The foreman once again has a T-shirt and a big gold chain. The women are generally better dressed than the men today. They show no visible signs that gave away the feelings. So yeah, I love the foreperson is wearing is himself, is wearing a big gold chain, is not dressing up in a suit and tie to show us something that he's not. I want him to be who he is, no matter who that is. Julia Nielsen says, Linda, do you do criminal trial work? Yes, I've tried a few cases and consulted and
just
done the
a few.
forensic work, just on a few. You just Google me or go to my Linda Kenny Baden law.com and you'll find them. Just Yeah, just a few cases, mostly high-profile cases dealing with forensic work, or high-profile civil cases with either sexual harassment, civil rights, 42, what we call 42 USC 1983 cases. I have a lot of published opinions on those. By the way, while you're on, Olivia, Joey Kane gifted a Justice Served TV membership, and yes, that's because I always make a point that some people can't afford it, and it's so nice to get a gift of that from our people that are generous, and people are loving you. Thanks for hanging and waiting. And yes, is the jury going to lunch at 1:30? Well, I guess we're going to see, aren't we? And all. So we'll see. But any other
actually,
questions?
I have a question for
you.
you.
Okay, good.
Because I know that you have a very seasoned forensic background, not just from being an attorney, but I believe through your husband as well.
Right, my husband and I met over an autopsy, because that was I had a client who was shot and killed by the police. So that's how we met.
Wow, well, that is quite the story.
Yeah, when I was a prosecutor, I was the attorney assigned to the prosecutor assigned to what we called then the evidence unit, which was it later became the CSI, but it was the evidence unit. So I started out as a prosecutor, a young prosecutor dealing with forensic work. So I kept that interest all the way through.
Wow, okay. That's good to know. So, my question for you is, because this is something that just always stood out as so deeply troubling, with John O'Keefe's autopsy, and that is obviously, something that's of great dispute are the right arm wound, the injuries to the right arm, the dog bites. And so my question is, when there are wounds like that are inflicted on a body, and the source or the cause of the wound is unknown at that time, unless of course there's like literal shards poking, like,
there's a bullet hole,
sticking out of it, right?
Yeah, with a bullet sticking out, right?
Which of course we know there wasn't.
Right.
There wasn't like any physical evidence adjacent to the wounds that indicated what caused them. And so anyways, my question is, isn't it typical, or isn't it standard procedure for the medical examiner at autopsy to essentially determine, what is the source or the cause of all injuries?
Well, they can send, first of all, what usually is
wounds.
Yeah, what usually is done is the date is the dating. So normally, and I don't have all of the evidence, so I don't know whether they actually cut into one of them to see whether or not there was inflammatory indicating that they occurred when they were alive. He was alive, which is probably the case. They can't really date them, but they can at least see if there was some inflammation going on, and they usually will try to do that. And then they will usually, the medical examiner will say, well, we need to know what the cause of this. So this is what I want you to look at. I need you to look at whether there's a knife, whether there's a dog, whether there's anything in the area that he's found, or the house where he's found that it could have caused that have these type of linear impressions. So I think we had my husband on briefly, not to talk about the case, but to talk about what medical examiners do when they have an autopsy. And they say, look, you're trying to get information from the police, and the police want information from you. So you would say maybe, and he didn't say this, I'm now extending this on, go to the house, see if they'll let you in at the house where he's found as a consent search, and look for anything that would cause these wound patterns. Look for a dog, see if there was an animal that would have there. Is there an animal living there? Go look at that. So the medical examiner will send somebody out usually and say, this is what we should be looking for. They don't have the authority beyond the body. They do the investigation, and they'll tell the police to go do that. And all, or they'll have their their investigative medical examiner, who's not a medical examiner, they're someone who's assigned to the investigative, who has certification to say, look, this is what I'm looking for. Maybe go work with the police, go see, make a phone call, see if there's anything there, see if they'll let you into the house. Is there anything that would have caused those, or cause the pattern that Dr. Loposada saw after the skull was shaved, the pattern of where the imprint was on the where the injury was
occiput or
inflicted,
the back
right,
of his head.
the back of his head, right, which is actually more down. It was more down here. So yeah, so that's so his theory. Yes, they would like to know if there's knife wounds, for instance. They want to know, is there a knife at the place? Did somebody who was there a knife that could have made these wounds? All right. Tool mark pattern analysis can be iffy, but there are some things that are very clear. I mean, I'll go look for a gun that has a 45 bullet. Oh, I see a bullet wound here. And then go look for that gun. So yeah, normally as my husband said, the police will give you information, and they want information from you, and you to give them information. That's why Dr. Sordi-Bella probably left the investigation open for 90 days. She listened to all the presentations, and the presentation didn't prove anything that could show homicide. She probably left it open because the police wanted it to be left open as undetermined, but she didn't see anything, and they never went back to her with anything. They could have gone back to her at any time to ask her to redo her opinion, and they didn't, because they didn't have anything.
So all of that makes sense and is what I was anticipating you'd say. The other thing I'm wondering about is, suppose they conduct all that investigation, right? And it either ends up fruitless, or like, I would just imagine with these types of wounds in particular that were on John's arms, wouldn't the medical examiner at the very least, especially if they hadn't yet identified the source of those wounds, wouldn't they take tissue samples or swabs of the wounds for further testing or for future testing to potentially determine, what could, like whether it's dog DNA or whether it's, something that is unique to the source of the whatever caused the wound. I mean, is that typical protocol for them to like preserve samples like that?
Not necessarily. Okay, if they preserve the samples because they may want to do further testing on the inflammation and all that, but usually in that type of situation, since they were abrasions, right? They would document by photographs very well what the abrasions are, so you'd have an abrasion pattern. They could take a sample because it always comes up in many cases that things could be a bite wound, right? And they can order a DNA sample, because that's the issue, is was a bite wound inflicted by a human, right? I mean, you don't know. So they could have taken a sample. I don't think it's normal protocol necessarily. The protocol would be for photography, and also to take a cut into it to see, since it didn't break the skin, but there was abrasions and there was rubbing. They may have taken a cut to see when that abrasion occurred. It may not have yielded anything because, according to the medical examiner, the skin, it was like these abrasions were on top of the skin. They never actually went below the skin. So maybe you would not have an inflammatory response. But the better part would obviously, just in case, you take it, see if there's an inflammatory response. But you would send your investigator out, and you would tell the police, look for something that could create these wounds, including an animal.
Right. Yeah. Trying to match something to the pattern of the injury. With looking at the inflammation, is that something that's more geared to establishing like the timeline of when the wounds were inflicted? Okay. Like if they're
because like if you have
with death or something.
For instance, the bruise, right? You could probably show whether or not it was an older bruise by taking a cut into it, to see if it was older. Compare in the back. There's allegedly a bruise. We all have. If you look now, you will have a bruise on your body somewhere. We all like touch things or hit things, and a light hit. Some people bruise easier. Especially on your legs, right? So because the prosecution was saying, well, the bruise in the back of the leg meant there was an impact. It didn't mean anything. It was it's a bruise, right? So what?
If there was an impact on the back of his leg, there would be a whole lot more damage on the back of his leg and the rest of his body. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Exactly. It's like, ridiculous.
Could you believe when they said that they're basically trying to suggest that the laceration on John O'Keefe's right eyelid was caused by the spoiler on the back of the SUV.
Right. There's no possible way that was. And you know, and both medical examiners, both forensic, you know, the medical examiner and then the board certified forensic pathologist, the medical examiner is also board certified forensic pathologist, but both of them said there's no indication of any impact with a car. That, quite frankly, should end this case for the jury at this point. And if somebody is getting hung up on it, it's because that they're, as Richard Gabriel said, people will go in and they'll try to like have a, you know, they'll try to decide, well, what could have happened, you know, maybe what had, and that's not their job. And that's why if they're still arguing over number two, you do need that person to get up and say, wait a second, the medical examiner said there was an impact. No one said there was an impact to this car. No one. The only thing you have is that alleged data with the text, right? Text data.
The Toyota tech stream.
Yeah, or the text stream,
the
which
key
is
cycle
ridiculous.
data.
And it doesn't record an impact, and it doesn't record if indeed it wasn't an impact that would cause any damage. It certainly wouldn't record it because we saw that Karen Reed impacted the Traverse, and it didn't record that. Okay, so to wake up those boxes in those systems, you really need something, you know. You need something.
her black box, or it's the EDR, but you know, we all know them as black boxes.
Black boxes, right?
Her SUV that had no events. And
none.
You know, it's interesting because Hank Brennan, I mean, it's just like it's mind-blowing sometimes when I watch him back, because it's either he completely has lacks a grasp on the specificity of the facts of this case, or he's deliberately like exploiting the ignorance of the jury to make a more favorable argument. Like in his opening statements, he said that he kept referring to the text stream data and where the key cycle data came from as the black box, the vehicle black box, and that's just factually inaccurate.
It's actually wrong. It's wrong, right? It's wrong.
And the black and meanwhile the black box showed no events, so that's actually very exculpatory for Karen Reed.
Right. And he was conflating. He was conflating
different
things. Right. He was conflating them, hoping that the jury gets confused, I think, with regard to it. And it was confusing. Oh, there's this text stream data. This that. Her car showed nothing. It showed nothing at all. Like, that's what they're made for, right? The black box is made.
Well, that vehicle had, I mean, a handful of triggers on that same day. So you know, but I don't believe Karen Reed struck, you know, other human beings during those other key cycles who are dead, and we don't know about that. Like, you know, it's like, so every time there's a key cycle, or sorry, a trigger, that means that she struck someone or had a collision. It's ridiculous.
Because the life of the car, even though she had it only for a very short time, the life of the car, it means that she would have been killing, like, you know, I forget, it was 120 events.
I think it was like, I want to say it was like 28, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it 28? Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, but the point is that she didn't kill 28 people. You know,
right? Exactly.
And sometimes I think we get very complicated in trial, and just that's the answer, right? Hey, if it's meant that, then 28 people would be lying across the you know, Massachusetts dead from Karen Reed, and they're not. All right, so it doesn't mean that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Sometimes I think we get caught up in trials instead of talking that plain English, and I think that's always confusing for the jury. And Hank Brennan took advantage of it. No doubt in my mind that he did.
Yeah, he was trying to muddy the waters, it seemed, whereas the defense was trying to streamline things, to clarify. I mean, I think the defense this time around did a much better job of keeping it simple, like you said. You know, like, I think the strongest evidence in this case, and you know, probably in most cases, is the medical evidence. If you can't get around that, and you can't find any medical expert to testify that the injuries to the decedent were caused by the state's alleged you know, theory of
the alleged murder weapon, right?
Then that's very simple and very easy, I think, for most people to understand. You know, I wonder if it is a little concerning with the jury. It's like, are they hung up on, is it something that's simply just confusion with the verdict slip,
Or
Because
does
if that's
somebody
the case,
believe, yeah, or does somebody believe, well, she must have done something. Let's see, was it fit it in? That's the
right?
concern, right?
Because
Be-
she's sitting in the defendant's chair,
right,
right?
because
She
she's
must have
sitting
done
in defense,
something.
right, defendant's chair. And all. By the way, Marsha asked if I'll continue in covering other cases. Well, if I can have Olivia on every case, yeah. Yes, we intend to cover all cases, although we're not going to be wall to wall, day to day, gavel to gavel. We will do our nightly show at 6 p.m. And if something comes up, some other shows. But we're not going to be sitting here all day. This was a different case. This one deserved the attention because of the possibility, clearly, that an innocent person could get convicted here, or certainly one that even if you don't believe, if you're on the side that doesn't believe she's innocent, you have to understand and believe that the state did not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so both ways you come to the same thing, that there should be a not guilty, whoever it is, right?
And
So
even if you think she's 100% guilty, I mean, I just, you know, I don't understand the people who aren't appalled by not only the investigation, not only the just total lack of evidence and the burden shifting and all that, but
right,
the just across the board constitutional, the violations of Karen Reed's constitutional rights um and her due process rights and fair trial rights. It's like it's actually sad to see, in Massachusetts it seems like there's not really anybody of power, anyone who's in a position of power or authority speaking up or really stepping up and I mean, who's gonna be like the good person who has power and is going to do something about it?
yeah, right. You didn't see the attorney general come in and stop things. You didn't see the governor
Nothing.
come in. Nothing. Power and power go together. I mean, that's my view.
Power
The
corrupts.
power always supports power for the most part. And when you get somebody who tries to go against power, you see what happened. Okay.
Hmm.
I don't know what's going to happen here. I hope the jury does the right thing. And maybe they had to start from the beginning because they have a new jury verdict form. And maybe they said, okay, well, let's start from the beginning now because, we spent
That's a good
2.5
point.
days on this old verdict form. And now the judge is giving us a new verdict form. All right. So, oh, gosh, the mess that she has created. And the only problem is that the only thing that it would inure to would be to the detriment of Karen Reed. And that's what I'm worried about here,
Hmm.
that this inures to her detriment. When this case should end, no collision beyond a reasonable doubt. It doesn't matter. The rest doesn't matter. It's all irrelevant. And if you want to get hung up on whether or not she was
Exactly.
drunk, well, knock yourself out if you think this case was about that,
Right, and that's that of course is the gamble, I guess, of asking to include that charge.
right.
But also the troubling part of it, because yeah, you're at the end of the day, the only issue that matters here is whether or not there was a collision. If there was no collision, then nothing else matters,
But nothing else
and
matters,
the
right?
analysis stops there. And hopefully but even let's say, they keep the analysis keeps going. I mean, I think that there's so much reasonable doubt around the OUI. The only thing that may potentially push a jury over that hurdle is potentially her interview statements.
Right. That's the only thing that may push them over the hurdle. And I think that's why they were asking. I think you had clearly somebody who said, well, she said these things on the interview, so maybe she was
Hmm.
drunk. She said she was buzzed. Does that mean she was drunk? Or she was? Well, you know what? The problem I have with it, and I know it's not a real problem, Michael Bryan will tell you. By the way, they got the new form yesterday. The judge brought them in at 1:30 and then went over things. And then about 2:30, they got the new form. So they didn't really have the new form very long yesterday in their deliberations. And they probably thought they had to start anew with that form. That's my view of it, quite
Yeah.
frankly. Yeah. And the other thing, too, if they're hung up on whether she is drunk or not, and people saying, look, she was operating fine. Everybody was drinking. As a matter of fact, John
Right.
O'Keefe asked her to come over because he was still hungover from the night before at 3:00 in the afternoon, and he needed her for the ride, right? He needed her to ride. And they
Hmm.
were all, look at Higgins. I mean, the problem I have with there is that she's everybody should be charged with OUI.
Well, they were all, yeah, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, they were all drinking all, you know,
whiskeys.
and they started drinking much earlier than Karen Reed did.
Right.
You know, so if
Right.
you want to talk about like all the people that were there that she was around were all drinking and driving.
Yeah, they were all drinking and driving. Well, maybe they're hung up on count 2, not on terms of what the issues are, because it's very confusing, the manslaughter, and then under the influence. I mean, they all look like the same thing when you're looking at them. Instead of going through line by line of the jury charges, maybe they're hung up on whether or not she was even drunk. And maybe that's the hang up. And if they're hung up on that, they can't answer count 2. You know, we're all already saying that they didn't find her guilty of count 1 and 3 because of that jury questionnaire. But, you know, if they started anew, you never know what happens with the jury.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine what a loop that would be if, because you're right, everybody is, everybody, I think for the most part, I've heard talking about it, believes that, you know, their questions indicated that they are not hung up on 1 and 3.
Right.
It's just, yeah, it's just a lesser included under 2. But can you imagine if that were not the case and is just completely, you know, different than what I mean, it is important to remind ourselves that, because at the end of the day, juries are unpredictable,
Right. They are.
and we don't, you know, and things can change from one day to the next. You never know. I mean, but I
That's
think
right.
that those questions were very thoughtful and very you know, detail oriented, and I think that provides some reassurance.
Yeah, I do too. I think the questions were absolutely thoughtful. And also, you know, the jury this time, no matter what you say, they all have a background. They all know about this case. All right, you know, in a way. So they come not as pristine, I guess the word I would say, as jurors number 1. You know, when we were all like shocked. What, you use a leaf blower and a red Solo cup? That's all everyone was talking about for a long time. What? You know? We're so past that now, you know, we're just so past that in terms of everything we've seen. So maybe maybe they're hung up on that. That's just some jurors who don't think that she was drive. You know, the police officer let her drive. I mean, John O'Keefe was a police officer. He got into a car with her. He wanted her to drive. I mean, the data shows that she wasn't driving drunk, unless somebody says, well, she stepped on, she had a 70% acceleration. But that's because maybe it was she was caught in the snow and couldn't get the car to go. We've all been there too.
And the thing that's important about that piece of vehicle data, specifically that data point, you know, with the accelerator pedal, is that the vehicle system is measuring, it's measuring speed and acceleration based on the rate of the wheel spinning. So it's not actually it does, just because a speed of 25 miles per hour might be registered, it doesn't mean that the vehicle is actually moving across land at 25 miles per hour. Because, you know, it could be, of course, if you're stuck on ice or spinning out, like we kind of saw in her parents' driveway. So yeah, I don't know. I mean,
there's so much.
there's
You
a
know, we
lot
had
of
a lot of stuff. We had Stephen Plourd, Crash Lord Plourd, on, an independent, 45 years with the highway safety.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing him.
Yeah, and he's been on 3 times. He's going to come on when there's a verdict. He said, and he was the one who told us that Welcher didn't go far because he didn't do what he should have been. You know, he didn't go far enough. He just stopped with the blue paint. And he thought the ARCA was absolutely fabulous. The ARCA was absolutely great. And he thought right from the beginning, he told us this should be a not guilty on this data. There's no issue here. And that's somebody who's independent of anybody, right? You know, and is from a law enforcement background. So he thought absolutely the way the defense was explaining stuff was the absolutely correct way, and the prosecution explaining it was wrong. So there you go with that. I mean, you know, we did seek out people that were independent, you know, to try to give us and the viewers. So, you know, we came to this, well, let's see what happens. And as this case went on, it was so egregious that we came from, we said, absolutely not guilty. And the prosecution hasn't shown us what's wrong, and it's rife with improprieties. And if she gets convicted on this, then we're all in danger here in the United States of America. We're all in danger. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I don't even want to talk about, because it would be that it would be awful. It'd be
Yeah,
awful.
be awful. Right.
And you know, Karen Reed's attorneys, you know, that it would eat them alive,
Right.
if anything were to go south, I guess, in that way.
Yeah.
You just reminded me, actually, I had a quick question about Michael Easter.
Okay.
Did you guys talk to him at all about uh cell phone location data? Because I know that that's like one of his major areas of expertise. Like, he really gets down into the weeds with forensic location data.
No, actually what he's told us is, look, I got into the call first with Alan Jackson, and that's what he was initially supposed to do. But then Alan asked him to take a look at the investigation, and instead he kept asking all these questions. So he never really got back to cell phone, the data with the cell phone, because the investigation had so many issues with it that every time he asked a question, it couldn't have been answered. And so that's what happened with that. But that his real love and his real is cell phone data. And the interesting thing that he did say, he said, look, the reason why the investigation, as I told you, he said, incomplete, inconsistent, inaccurate. Okay. He said the prosecution sent out, and we didn't get access to this because we don't have, we're not the attorneys that don't file, did send out preservation letters to a lot of different entities. And in those preservation letters, they could have answered the questions that they wanted, but they never got the documents preserved. They never followed up on the preservation letters that they sent. I'd certainly love to see what those preservation letters were to and who they were to.
Talking about the Google geofence.
Yeah, probably that's possibly one of them.
Yeah.
But they never followed through, and they never got the important stuff that would have answered the questions. And maybe we wouldn't even be here today if they had done what they should have done, what they knew they should have done, because they sent out the letters to the right people.
Linda, it's, you know what? It's actually worse than that. Specifically, like with the like you said, and Michael Easter said, there's a number of things that they I think deliberately sabotaged as far as preservation orders to different third parties. But the Google geofence, they were court ordered to preserve the Google geofence in the summer of 2022. And
right.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, he's tasked with fulfilling the court order, right? So he has to basically send a preservation request to Google geofence to preserve all of the data that the courts ordered him to preserve. And when he makes his request, he sends in the request, and wouldn't you know, he only asks for it to cover Android phones, not Apple iPhones, which the majority of people have. And he also puts the wrong time frames. I mean, the whole thing was useless, basically. And because it wasn't getting the relevant information. And then the defense, they catch wind of this. And so they immediately respond, file an emergency response. Like, we need to get this amended ASAP, because they probably knew in the back of their heads that the Google servers, every company, like their servers have, whether it's 3 months or 6 months that they retain all of their data.
Right.
I think with Google geofence, it would have been 6 months at that time. Yeah, that was going on. But the deadline was coming and approaching soon. And so they're urgently trying to get this rectified. And ADA Lally sends them back what he purports to be the amended request for the Google geofence, and it actually turned out to be the same request, the first request. And Michael Proctor, yet again amended his request, and again, it was not he didn't ask for the right information. It's just a whole mess that it is not something that happened because someone made a mistake. Like, it's obviously deliberate. Why would a police officer only ask for Android phones?
No way.
They know that
No
most people
possible
have
way.
iPhones.
Right.
And
that's what they were
so,
dealing with the iPhones. So this whole trial, that's all we heard about was iPhones.
right.
Yeah, and that's why Michael Easter could have shed light on what what wasn't done, what was done inaccurately, and what information it could have revealed that this jury needed to know about. The jury doesn't know. You say the jury Googled geofence, and most of them, they're younger, so they understand, but they don't really understand of how it would import an investigation.
Well, I mean, that would have been huge in this case. So the amount of color that would have provided, it would have shown an entire snapshot of the night, like both a timeline and a map showing you who exactly was there and when they arrived and when they left.
Right.
So, we don't need to rely on people's memories or their testimony because people can lie. And we'll show you other people who maybe, the individuals at 34 Fairview didn't even know were in the vicinity.
Right.
Maybe it will reveal who was driving that Ford Edge.
Right. Wouldn't that be novel? That we'd trying to find
Right.
out who was driving the Ford Edge and when the Ford Edge moved, maybe,
Exactly. And you know what else it could have provided some insight into? So it depends on it can depend if the person who is making the Google search on their phone, if they're logged into their Google account on their phone. But for instance, Jen McCabe, if they had gotten the Google geofence data and also had gotten, it inclusive of her house, her address, I believe they would have been able to have seen, if she was logged into her Google account, they would have been able to see that 2:27 a.m. search on the Google servers. And they also would have had a geolocation tied to it, which would have been at her house,
Right.
which would have differentiated it from the later 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. searches at the scene.
At Fairview, right. And so it was very important. It was extremely important. Okay. And why? And the jury's never going to know that. They're never going to know that that's investigation. Do they really want, if they know that, do they really want to convict somebody of a homicide, whether it be murder or manslaughter, when they know that the investigation was so royally screwed up? But instead, Judge Cannone said, well, they can use their common sense. Just the courts what's so disingenuous about that. The courts have been railing for years that jurors are into CSI. They think everything's like CSI. Here we have a judge that says, well, just use your common sense. You probably have from CSI, and all. Basically, that's what she said. I mean, you can't, because you just can't. Instead, the prosecution brings on Shannon with one N, okay? Burgess, the wizard, who says he finds things that nobody else can find, and they're not told differently. I'm just beyond that. By the way, just because you're on, Teddy donated, I guess, for Michael Bryan will be able to eat lunch today and have his burger at the waterfall. He said they make an amazing burger, by the way. Thank you, Teddy617. Amazing show. Yeah, Olivia's amazing, isn't she? She's just amazing. You can ask her anything about this case. She knows everything about this case. As a matter of fact, she should have been in that courtroom with the defense team, because she knows everything about this case. She could be the paralegal with that and all. So thank you very much for that, Teddy. I really appreciate that, acknowledging Olivia like that. Thank you so much. So it's so that's why Easter was interesting and all. And I'm sure he has more to say. He's willing to come back on again. We got him on vacation. We were actually pursuing him. Michael Bryan had been pursuing him nicely, and he had to wait until obviously the jury had the case. And so when Michael Bryan then
you mean he's ethical?
He's ethical. Isn't that interesting? And he won't say anything. He's not going to say anything. He knows he's got really good ethics.
He stays in his lane.
4 walls of he does. And he's absolutely willing to come back on, but he was on vacation, and he gave us that hour of his time, and we don't want to abuse it, but we'd like to have him on again. And all, certainly if there's a verdict, to then say exactly, specifically, I think at that time he can say specifically what it is the jury should have had, and all, let the public know,
I'd love to know if you guys are gonna if you're gonna bring him back on, because especially if you plan on talking about the phone data, the location, the GPS location data, because that was like one of my obsessions
Okay.
the forensic the forensic GPS and location data in this case. I learned a lot about that particular topic or subject, I guess, as it relates to the evidence in this
Yeah,
case,
no,
because it
we'd
was
love to.
like what the Commonwealth was relying on to to prove or to claim that John O'Keefe did not go inside the house. They were
Right, right,
claiming, that his cell phone GPS data. Meanwhile, we learned that was not true at
right.
trial, but
We learned that was not true, that they withheld that big white circle that actually showed that it did. And
it's
then no one said it,
ridiculous.
but it was ridiculous. And no one, and it has to be the defense to bring that out
Right.
to the jury. Yeah,
They
it
just had
was
Whiffen
ridiculous.
cut those slides out. I mean,
Yeah, cut it
it's
right. Cut
crazy.
his slides out. Cut his slides out. Write a software that's going to take a search out. That's going to take a deletion out. Just do that. And the jury's still out. Hello, hello. Hey, jury, if you have some ethics, maybe you'd notice that there was a lot of stuff wrong. No, we didn't announce before until 10 minutes before he was going to be on, because we didn't want any issue with him coming on from like the prosecution or anything like that. So we waited till the jury went out. We got him, and then we announced it just 10 minutes. So there wasn't that we didn't try to promote it. We
Frenzy.
promoted it afterwards, basically,
But
because we wanted to
that
get
was
him on.
smart of you. I mean,
So
it seems wise because you never know.
that was my view, and that's why you never know. As a matter of fact, even our producers didn't know that he was coming on until 10 minutes before. Although if you had a clue, if you looked at our thumbnail, because we said Easter Monday verdict, and that was a clue, but no one picked up on it. But once he was on,
That's
everyone
awesome.
realized. Yeah, so that's what we did. That's what we decided to do. So that we thought it was more important that we get the information from him rather than promoting ourselves. So that's what we did.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And to speak to that, what you've been talking about with how Judge Cannone ruled that he couldn't testify because it's the jurors possess this knowledge, or a lay person can, I guess, somehow know what is involved in a police investigation. I mean, I would say to that you're the Commonwealth's own police investigators didn't know how to do a police investigation in this case. I
right,
mean, like they're the very proof that we need to actually go and seek out qualified, credible people to speak on this subject, because they used freaking solo cups and stop and shop evidence bags in
right,
in their murder investigation, and a
in a
leaf
murder.
blower. Can you imagine taking a leaf blower to a crime scene so you just obliterate all of the potential evidence? Like,
No,
it's
absolutely.
insanity.
And Stephen Plourd, Crash Lord Plourd, said, "Look, immediately you preserve the scene. You have to do it if you have to have 7 police cars or whatever, crime scene tape, and then you just wait. You wait till the snow melts, whether it's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. You wait, okay? And there's your scene. And then what's there when the snow is melted? But you let no one in, no one out. You have to have the log. You make sure that it's not tampered with." And you wait,
You secure it, right? You secure the scene.
you secure the scene. I mean,
Put a
everything
tent
you
over
want.
it.
Yeah, he said you could put a tent over certain parts, or you can wait, and you can work certain parts with a tent, or you can just wait. But whatever it is, whatever you do, you secure that scene. Okay. He would have been. He said he would just would have waited. Tents.
Hmm.
You could do some tents. If you have, usually they put the tent up when there's a dead person. But there was no hurry. There was nothing that was going to change. There was absolutely no hurry. And you photograph it, you video it as it's going on. This is what's happening.
Hmm.
And you keep that photograph a video camera running for the whole time, and you secure that scene. And they didn't do any of that. They were all over. They let the people that could be if there was a dog there, the dog could have run out. You mean anything could have happened, except
Hmm.
for, or as Welcher said, hey, the car could have shot up into space.
Unbelievable. I mean, a whole other damn car accident could have happened right there. Anything could have happened right there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's like the thing that's really scary about it is, it's like, what is their excuse? Oh, so there was a snowstorm, a blizzard, those things that you're very used to getting up there in Boston. that's not a legitimate excuse. But let's say maybe they're, they're trying to say that it made things harder. Okay, well, if there is a murder of a police officer, that's when you would expect, everybody to come out. They're not going to, leave any anything undone. They're going to do everything, dot their I's, cross their T's. And it just makes you wonder, like, if this had happened to somebody who wasn't a police officer, what would the investigation have looked like? I mean, if it was that bad for a fallen brother in blue, how bad would it be for, one of our loved ones?
And it was interesting. That Mike Easter, who spent 20 years with the FBI, did the Las Vegas shooting case, and incredible, impeccable credentials, teaching at all. One of the things he said what bothered him is that where were everybody in blue? He said he would have walked through a snowstorm in bare feet, basically, to get to where he was. I mean, every cop should have been in the area, should have been out. Where were they to help with the scene, securing, to help with anything? Even he said, if you don't have it, the evidence bag is back at the, back at the store, so to speak, back at the police station. He said, then he asked the snowplow. You asked the snowplow driver, go back to the police station, go pick this up for me. He said, this is what you do. You don't just say, oh, it's a snowstorm, got to go home now.
Right.
He said he was really bothered by that, just incredibly bothered by that.
Oh, it angers me because it's like it's just you have this man who's devoted his life. It seems like he's devoted his life to others, being a police officer, and then with his niece and nephew, and he's lying incapacitated and can't help himself, and and just the total lack of interest, of care, of curiosity. I mean, one of the things that why I even brought this up, how Michael Easter said what stunned him the most was the lack of response. Because I'm of the belief, or at least suspicion, that Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan actually did in fact respond to the scene on January 29th, 2022 in the early morning, because it literally makes zero sense why they wouldn't immediately respond. They were contacted at 6:38 a.m. by Michael Lank and the CPAC unit at the state police, so that they know when they're getting that call, they know that they have to come in, they have to respond. And Michael Proctor lives in Canton. He lives
right there,
minutes around the corner. So you're telling me that Julie Albert was able to go to Dunkin' Donuts and get donuts and coffee and drive all the way over from her house, clear her driveway, get over to 34 Fairview, no problem, before a state police trooper was able to get out of his driveway and his house, which is much closer to 34 Fairview. But no, it took Michael Proctor. Let's see, they weren't even at Canton Police Department until I believe after 9 a.m., which is what they're claiming. I don't believe that, but
I know we all have doubts about that, right? Okay. So, but and also then they but they're okay to go to the hospital. If they're okay to go to the hospital, they were okay to go to the police station, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. I mean, so by the way,
you mean
you're
for
getting
the police or the witnesses?
Proctor and Buchanan, right? Oh, we went to the police station to see O'Keefe, but they could have that means they could have gone to the scene. The hospital was further away.
Well, exactly. I mean, why are you going to the police? Why aren't you just immediately responding to the scene? And like if you can't get out, if you're delayed and you can't get out because you're snowed in or for whatever reason, which by the way makes no sense that they would be snowed in because they were on call. So that means that you need to be ready at the drop of a hat if you get called in. So you have an obligation to keep your driveway cleared, or whatever may prevent you from being able to respond. I mean, none of the stories add up or makes any sense. I think that whole news story that came into effect after the defense made their third party culprit theory public, I think was just to conveniently explain away some troubling facts for the Commonwealth. Of course, we'll never know.
You never know.
But
So we have a couple questions here. The other Karen, this is an interesting question. I think I can answer this. Do you think it would have been easier for the defense to prove an accident? I get that doesn't explain the dog bites, but felt consistent with the medical evidence. The problem with that is they're also alleging that Karen is OUI. Not that she even has a blood alcohol level of 0.08. That's a different aspect of the OUI, that she was driving under the influence. And that could be one drink and it affects you like crazy and you drive under the influence because you get buzzed by one drink. And that would convict her of one of the manslaughter charges. So I don't think defense could have gone there. And certainly if it's not true, if they felt there's no collision, they won't go there. But thank you. That's a very good question, Karen. Not dismissing it. I think that the defense couldn't do that because that basically gets their client convicted if she's involved with the accident. And Elsie knew, and Olivia, I know you can help answer this one. Thank you again for this donation. Excuse me, I had to curse a little bit on the show. I'm Catholic, so it's if Bitchy Bev utilized Allen charge, but jury are split 6-6 for OUI, what happens then? Well, first of all, she hasn't utilized the Allen charge, which is called Tui Rodriguez. And apparently there's a mini Tui Rodriguez, by the way, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what Michael DelSignore said yesterday, that they have a mini Tui Rodriguez and then they have the full one, okay?
What does that even mean?
That I guess it takes a portion of it out, and it tells them just to go back and work again without
Like
giving
a
them the
warm
full
up,
charge.
kind of?
Yeah, like a warm up, kind of. I could have Michael on again. He's at a drop of a notice. He said he'd come on to talk
A warm
about
up
that.
for the dynamite
I
charge.
adore him for the dynamite charge, right? Okay. What the other Karen said I meant a slip and fall versus car accident. Well, very interesting about that because I did not know, and I said this to somebody I was texting with last night who had been on our show during the day, until Welcher got on the stand and he had a PowerPoint slide which had the first page of the medical examiner's report. It turns out that John O'Keefe has pretty severe heart disease. He had an 85% blockage of his LAD, his coronary descending artery there, which is called the Widowmaker. And could they have said that, he was drunk and he slipped and he fell? Doesn't explain the wounds, but, that was a way to go, I guess. I mean, it just depends. I think they had so much else in defense, though, with the throwing away of the phones and all, and the terrible investigation that just couldn't be by happenstance, that they felt that, they wanted to lay it all out in front of the jury. So could have been. I mean, if we see a hung, you never know what type of strategy a third trial would entail. But very good question, the other Karen, very good. So let's go back to the Bitchy Bev for a second. What happens next? Okay, Olivia, talk to me.
What happens next? If
if
they
get
split?
hung on a like a 6-6. Well, first of all, we don't know how they'll be hung because she won't ask them. But
Yeah.
Do they?
She definitely won't. She definitely won't ask them.
Yeah.
I don't anticipate any type of polling or anything. I mean, I don't know. Well,
Yeah, I don't
there's no
know.
way
Do
to
they try
know,
it again?
really.
Yeah. Do you think they try it again? Do you think they're so vicious
Oh, you
against
mean
her?
if they were to remain hung and
Uh,
then it's a
right.
mistrial?
Yeah, I think that's what Elsie knew. That's what you're asking. If it would remain hung and it's a mistrial, right? What happens then? Yeah.
Well, I would certainly hope at the very least this time that the jury gets their other verdicts, the acquittals on on the record, because that was obviously a huge problem at the first trial. Because it really dilutes down the state's case if they only have the second count to move forward with. And then they also have an indication from now two juries that the two juries were really only hung on it seems like the OUI charge.
And then maybe if the defense has to try it again, they go after that OUI a lot more, that she wasn't driving, maybe they go at that right now. They don't want to get her convicted of murder. and
Right.
all. But these are all very good questions, and I just wanted to show. I didn't show the other Karen's thing. All very good questions. I mean,
But
what I want to know is what they're doing in there right now. That's what I want
I
to
know,
know,
right?
because what
Yeah,
it's
they've been
12
in there for a
o'clock.
while.
They've been there for a while. I really thought, given jury psychology, that we'd hear something from them, like a question coming back on that the new verdict form, like X, Y, and Z. Do we start anew, or how do we go about this, or whatever? But they seem to, they're in radio silence again.
Yeah, I was honestly anticipating we would hear something this morning, whether it be late morning, early morning, but it's already, I mean, maybe we're going to hear something from them soon, because what did you say, 1:30 is when they usually break
Yeah,
for
1:30
lunch?
is usually their lunch break. Yeah, and she told the attorneys not to be back until 4, so she's planning on serving them lunch inside, not
Hmm.
and probably she's probably already sent a note to them initially and told them that they can deliberate during lunch, and but they can't announce a verdict or have any questions during lunch, so they won't be answered. And that I have explained to people, that's because the union contracts provide, the court staff is entitled to eat. All right. We
Hmm.
may not be entitled to eat as we sit here, but the court
I know.
staff is entitled to eat by contract, especially, when you have trial days and you have the court reporter. Now, it was a different court reporter this time. I thought Regina
Yep.
King, who was the court reporter, and Aaron Hernandez she was the best. I don't know in the meantime, had she retired or not.
Is she the one
Because
who was at the first trial?
yes, yeah.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic. No, I think she actually had to go on to another gig, another job.
She probably wanted to. I know this, she was our court reporter. She was wonderful, wonderful in the Aaron Hernandez case. So she's the best they have.
Yeah,
And
she's great.
yeah, she's great. But they're entitled because they have that thing where they have to say every single word. They're like the UN. What they hear in
It's
their
so
ear has
weird.
to go here. It's really weird to see. Joey Kane, thank you, gifting another Justice Serve TV membership. We really appreciate that for people. Again, I keep saying that. $2.99 a month is hefty for some people, and to have this kind of donation so other people can be members, it just bless your heart, Joey, is all I can say. And Joey also did some great animations, Olivia. Joey did. I kept telling the EMTs, and without any disrespect, but just fluffer nutter, because you had Natal and you had Fluffer, or whatever his name was, right? And so I combined them with fluffer nutter, and so he made like a fluffer knitter graphic, and all, and so it just adorably cute and all, because the whole idea that Karen Reed said, I hit him, 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 I hit him. And then the woman said, oh, she said it 4 times when it's not written down. The police didn't hear it. It's not on the audio tape. I don't think the jury credits that at all. If they credited that, you definitely would have had a verdict immediately.
You know what I thought was an incredible moment during this trial that we didn't get at the first trial, from Dr. Marie Russell, and also it was just amazing because it was like the ultimate. It was kind of like the ultimate response to Hank Brennan when he's asking Dr. Marie Russell, so did you consider the defendant's statements in her interviews and to the media in coming to your conclusions? And she says, I don't know if she says yes or no, but she goes on to say, well, I can explain that actually. And he asks, she's like, why did you go ahead? And she goes into this long-winded explanation about how this is what is it, a
Grief
acute
reaction.
grief
Yeah,
reaction.
acute grief
Yeah,
reaction,
and
right.
she's like, oh, I see it many, 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 many times, and I see it all the time in the emergency room, and it's incredibly common. She had just experienced a very traumatic event that morning, and it was like that quick little bit of testimony I thought was so disarming for one of the Commonwealth's primary pieces of evidence, and it also is an explanation that, like, all it needed was to be said, because it makes so much sense. I mean, look, if she was losing her mind so much and so hysterical that the police deemed her necessary to be involuntarily sectioned.
Right, to be committed, voluntary committed, right.
Right.
for people who don't know.
How are we finding her words that morning to be credible or reliable? I mean, they were literally, if you look at the Canton police reports, the way that they were talking about Karen, they're talking about her like she's a crazy person and she's
Right. I
saying
didn't see the
crazy
reports, but
things.
yeah. I didn't see any reports. By the way, I'm just going to tell, and I'd like to have him on. This is really, really great. Michael DelSignore, Dizzy and Missy, is willing to come on. He's our OUI expert, and he may have an answer to that. I'd love him to come on with Olivia so he can explain this question. I want to know what a misdemeanor OUI is that's there. So if we could bring, and Michael, I know you're probably listening, if we could send Michael a link to get him on, if anyone's listening to me, it's okay. We have his email in our in from yesterday. I'm actually going to say, because he would be great to answer some question. He's done with court. Yes, Michael, we're going to send you a link. We are on with Olivia, and she knows everything and has some questions she can ask you that I know are going to be fabulous, and you will be fabulous answering them. So this is how we do our show. We're very open. By the way, we tell people what's happening.
I love it.
Okay, and all. But I'm really used to this. Is I see all these. We have so many people on watching right now, and all the chats going by. Okay. And all, and you can see how people are using their own experiences with what they have into how they're evaluating this evidence, and that's what I think the jury is doing. I thought it was good that they had a lot of young women who survived the poll, the jury alternate poll, as I like to say. And quite frankly, I thought it was good that a lot of the first jurors got pulled out, because I was always suspect of the fact that they picked 10 jurors in like the first 3 days, and then it took 3 weeks to pick the rest. I thought those were stealth jurors that were the first ones picked, generally, not the 4-person at all. I would be, just like the defense, very happy that he's there, and very happy, quite frankly, that I think he's the 4-person.
Yeah, and I've heard good things about the jury as a whole, but the 4-person, especially because I think he was one of the first jurors that was chosen, if I'm not mistaken.
The first one. That's why he ended up with number 1, right? That's why he ended up in the seat 1, which is behind, as you know. It's unlike most juries. It's in the second row, and it's behind. It's like, way behind. It's closer to the judge and all, but he's behind everything, which is unusual.
That courtroom is crazy. I mean, tiny and very oddly shaped and laid out.
Yeah,
and it doesn't have any air conditioning. Apparently,
it doesn't have any air conditioning. Yeah, right. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, it doesn't have any air conditioning. That's. And when she told the jury that Thursday that she sent him home for no air conditioning, I think that was a ruse. She wasn't sending him home that Thursday for no air conditioning, as we know. But and all. But obviously she had things she was doing. It was amazing that she let court go early when it was the bar association dinner, right?
Right.
Oh, let you go home early today. You're right. So she's doing everybody a favor, right? Exactly like clockwork. I don't know. I can't invite Michael DelSignore, guys. So you're going to have to do him from the invite we have yesterday. And let me see. I have no control over this. Let me see. So he really was very interesting about this, that I had no idea. And I'm going to actually send copy this, copy email, and I'm sending it to. You know what? I'm sending it to you, Dizzy and Missy, as soon as I can get to my WhatsApp. Oops, my WhatsApp is definitely there. It's playing. It's chats, and I'm going to send you his email just in case you don't have it again, because he is the maven. He's the one who does all the cases that are important for OUI, and it's very interesting. That should say gmail.com, not gmail.coming. My nails get in the way. All right. Everyone who knows me knows my nails get in the way. So it's his email with gmail.com, not gmail.coming. He may be coming to the show, but just when you got that, just so you all know, everyone who knows me knows that they can always tell when I've sent something, because my nails are always in the way of my proper my proper typing. But so we're going on. Yeah, we're getting up to lunch. The jury must know Fluffernutter. Yeah, they're getting a kick out of Fluffernutter here. But they're obviously discussing something. All right. And I guess it may be good that because if they had found a guilty verdict on the second counts, they've got 1, 2, 3 things to go through on that. And they may be discussing those, and maybe they've come to some not guilty on the top count and moving on to the lesser included charges. And then they have to go, remember, they have to go read the instruction sheet. They have to read the instruction sheet. Okay. And I don't know, so what do you have? The juries are in there. Let's read the instruction sheet. Let's see what this says now that we're now here and we know we have a not guilty and a guilty to check off of. Let's doing that. But I do think that it does prevent the negotiation, like, well, you really think this, but, I'm willing to trade off that, until. And you may have people that are just, there's no collision. No, I'm not going to, I'm not going to move, we don't know what's happening. We just know that they're on day 4. Now, we had, just so that everyone doesn't get worried, when we were in Aaron Hernandez, we had 4 days also. We thought we'd never seen a case that was clear on the double homicide, which was after he had been convicted of a murder of both actual innocence and reasonable doubt. And we were trying it both actual innocence and reasonable doubt. And the jury did take 4 days to go through. And then afterwards, it turns out, we were like, where are they? You start getting worried. What could I have done? What didn't I do? And all. That the one whole day they spent going through all the jury charge because they didn't understand it when the judge read it. They're just people sitting there. And so they all went through the jury charge line by line. Okay. And that took a whole day. And then the next day, they always wanted, before they even started, they wanted to see all the evidence. So that took a whole day. And then the third day is really when they started their deliberation. And then the fourth day, they came out with the verdict, which makes sense. But so you don't know what they're doing. And that jury charge is confusing. When I was writing it down, I was like, what did she just say? And I'm a lawyer, and I know this stuff. All right.
And meanwhile, I believe she also says during her oral instructions, I believe she advises the jury that they are to, because they're hearing her oral instructions, but they're also getting the printed out version of the instructions, but that the jurors are supposed to essentially prioritize what she is saying to them orally now, so that
she said that? I missed that. Really?
Basically meaning, if they're looking at the printed out version and they think that there's a discrepancy, then they should rely on their memory of what she orally instructed them to do, which logically makes no sense because she was reading from a printout herself.
Right.
So wouldn't the default thing to rely upon be the printout?
I actually missed that. Yeah, because that's why they send the printout. And and there was a fight for years about whether or not juries got the printouts of the instructions. Okay, it really started that in federal court they started giving the printouts to the juries. Before saw it really in state court, and then the state courts kind of like followed the federal courts. So they're like, well, why should they have? Why should they know what they're doing? And that was the theory.
Well, yeah.
And the whole point to send the printout was because they're not supposed to deviate when the judge reads that jury instruction. She said it herself. They're not supposed to deviate from them, right? Okay. They're not supposed to deviate from it. That's why you have the jury instruction sheet. All right. So that's exactly why you have it. And that's why the federal courts start doing it, because they didn't want the jurors and they're confused. One juror heard this thing from the judge. One juror heard that thing from the judge. Now, I what I will say, and what I say to people, is that there's been concern that maybe the foreperson didn't take notes. That doesn't bother me at all, because what I found with jurors, and they don't really know. Remember, they don't really know. By the way, when they're going to be an alternate, they don't even know the process. So what they tend to do is that they can't talk about the case. Is generally they'll assign people. One person may take all notes, right? All the time. And you'll see that there's always somebody who's always writing, and people who have been in the courtroom will report that out. But they've assigned other people. Well, you take notes here, and I'll tell you what, I'll take notes here, except if we have something really important that we all want to take a note on. Where no one's prohibited, but maybe you do this person, and I'll do that person, and you do this, so that they collectively have assigned themselves duties. And I think you saw that. I think when people were saying one juror is really writing a lot with one, and one juror is writing a lot with another.
Yeah,
or
there was
they
one
all
juror who I think went through like something like 7 notebooks. I mean, I think it was more probably by the end of the trial, but
yeah,
and then you had, I think, the foreman
didn't take any
who didn't
notes.
take any notes. So
Right.
yeah, it's interesting to hear
but we've seen
different.
that. Yeah, we've seen that. In the inspector, we had one juror who took 20 notebooks
Oh
of
my
notes for the
goodness.
trial. He ended up being the foreperson. All right.
Wow.
So 5
Were
notebooks,
they allowed
according to
to bring
Sue,
their
was an
notebooks
alternate.
into?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh,
What?
okay. Were they allowed to bring their notebooks, in the Spectre case, or even the Aaron Hernandez case? Were the jurors allowed to bring their notebooks into deliberations?
Yes. Yeah, they're always allowed to bring the notebooks into
I
deliberation.
don't.
Yeah.
Are they allowed to here? For some
Yeah,
reason.
absolutely. That's why they have the notebooks. Absolutely. That's why they're
Well,
taking.
that's why I thought they had the
Yeah.
notebooks, but I must be misremembering.
Yeah.
Maybe it
No.
was
No.
that they can't use them as. There's something
If they hear
odd that she.
something, it's to pay attention to other people that may be and the person that can answer the Massachusetts procedure. He is on Michael DelSignore, my friend. I'm proud to say. Unfortunately, after COVID came in, and we haven't gotten together, but I'm following him, and he was kind enough to invite me to one of his seminars. Let me tell you, he is such a great person. Before I bring him on, he actually pays for seminars every year to bring lawyers in to teach them about forensics and trials and all. He pays for them himself to get the best people in, okay? Because he wants to be the lawyer who trains people to make sure that everyone knows how to represent somebody properly. And so for that, I just give him, when I first met him, great credit. And let's bring him on, Olivia. Let me see. I can add him to the stage, or there he is. I don't have to add him to the stage. Everyone else did. And Michael, back again.
Yes, hi, Linda.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. And you have Olivia Nile on. Olivia, you probably followed her. She is anyone you can ask anything about this case. She knows the data, especially. She knows the case. She's amazing. And I told her how amazing you are. So we have some questions. I know Olivia has some questions for you as a Massachusetts lawyer practicing. You told us about Judge Bev yesterday, Judge Beverly Cannone, who generally is considered a defense judge, but not in this case, right? Apparently. But talk to us. When I was texting with you last night, I asked you if this were a standalone OUI, what would have been the time frame for bringing a charge? And you said there's a 6-year statute of limitations for a misdemeanor. Is there something else besides a misdemeanor OUI?
So yeah, the statute of limitations is long for misdemeanors, but in an OUI, this person's supposed to get a citation immediately. So if somebody doesn't get the citation, say in a week, 2 weeks, you can file a motion to dismiss under the no fix law. And actually, Judge Cannone has the leading case on that. She was affirmed by the Massachusetts Supreme Court. She dismissed, I want to say it was an OUI 4th. There was a serious case in Superior Court. She dismissed it under the no fix law. So OUIs have to be brought very quickly, when a person's not placed under arrest, if they have to be given a citation. So we don't see too many statute of limitation issues because of that no fix law. A case would get dismissed under that statute.
And then that's called, with the no fix law is what for people that aren't lawyers?
It's so you're supposed to get a citation immediately when you're charged with OUI, so that you have notice of the charge. So without a citation of the charge, the case can get dismissed. It applies in first offense OUIs. Without a death, it has to be a first offense, or it can even be a second offense.
Wow. Olivia, ask away. He knows everything there is to know about criminal procedure, criminal law. What happens? You had the question about the notebooks. I know.
Yeah, well, you said that you're in Massachusetts, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, because I know that it seems to be there's a lot of rules and laws that are unique to Massachusetts, but something that I know a lot of people have been curious about and I heard attorney Tom Kokonowski recently discuss this, which is it typical that the foreperson is chosen before the alternates are selected?
I was surprised to hear that too. That's always been an issue for me in my trials. Like, I think the alternate should be selected first. Otherwise, the judge is getting to pick somebody. Usually, they do pick who's ever in seat one. It could. I guess the defense has thought of everything. My guess is the defense likes the juror in seat one and was okay with that. If she picked the,
I would concur.
if she picked who's ever in seat one last time, there's a consistency. Maybe they sidebarred it with her and asked judge you picked seat one, so they didn't have to bring that up. But it is a good point that if the judge really shouldn't be picking the foreperson randomly.
Yeah. We actually in Hernandez made a big deal about that. The whole law that it was, we lost Michael. I think he's behind an avatar or he's gone. I'm not sure which it is. Okay. We actually challenged. He'll be back. We actually challenged the whole law itself on the basis of equal protection of the law, because by just allowing the judge to pick the foreperson, and in our case, the judge picked a white female, Caucasian female, and we had a lot of diversity on our jury, that it did away with unequal protection of the law, because not everyone had a chance to become the foreperson of the jury. I know they say, well, the judge likes to pick the person who's been most attentive. Our feeling was the judge liked to pick the person they thought was most prosecution friendly. But on this case, I don't think they have that equal protection, because they probably like the foreperson, and the foreperson's also a racial minority, so that that argument wouldn't be valid. Michael?
Was that the case that they picked the foreperson was a racial minority in this case?
No, in our case, it was a white female. We had diversity on a jury with a black defendant, with a Hispanic defendant, not black, obviously, Javier Hernandez. So we challenged it, and the judge said, nope, that's the law in Massachusetts. And of course, we got the verdict of not guilty. So there was, we didn't get to go forward. Yeah.
Doesn't the law... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, yeah. I'd be surprised if the defense didn't bring that up, because I like the argument they made that they should be allowed to pick the alternates. I've never heard anyone make that, but it's if all the jurors are indifferent, why shouldn't the defense pick the alternates? The government's got the burden of proof. They should be able to prove it with any of the jurors that are sitting. She denied that, but that was if they thought of that, I'd be shocked if they didn't also have the foreperson issue challenged as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, because after the first trial and the jury selection process, I was looking more into what the rules are in Massachusetts, and I'd look back at some other trials that I watched, specifically the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. And I remember that Judge Schroeder, I thought that he did a fantastic job with the selecting the alternates and the jury selection process there, because he allowed the defendant himself to physically pick up, hold, and look at the numbers, put them into the tumbler, and then he got to pick the alternates himself. And it was a very transparent process, a process that, frankly, there's no reason for it not to be transparent, because I think when it isn't transparent, you're just introducing the opportunity for people to speculate that there's unfairness, or creating the opportunity for potential unfairness. So I thought I like the argument that the defense put forth this time. And it's interesting, because I believe in the courtroom across the hall, or in the same courthouse, for the Dr. Ingolf Turk murder trial, which recently ended, they did the selection a little bit different there. I believe that they didn't choose the foreperson before the alternates, if I'm not mistaken. They did it differently, and I believe with more transparency in that courtroom. So it's just interesting to see the different, I guess, procedures.
Yeah. So, Michael, thoughts?
Yeah,
about-
I've seen judges pick the alternate first, then the foreperson. I've seen the foreperson be chose randomly. You know, and just,
Do
judges.
they ever let the jury select the foreperson?
I've never seen that. It's always been
Oh,
they
okay.
put the name in the tumbler and pick one out if a judge does it randomly.
Olivia, you mentioned Kyle Rittenhouse. There, one of the jurors wanted to take her notebook home during deliberations overnight, and the judge allowed it. I have never, ever seen that. Usually
Did he
it's like,
really?
yes. Yeah, go back and listen. There's
Oh
one
my
juror, a
goodness, I
female
don't
juror.
remember that. Wow,
Yeah,
that is
wanted to take her notebook home. and-
bizarre.
yeah, and of course I said click, 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 click on my notes. I've never heard that, yeah, it's kind of unbelievable when you think about it, right? The whole point is that you don't take your notebook home, but you know. So, Michael, do they have anything in Massachusetts where you know, like they have like a seal that the notebooks get sealed so that they can be sure that they're not looked at overnight, or what happens to those notebooks?
I don't think there's a seal. I think they give them to the court officers, but I would agree if they shouldn't be taking their notes home, because then they're presumably deliberating or studying the case without their fellow jurors. So I don't see how they can follow the court's instructions not to pay attention to the case. So
I don't think, I definitely don't think, you know, that's the case. By the way, per Christina Rex, I told Olivia, we normally have Fashion Fridays on this show. So today is the jury fashion from Christina Rex, from Penny Like a Coin. Hard to say if jurors look dressed for a very 4 women in dresses, 1 in a skirt, 1 in jeans, 2 of the men in shorts, no one in loungewear. Apparently the first day they all had like their, you know, their sweats on and all. They knew the first day they were in for like, it was going to be comforting. My suggestion would be if there's 4 women dresses, they're dressed to be seen, but that's, you know, maybe that's just me, you know, maybe it's me as I sit here with my yoga pants from Justice Serve TV on, you know, very comfortably and all. So Olivia had some really interesting thoughts, Michael. Talk about this OUI. What do you were talking about the 5 o'clock and the 1:45, Olivia, with me. Michael's actually a better person to talk to. How they could use, if they could use the BAC for the 5 o'clock in the morning and 9:45 at night if it's so far away.
Well, actually, you know, one of the questions that I had immediately upon hearing that question from the jury was for the OUI charge, you know, the OUI standalone charge, for the OUI charge to be a lesser included of manslaughter, wouldn't it therefore have to be specific to 12:45 a.m., which is the time that the state alleges the car collision happened, versus 5 a.m., given that the OUI is not a standalone, it's not an actual standalone charge?
I agree with that. Yeah, I think that the OUI, she has to be intoxicated at the time of the accident. To say that she was intoxicated at 5, I suppose there was evidence in the trial she drove. I thought she got picked up, but there's no real evidence of her state at that time. You know, the drinks she had at the bar were much earlier in the night. She doesn't really look unsteady. I don't see how they could convict her based on a theory she was intoxicated at 5 o'clock in the morning. She didn't really look, and there's really no evidence that she looks intoxicated. The video, she's not stumbling. She's upset, and then the drinks are so far removed from the time period that that's a interesting question. I'm surprised the jury asked that. It seems the time period has to be the time of the accident. It's interesting to see how jurors think of things. So they ask questions we don't often anticipate.
Yeah.
Oh,
By the way, the jurors are apparently at lunch right now from 12:30 to 1:30. So we know at lunch right now between 12:30 and 1:30 they can't ask a question, or they can, but it's not going to be answered because the court officers will be You know, they'll be at lunch, and everyone will be at lunch, and all sorts of people should be. They all should be at lunch, right? But with that, Olivia, that raises a good point. That Michael, that raises a good point. That's what I thought yesterday. Alan Jackson said, just tell them that they're the fact finders. I was here saying, now, again, it's not my case, and I don't know. I was here saying, well, tell them that the 5 o'clock is not an issue. The whole issue of the indictment is, was she intoxicated at the time that the alleged homicide occurred? That's the issue, and there was no time in the indictment. So I agree with you, Michael. I just think, you know, unless they think it's a benefit, because maybe that the blood alcohol level they think is okay to go back towards 5 a.m., but not for 12:45. But I would have told the jury that to say that they can only determine whether she's intoxicated at the time she hit him.
Yeah, that's what Brennan wanted the judge to instruct, but I do think it's better for the defense if they can't even figure out the time she's intoxicated. That's a good
Absolutely.
Yeah, good point. That's a good point. That's the other aspect of a good point, that if the prosecution hasn't proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, and they don't even know what time they're talking about, how can they find her guilty of manslaughter while operating under the motor vehicle accident? The blood test, Michael, explain to Olivia and I, they took this, there was a lot of problems with this hospital draw, which was not supposed to be used in court and then gets retrograde extrapolation on. Do you normally see that? You know?
Serum conversion, retrograde. Yeah.
We don't get a ton of blood cases. Generally, there'll be a breath test, but if somebody goes to the hospital after an accident, you'll see a hospital blood test, and that's just a screening test. It's just the hospital's just looking for a quick idea of whether alcohol is involved. So it's testing an enzymatic reaction. So those tests can be affected by a lot of different things. So it's not really a forensic test. It really shouldn't be used in court. And then the extrapolation in the case, the range is so wide, there's not really enough data to even give retrograde extrapolation. So, you know, I would have thought that would have been excluded, but I think the blood issue wasn't, with her statements and the evidence of how much she drank. Maybe the defense wasn't so concerned with the actual BAC. Based on the video, jury might have thought it was even higher than what it showed. So they might have been happy with the range being somewhat low, given the evidence of what she was drinking.
Now, Olivia, I know
on the video, do you mean you're referring to the video, like her interview statements, I'm assuming?
The interviews and then the footage of her drinking at the bar. Who knows what the jury would have thought the BAC was without some reading. They may have thought it was higher than what the blood alcohol even showed, or the range it showed.
Yeah, and I think that the other question that the jury asked yesterday definitely seemed to indicate that the interview statements were factoring in, you know, that's certainly a part of their decision making right now. So, you know, it's unfortunate because it's such an unforced error, in my opinion.
Certainly, if it comes back guilty on anything, I think obviously the interviews are going to be the major factor that supports the conviction. It was an interesting day of questioning. Most of the questions were pro-defense, and that question was sort of strange, suggesting they didn't know what to do with them, but then they were at this point in their deliberation. So they've been deliberating now 6 hours today. I think a lot of people thought maybe they already decided yesterday, they're just going to sleep on it and the verdict in the morning. Now, perhaps they're looking at those statements and trying to see what, you know, whether that's enough for proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Now, Olivia, I know you have to hop off for a conference call. You know, and I am so sorry. You were so gracious to keep you on. And anytime you want to come on today, please just pop right back. We're here. We're not going anywhere. So.
Yeah, I told Dizzy, if you're still going when I get back, I'll come hop back on. And I know who knows what's going to happen though. It looks like the jury's probably going to lunch.
Yeah, they're at lunch right now. Nothing's happening till 1:30. So Yeah, pretty much
Okay,
sure of
so we're
that.
in the clear for a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, yeah, we're in the clear.
All right. Well, it was so great talking with you, Michael, sorry.
Yes.
And thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate that.
Oh, anytime. Nice talking to you as well.
All right.
Thanks,
Take care.
Olivia.
Bye, Linda.
Bye. Michael, I don't see you, and then I abuse you by having you on constantly. And I have another question for you. The other Karen, who's one of our supporters, has had some great questions today. For count 2, can jurors acquit on some of the lesser includeds and hang on the OUI charge? Is there what happens with the judge? In other words, can they acquit her on the manslaughters and hang on whether she's operating under the influence?
Right.
Yes, right.
They could do that. If they hung on the OUI, that would be as good as a not guilty. Obviously, I think the prosecution would dismiss. I don't think they would retry her on a simple OUI.
I can imagine the most expensive OUI charge ever, right?
Yeah.
Now let me ask you that. Let's assume let's assume for the moment, hypothetically, everything is not guilty and they convict her on that. As this is put in as a lesser included, does this get subject to that law that you mentioned then? Because there really should have been a citation since there wasn't an indictment on it at all. It was just part of the manslaughter.
No, that wouldn't apply in this case because the death takes it out of the no fix law, and that would be waived anyway. That's something you would have to do before trial. If they come back guilty, just the OUI, I think one or two things will happen. I think Miss Reed did some time. I believe she served 2 or 3 days. I think as a practical matter, this is probably what will happen. She said she'll probably go right to the sentencing because I don't think you want to bring everyone back here and create this kind of scene again. You want to get this case done. I think she would say time served, guilty, time served, terminate and discharge. It would give Miss Reed a 1-year license loss, but to put her on probation, I just think they might want to save the pomp and circumstance of having her go to probation and all that stuff. And I don't think she's going to care one way or the other. I think it's probably cleaner just to end the case entirely than have her check in with probation, have to do a program. She'd get a 45-day license loss. So my guess is they're going to end it, get rid of this case, and they're going to say guilty, time served, and that'll be the end of it. So she's not even on probation, and I think she'll be thrilled with that.
That's if she's found not guilty. Obviously, we're making a hypothetical here, but they do seem. I had a question too because with this verdict form changing. Oh, I think Michael Bryan's going to come on to join us here, Michael DelSignore. And our maven, both Massachusetts law and all. When he comes on, I'm going to forgive me. I'm going to take
let's put Michael in the middle, the other Michael in the middle. Let's see if we can do. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. How you doing, Michael?
Oh, good. How you doing, Mike? Again, nice to see you again.
Michael, I'm going to take a quick break. Please forgive me. I will be back. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
She's been here for it's like a telethon, Michael. She's been. I have the luxury of here in Dedham just hitting the streets, wandering around. Seeing what's going on. I'm hearing a delay. I don't know if you are as well.
Not really. No, I think it's
see if I can fix that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then I will ignore that. So let me ask you this. First of all, welcome back. Glad you could join us again to the busiest intersection in this part of the world. So I'm sure you guys got into this, but I wasn't the benefit of your expertise and your impressions. What the hell's going on at this point? Are you surprised that as of this morning anyway, we haven't heard a peep?
A little bit. I think maybe they're trying to get an agreement, consensus on the OUI manslaughter or the OUI motor vehicle homicide. My guess is if there's any debate, it's maybe whether they charge there's a OUI motor vehicle homicide misdemeanor charge. So I think they're looking at her statements. They did ask the question about the statement. So if there's going to be a conviction, it's going to come down to her statements. How much weight can they put on them? Do those state the way she behaved? Does that all get the government to beyond a reasonable doubt, such that it even overcomes all the flaws in the investigation? I'd say if they're going to convict her, they're going to look at the case like this. She confessed. She told us she acted like somebody who was guilty. She gave these interviews. And so then the fact that the science doesn't quite line up, they might be more forgiving of that. They might say, well, yeah, we don't know exactly how it happens, but she told us how it happens. So I think that's the path to a conviction on one of those lesser charges. So I think perhaps that's what they're debating, is how much weight do they put on the interviews and her statements.
And I know we talked about this yesterday, but now with 24 hours behind us and that defense added OUI instruction / verdict slip option, is it starting to look like a good idea or a bad idea?
I think that was a great idea. I don't see the downside. She's convicted of just the OUI. I don't think she would be punished for going to trial. I don't think the judge is going to punish her as if she was convicted of the other charges. If it's just the OUI, they didn't find an accident. Judge Cannone was on the district court for years. She imposed the standard disposition in most cases. The OUI would be very weak evidence if it's just the OUI without any accident. And I would think she would either give her the standard 1-year probation, or if she wants to be more practical, give her her time served and end the case. I think that's probably what they would do, just to not put her on probation and sort of end the matter very early.
That would be, I think, the best case scenario for those who think she should be convicted of something. Or obviously the defense wanting to minimize whatever that might be. Here's the bigger potential problem, I think. What a surprise. I have a siren going by. Stand by, please. I hope everybody's okay. It's the Coastal Emergency Medical Services of Dedham. Okay, so we heard the judge say yesterday when Mr. Jackson said, well, look, let's answer this question number 4, which we believe was actually maybe number 1. And that is, hey, if we are not guilty on 2 charges, what do we do about the 3rd? Can we be hung on a different charge? And she decided basically a non-answer. When that was objected to by defense, saying, well, you got to give them some direction, because that's the law. They can issue a verdict on part of the overall indictment. Why not tell them that? And she said, we're not there yet, Mr. Jackson. We're not there yet, which leads you to believe that maybe she will address it at some point. I am not counting on it. She had that opportunity in trial number 1 and she blew it. So there is a scenario in my twisted mind that says they're hung on, even if it's the OUI charge of the lessers in the second part of the indictment. And because of that, the whole thing is blown up. And it's a mistrial overall. Thoughts?
I think if they come back with another question, I think they frame the question that what if we are hung? I think she's waiting for them to say, we have a verdict on 2 charges. We are hung on the other charge. I think if that's the case, she might instruct him something like this. Keep your verdict on the 2 that you have. I'm instructing you to continue deliberating. She might give some version of what we call a Tui Rodriguez charge, which basically says, we're going to have to try this again if you don't come up with a decision. But I think she'll encourage them to decide everything and send them back. But if they come back again, I think she would have to say, we will take the partial verdict, but I want you to continue deliberating on the charges that you're still hung on. Potentially.
Well, that's downright reasonable. So I'm throwing that right out the window as a possibility. I just don't know what to expect anymore, because there have been so many opportunities to do the right thing. And we shouldn't even been having this conversation, because it should have been established early on with the jury that you do have the opportunity to come to a decision on any or all of the charges and to focus your deliberations accordingly. But that never happened. And then when the specific question was asked, it wasn't answered.
Yes.
So I guess we can hope. They'll come back after lunch. They'll get back at it again. My rough calculation, and I know there are folks tracking this better than I am, puts it probably in the 14 hours, 15-hour range, something like that. And to put it in perspective with the first trial, that's just over half what they did. They did 27 hours over 4 days. They had much more productive days. Remember the first day here, which was last Friday, a millennium ago, they only did 2 hours. So that wasn't much of a day. So, this week they finally jump in with both feet. What do you think the impact is of what I'm calling the first Friday of the week today because of the national holiday tomorrow?
They're gonna, if they don't decide today, they're gonna come back on Monday. I think if they're close, they are gonna try to decide this. You would.
I know we've heard both that they're going to be shut down Friday. They're not going to be shut down Friday. Have we confirmed whether they are or are not? I may have missed that while I was out wandering about. But if they are going to come back Friday, it still makes this another Friday, meaning here's an opportunity to wrap this up and not come back the day after tomorrow, let alone next week.
Right. I question why they would be off Friday unless they requested to be off Friday. Frankly, I think they should have. I've seen other states where they deliberate on Saturday. I think the jury should have been allowed to come in if they wanted to tomorrow. These people have sacrificed 3 weeks of their time. How much vacation do they have? Time off? They need to get back to their job. So to lose 2 days and just say, okay, we're gonna make you start another week plus 4th of July is coming up. I think the judge should have done everything she could to even let them deliberate on Thursday, which I think it perhaps is not possible because of the holiday, the court. But if the jury wanted to, it might have been good to give them that option so they can get back to their lives.
I mean, who knows what the inner workings of government is with budgets, et cetera, and the officers, and it's a paid federal holiday. Therefore, how do we get people in here? Blah, blah, blah. Anytime you get the government involved, it's all mucked up. So probably virtually impossible from a practical standpoint, to create what they need to secure the courthouse, get everybody in, out. So, I get it. I don't like it because I'm against big government, and that's classic big government waste. But I think that's probably what happened. So they come back on Friday if they can't figure it out today. But I guess I'm curious about in your experience, the emotional impact of a Friday, in this case, disguised as a Wednesday verdict.
The thought is that the verdict is, if you're on the defense side, you really think it should come today. You never know, until it comes, it's hard to read anything into it. They might not be ready. They might still need more time to deliberate. But if you're the defense and this is not a verdict today, I think it's concerning, especially if there's no questions. Then you're wondering you're always going to be wondering that. It's you don't know where they stand. This jury has tipped their hand a little bit. I don't think anyone really, the evidence on the second-degree murder, I think, was never there. And then even the scene, there really wasn't. I think that was a weak charge too, given that there was no evidence she knew she hit him. This has to be a knowledge element.
Yep.
So this should have really come down to whether it's an OUI, motor vehicle homicide, to begin with. If it was overcharged, it probably, looking back, if the government could do it again, if they didn't charge second-degree murder, maybe you don't have a national case now. We probably don't have Alan Jackson here. So overcharging it, I think, may have been a huge error for the Commonwealth. It probably fed into some of this movement that we see for Karen Read, which we've never seen before.
Yep, I would agree. And I used to give the powers that be the benefit of the doubt when this went hung the first time, and then it became known through the anonymous juror affidavits that, hey, we were all good on 1 and 3. That was not guilty right out of the box. That we focused and were hung up ultimately on number 2. I thought, well, if I'm a prosecutor with reasonable evaluation skills, I'm going to say, maybe we don't retry this. Maybe we just go forward with the second cause of action and we work out a deal. And if we can't, then we try it, and on that charge and that charge alone. That, from what I've researched, investigated. That was never a conversation in the prosecution office.
Right. I agree. I'm surprised they didn't take that path as well. Prosecution, it's not supposed to be about winning at all costs, about justice. I think they should have agreed to have the jurors come in, consented to the procedure, and said, you know what, if there was a mistake, granted, the verdict has to be declared in court, but we're not going to put form over substance. We don't want to prosecute somebody that a jury already was found not guilty. So, with the new prosecutor, I thought maybe there would be a change of charges, but, there wasn't. Case moved forward. And, I think you can tell through the closing argument, usually a second-degree murder, in his closing argument, it was really kind of hard for him to argue forcefully that charge. Generally, I think a prosecutor on second-degree murder is going to spend a lot of time on the lead charge, not divide them up evenly as he did.
Right. And what he tried to do was focus on, it's more of a general intent. She intended to step on the gas. She intended to drive backwards. Not an intent to kill, not necessary, but his intent was referencing the alleged activities of the motor vehicle, knowing that somebody was there, John O'Keefe. But you're right. Yeah, considering it's a top charge, it was almost a throwaway, right?
Right.
So a couple of programming notes here while I was out wandering around. First of all, I interviewed a very interesting guy from Fall River. I gave him a hard time. I said, "What's with your accent?" So he ran for mayor of Fall River, had some interesting ideas, but he's upset about the alleged corruption here, not alleged in his mind, and some very harsh penalties he suggests for the court officers and however high this may go in his mind. But then I also ran into my compatriots in the First Amendment fight, Mark Randazza and John Matus, who were the two attorneys, specifically Mark Randazza, who spearheaded these cases, which opened up the buffer zone to allow everybody there that is there now. So very nice to run into them, had a nice conversation with them. Also, Mr. Grant was there, whose name is on one of the primary cases, the first of the 4 cases. And really the decision will be the Grant decision. Anybody who references this going forward in their First Amendment studies, it is the Grant decision. And so it's important to note that they're not happy. I gave it the kissing your sister analogy. It's better than it was, but there are so many things that could have been done better and more completely that would have made it truly free speech. But with timing issues, it could have been a pocket veto, Michael, where the judge or the appellate court did nothing. And the next thing you know, we have a verdict and it's too late. That place would have been a ghost town without the intermediary resolution that was offered and helped, the attorneys kind of helped the court craft, right? And so it's great. It's far better than it might have been. Great to hear from those guys. They're here on our viewers will recall the Erica Walsh matter. She was actually part of the 5th case where she was walking through the zone there with a, I think the sweatshirt from Microdots, available now, said criminals control Norfolk County. I think that's how it was described. And the first time through wearing that, they gave her a hard time, threatened to arrest her, did not, but issued a summons of some sort. So that was a charge. That was dismissed. So I says, what are you guys doing here? I thought that case was dismissed. Oh, no. The second one, in which she wore the same sweatshirt and was arrested, physically taken into custody, booked, that one is still alive. So they had to go to court to make their arguments on that. Now, I know First Amendment cases are not your primary focus, but still, any attorney, any citizen who's kind of taken a glance at the Constitution knows how important this is. What is your take on the interpretation of the powers that be in this area to issuing the buffer zone and then enforcing it in such a militaristic way?
Yeah, I don't think if someone has some communication can be on a shirt, it can be any form. If it's not inciting violence or danger, there's a First Amendment right to it. So just because somebody doesn't want to hear the communication, if there's no danger, I don't see how you can prosecute somebody for having a shirt that says criminals control Norfolk County. It's an opinion to the extent it's true. It's free speech, and it's protected clearly by the First Amendment. The First Amendment protects the right to burn a flag as long as you're not creating a fire, protects a speech that we don't want, that we find distasteful, but that's the whole point of it. It's just speech. And I don't, if somebody was calmly walking through the buffer zone with a shirt that it's not saying anything about law enforcement to incite any violence or riot towards anyone, it seems very passive speech. I think would be clearly within the First Amendment protections. I think that would be a good motion to dismiss any criminal charge on that.
Wouldn't you think? And so what they've ended up carving out as a solution still infringes, because you can go inside the First Amendment zone, as I'm calling it, the buffer zone, but you can't have anything that says free, clear, and read or FKR, nothing, or attacks the judge. You could wear that shirt that we're specifically talking about, criminals control Norfolk County. You can wear that one. That's okay. So they've drawn this line between general, accusations against the larger entity, but not personal individuals or officers of the court, suggesting either the judge, or I guess you couldn't have something that said Massachusetts State Police stink. I guess you can't do that either. So they've carved out what is acceptable speech and what is not, which is wrong. It's just wrong. But again, under the circumstances, it was a solution that allowed what's happening here now to happen, rather than have it squashed completely. And, in September, October, a decision comes down and says, nope, all of those are protected free speech. Knock yourself out. Well, it's over, right? So yeah, sometimes you got to choke down a compromise.
Right. My guess is the logic was they didn't want the jury being influenced by the demonstrations outside. I would say that's probably the only rationale for it. But yeah, speech should never be chilled just because somebody doesn't like the content, for sure.
We may have talked about this yesterday. I apologize if we did, but I'm getting kind of rummy here after so many days. The issue of gagging the attorneys, did we talk about that? How they're gagged now after the fact?
We didn't talk about that, no.
Okay, good. So let me get your take on this. Linda and I've talked about it. Very unusual at the end of proceedings during deliberations to have the jury gagged. I mean, to have the attorneys gagged because the proceedings are over. It tells me that this judge either just like is a control freak, or, and it may be both, or doesn't trust this jury. Then she thinks that if the attorneys make statements that they're going to be reported, social media, etc., and they're going to learn about them, and it's going to impact their deliberations. What do you think?
I definitely do think she's afraid that the jury is going to be influenced by the out of court statements. I think, she doesn't want the case being tried in the media. I think she knows that, the defense is very forceful with the media. They really get their point across. I think she probably felt if she allows them to put their position in the media, now you're going to have the prosecutor. Now we have a new prosecutor who is going to be very aggressive protecting what he feels is his right to fair trial. Maybe then you have too much back and forth in the media in front of the courthouse steps after every court date. And she probably didn't want that, let the trial play out in the courtroom rather than having the lawyers battle it out outside court.
It does seem interesting to me, that kind of mixed message, that she is so concerned about certain things and clamps down on them. And there goes Engine 4. But on other things, she's a little loose, and does things contrary to what might be normal established law. And I think it feeds into what people consider to be her bias and her agenda and what she really wants to happen. That one kind of confuses me a little bit, unless it's just flat, these jurors are not following my admonitions, which is not to look at anything, not to read anything, not to talk amongst themselves or to relatives. I know you're going to. She's effectively saying, I know you're going to, so attorneys, zip it. On the exits from the court over the last few days, Karen Reed has always kind of been her own spokesperson since the attorneys are all gagged. And her attorneys have generally allowed her to say a few words. And I get the sense there's kind of an elbow, in the side when it's time to go. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd be freaking out. I would be very concerned if my client is just freewheeling on the courthouse steps. I'm sure she's she's done it a lot. She's good at it, it appears. But they must have some sort of guidelines, some sort of don't get into this, don't get into that.
Right,
But
yes.
still, how would you like your client to be in that position and you're standing there just waiting for the bomb to drop?
I wouldn't have let her do those out of court interviews. I don't think they wanted her either. Maybe she wanted to do those interviews. I remember there was one after one of the reporter asked her a question about where she was, and some of the reporters were trying to get her to explain the evidence, and that's very dangerous because then it puts her in the position where she's either silent and it looks bad, or she's got to give an explanation that could become evidence. So the best evidence in the case was her interviews and then her other statements. So she was definitely risking damaging the case by giving those interviews. And you're right, you could tell they were kind of holding their breath and being like, okay, let's get.
Yeah, that's a sphincter tightening moment, I'll tell you that. So and most people would agree, especially attorneys, that it'd be better if she had never done any of those interviews, let alone a full-blown docuseries, Body in the Snow, available now on HBO Max. But she did, and it's almost like they accepted it. I don't know if there was some agreement up front where she said, look, this is me. I'm not afraid of the truth. I'm going to tell this story. And everybody must have been okay with it. I mean, how important is client control, huh?
Yeah, it's very, very important. It could be that they thought it was a good idea, that they trusted her. She's obviously extremely intelligent. She sounds like she was very involved in the defense, help planning, and my guess is she wanted to do that and was confident and tried to convince them that she could abide by the restrictions that they were going to give her. But I couldn't imagine that they wanted to deal with that. It's enough to prepare witnesses and a case. Now you have to coach your client on how to deal with the media in the middle of a trial while you're preparing. I'm sure they didn't want that extra work or potential. There's nothing good's going to come of it. It's only going to be a negative. She already had vast public support. So it seemed like the risk, the harm was going to be outweighed by whatever benefit.
And as we know, the jury specifically asked about some of those clips. So, maybe that's going to help them get to a resolution against her on some of the charges. This is a question from Rizful Me. Will they read partial verdicts as they come in or hold until they have verdicts on all counts? So in your experience, how has that been handled? And I hope better than we've seen here.
I don't think it comes up much. I do think the judge has the discretion to do it either way. My guess is she's going to hold the partial verdicts until they announce they're hung on the final charge. And then she's going to say, okay, we'll take the partial verdict and you're hung on the other charge. I don't think she's going to announce, I don't think there's going to be an announcement of 2 not guilties and then they're going to go back and deliberate. I think she's going to give them some instruction that, you've informed the court that you've got a verdict on 2 charges. Great. Court's not asking you to change that verdict. Keep that verdict, mark that jury slip, move on. You don't need to re-deliberate on that charge, but try to come to an agreement on the final charge if you can. And I'm going to send you back out, and then she'll wait, and then we'll go through that process again.
So just to make clear, that's not just something you think should be done. That, in your experience, has been done that way.
That's typically how it would be done.
Yeah. I question it because obviously it's the opposite of what we have seen here. Meg says, does Massachusetts have non-reporting probation? First explain what that is, and then do they have it or not?
I don't think, if it's just an OUI, it's administrative. She'd report by mail. If it's a more serious charge, then she would have reporting requirements. Sometimes it could be in person every 2 weeks. It's whatever probation requires. But if there is probation, there's some monitoring. But if it's first OUI, it'd be by mail. As I mentioned before, usually in a first OUI, the person would get have to do the alcohol education program. It's a 40-hour, 16-week class. They'll get a 45-day license loss and 1 year probation. In this case, my gut feeling is because she did some time, I don't think they want to put her on probation. And I think they're just going to want to end. I think the judge is going to suggest, can we just end this? She did 3 or 4 days. Why don't I give her time served and terminate, no probation. Ms. Reed, you can go on your way. You won't have any probation requirements. It'll be a year license loss, but I think in the scope of things, she's not going to care whether it's a year or 45 days.
Yeah, let's talk about that because they took her license 3.5 years ago. Is that going to apply? Does she get credit for that?
So if she lost it for immediate threat, which she would have, she's going to have to go to the Board of Appeals anyway, and she's going to need to do a substance abuse. She's going to need to do substance abuse evaluation, alcohol treatment. So when you get to the RMV won't care about the not guilty. They would read the report. They're going to know about the case. They're going to say, it looks like, you were drinking, give us a substance abuse, go to AA, and then we'll reinstate your license. So the RMV doesn't have to go by the court. A license isn't considered a right, so it doesn't have to be beyond a reasonable doubt. They can say, this looks like you have an alcohol problem, show us you don't before we put you back on the road.
All right. So, and I mean, the way this shakes out, it sounds like the majority of it is administrative.
Right. If it's just the OUI, it would just be, some administrative hurdles she'll have to go through. Theoretically, somebody can get jail on a first OUI. I would not expect the judge to punish her on the OUI as if she was convicted of one of the other charges. Judge Cannone was a district court judge for years. She gave many people the first offender resolution, and the OUI if it's not guilty on the other charges, that means the jury didn't believe there was an accident. So without that, the OUI is very weak. It's not an extreme OUI.
Yeah, we were talking about how I think it's not until the 4th that the max penalty is extended beyond 2.5 years. I mean, for those, I'm from California, pretty intense DUI laws there, they call it, driving under the influence. This seems to me, my gut feeling is that this is pretty lax in Massachusetts. What do you think?
Certainly other states have harsher penalties in terms of jail time. We don't have, that can be, sometimes that can be deceiving, depends on when a state allows parole as well. So sometimes the number can be deceiving. Some states allow parole at 1/3 time. We generally don't allow it till 1/2 time. But yeah, generally speaking, first, second OUIs, you don't see a lot of jail time. Third OUI, the minimum is 6 months. They can bring a third to Superior Court, and it can go up to 5 years, just like a fourth. But typically, it would be, individuals don't get jail time generally on first or second OUIs unless it's an egregious case. And if it's a second offense and their OUIs are separated by more than 10 years, they can get a second chance first offender resolution. So we don't have stringent jail. You don't see a lot of people going to jail on first, second OUIs, but the license penalties can be quite dramatic depending on their prior record.
Yeah, and obviously we're looking at this in the context of, hey, you've been charged with second-degree murder. Hey, you've been charged with manslaughter. So OUI is like, jaywalking. But it's a serious offense. And from what we've learned through the course of this trial, everybody's doing it around here. Cops, everybody. And so I don't know, maybe that's reflected in what I perceive as kind of a less intense penalty if you are caught. Sounds like they almost bend over backwards not to mess you up, whereas in California they're out to ruin your life if you have a DUI, and not just the money but everything else. Obviously, if people, if that's all you get, if that's the charge that you're dealing with, how do you get to work? How do you take your kids where you need to go? Exactly. There are going to be those practical world penalties. In this case, we don't even really consider those penalties because the alternative is, oh, by the way, you're going to prison for the rest of your life.
Right. Yeah.
So, okay. So hold for the truck. The busiest intersection ever. So, everybody's kicking things around, wondering, oh, here we are. They're going to come back in 20 minutes and get back at it, which I think will be in their 15th or 16th hour. And
Yeah.
I think you start to, give me your experience here, draw certain conclusions based on that experience, that they've probably gotten past this, or this, and perhaps now it's 1, 2, 3 people that are, as I say, their necks are bowed. They have a position. They ain't moving. Because if we believe the questions narrowed down their focus, they have now had that narrowed focus for a long time, for at least 6, 7 hours, the way I've got it calculated. What does that tell you?
It's really hard to know what they're doing in there. It might be one person, it might be an even split. You don't really know you don't know how firm their positions are.
Am I back? Are we back? There
yeah.
you go. I hear something.
Yeah, it's hard to know what the dynamic of the room is. Maybe they're still reviewing the evidence. Maybe they're debating it. It could be that there's somebody in the jury room that says, you know what, I'm going to vote not guilty no matter what. I'm not changing my mind. We could sit here all day. But they haven't. My guess is we're going to get either a verdict today or another letter. So we got another question to see where they are. The last jury said, we've tried to do this and we can't without compromising our views. So will this jury give us another indication of, sometimes juries will say at the end of the day, they'll say, we're close. Can you give us more time? We don't, the next question obviously will help figure out if they're deadlocked or if they have another question about the evidence, possibly then we'll think, oh, maybe they're going in this direction. So we really don't know until we get either another question or the verdict.
Yeah. Or is it too soon for them to say we're hopelessly deadlocked? Is it too soon for that?
I think she would then give them this. So if a judge gives the what they call the Tui Rodriguez, sometimes they refer to as
the dynamite charge. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Once they give the dynamite charge, if then they come back deadlocked, you pretty much have to declare a mistrial. She doesn't want to box herself in. So my guess is she would give sort of a pre-charge where she says, keep deliberating. This is a long trial, 33 days of evidence. You've been deliberating for 14 hours. So yeah, this isn't an easy job. Go back there and keep at it, basically. And then if they come back with another note, then she'll give them the jury instruction that says, you're chosen like any other jury. If
you're the best to handle this, yes, yeah. So that's the TUI charge, and I understand that has some serious implications. Meaning you can't give that again and again and again. It's a one-time deal. But how is that? I'll call it the soft TUI. How is the soft TUI crafted, and what is it that pushes it over the line? I mean, the TUI charge, they will read verbatim. I mean, it is very well established. There ain't any variance from it. It ain't going to have any scatting. It is what it is. But how do you read and come up with the soft charge that doesn't, kind of push you over into the actual TUI charge?
I think what gives the TUI charge sort of its sting or its teeth is that they tell the juror, if you're for guilty, consider not guilty. If you're for not guilty, so they kind of invite the jury. I don't think she would go that far. If she goes that far, I think then she's giving the TUI charge. If she just says, it's a long trial, you've been at this, keep at it, listen to your other jurors. We know this can be a difficult job, but so I think that's what would separate it, the fact that she's not telling them to re-examine their views or anything like that.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's more an encouragement, attaboy, attagirl, go get them. This is not an easy job. Nobody better to do it than you. Get back in there and get back to work. Then if they come back with another, we tried. And I think the notes from the first time were very well written, almost anticipating the go back in there and do it again. Right. Little did they know after their second note that there was no option for that. She had already given the TUI charge. So no matter how eloquently you suggest that you're done, unless the TUI charge has been given, she can try to throw you back in there. And then, at some point, obviously, it's a done deal. And it always becomes a question of what's the reasonable amount of time. If I'm in a jury room and I can't I got one person. Let's just blame one person, and they are just recalcitrant. They've made it clear they are not, even though they may listen to opposing arguments, and that's something that is encouraged by the court. Even though they may listen to those, they don't care. There is nothing that is going to get them off of their position. Period. It can be very frustrating for the rest in the jury room, and there's peer pressure that starts to build. And I want to ask you, as I've talked about this before, the importance of personalities in that deliberation room. If you've got what I call a sheep versus an alpha or a wolf, and that, let's say the sheep is the one who's got the position they can't move, that person can bend. That person can break. That person to peer pressure can fold.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So, there's 12 people deliberating, but it's not 12 equals, as we know from group dynamics. There's a small group that's controlling the room, and that does fractions. So somebody's speaking for the pro Karen Reed, the pro prosecution jurors, and when the defense attorneys, make their closing arguments, we're taught as lawyers, arm your favorable jurors with evidence they can go back to the jury room with. What can they tell their fellow jurors to argue your point to them to get you to that not guilty? And that's what each side's hoping that they did well enough, is they gave enough enough ammunition to their fellow jurors to convince to hang on and not cave, and to persuade the other jurors.
Yeah. So obviously there is strength in numbers. And if you have a couple of people or even three that are in that other camp, whatever that other camp is, they're going to last longer. They're going to resist longer, no matter what the personality dynamic is. And then if they happen to be alphas, then who knows? They may sway other people to their position.
Right. Based on the note, it's suggesting if they resolved 2 of the 3 charges in a pretty short amount of time, it's suggesting that the jury might be open-minded and working well together. It's just a guess, but there's certainly you wouldn't think there was any holdout for the government on the other charges, trying to hold up those charges. So they came up, if what people think is correct, that counts 1 and 3 are not guilty, then they're just focusing on the final charge and reviewing the evidence, presumably, on that.
What do you think about the court kind of relied on the word if when they asked the question about if we're not guilty on 2 of the charges? And the court said, well, because they said if, it's now a hypothetical or a theoretical, and we, of course, don't get involved in that. That's when she also said, Mr. Jackson, it's premature. Well, if we have to get to that, we will. My point is that one little word, I would love to know how she handled it if that word was missing. If it just said, statement, we are not guilty on 2 of the 3 charges, what happens then on the 3rd? Do you think she would have crafted anything differently, or would she truly been her hand forced at that point?
So at that point, I think she would have told the juror, because now it's not hypothetical. I do think the word if makes a huge difference. So she used that as her out. Well, it's just hypothetical, so I don't really have to answer the question. If it was, we are not guilty on 2, hung on the other, I think she would say, okay, put aside you're not guilty on the other 2 charges, mark the verdict slip, continue deliberating on the charge that you don't have a verdict on, and try to come up with a verdict on all 3 charges. I think she probably would have encouraged them to finish the job rather than just say, okay, we got 2 out of 3, now what? I think she would have said, thanks for telling me, but come back when you finished deliberating.
Yeah, that would have been so nice. Just that really would have given me a sense that we're actually moving forward, because I still, in the back of my head, I'm thinking this could be just deja vu all over again. And, there's going to be this blanket hung jury mistrial, and everybody's going to be left not just dissatisfied, but dreading the thought of doing this again.
Right.
What's your? I did some research on this. I can't remember the jurisdiction, so I won't share it because it might be irrelevant. But are you familiar with any retrials following mistrial here that have gone more than 3 times, 4 times? What's your familiarity with that?
I can't recall a case off the top of my head. I I know I know there has been 2 hung juries and then a retrial. I know it's happened before, not often. On a case like this, well, it looks like we're going to get 2 verdicts. I don't think they it's hard, they're very entrenched, but I would say that if I was the prosecutor, I would tell the family, what, we gave it a try. We can't prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. The reasons. We have an officer who messed up the case. We had no idea that's going to make this very difficult. The evidence was, the evidence wasn't gathered. We don't really have we don't have that one fact to put us over the hump. We basically have some statements. If we had one more good objective fact, I think the case is just a little short. Like if the evidence just quite doesn't line up good enough to get to the highest degree of certainty. Right now, I think the jury probably saying, yeah, it's likely, it's possible, it's probable, but a lot of things could happen when people are drunk. They're both drunk. The weather's bad. Maybe maybe something completely unexpected happened. Who knows? Maybe it's completely different than what either party thinks. So it's the medical examiner can't put a cause of death, so we don't have medical evidence. Their great witness, I forget his name, but he was a good witness, but he didn't really tie it. He didn't say it was a motor vehicle accident. So we had no medical evidence. Doesn't look like it. So basically, we're left with we're guessing, or we're pretty sure, probably, but not beyond a reasonable doubt. Her statements, I think, get it close, but there is that wiggle room. One of the officers didn't write in his report that she said, I hit him in the report. That probably would have been in the report. So there's some wiggle room. Maybe the statements weren't heard correctly. Maybe she didn't say it. Maybe she said it in different context. She's hysterical. But at the end of the day, it's just the evidence doesn't line up enough as it needs to convict somebody of a crime, which requires the highest degree of certainty.
Yeah, and I would like to think a conversation like that took place between the prosecution and the O'Keefe family. I'm not so sure it did. I sit there and I look at them. I feel sorry for them because this is not the justice that Officer John O'Keefe deserves. And the whole investigation reinforces that if they cared more, they would have done more. Michael Easter, who was the expert who wasn't allowed to testify, goes into that in some detail, that they did a horrible investigation, and that does not do justice to John O'Keefe or his family. And so they're sitting there now going through this a second time. I can't imagine what they're thinking if this comes up a bust, or she's convicted of an OUI, which means it's done as it relates to Karen Reed. True double jeopardy attaches. What are they thinking? Are they thinking, wow, the person who did this got away with it? Or I don't know who really did this. I just can't imagine. Can you imagine sitting in their seat and taking this in and processing it?
I imagine the family's going to think, Karen Reed got away with it. I don't think the family, my guess is the family is on board with this and believes that it was an open and shut case that was probably followed up by police officers. But I'd be surprised if they, given the emotion of it, I would be surprised if they're objective about it. I don't know. I think they're too close to it to say, well, we don't know who, it's their son, their, uncle, family members. So I think it's too close for them to have any other thought than she did it.
Hi.
Yeah, and hey, there she is. I was just chatting about.
Yeah, there's like 3 more questions that they have specific questions for Michael. By the way,
I know we were just going on about the O'Keefe family and whether or not they'll ever see justice and what their take would be if this ended without a verdict that they could feel was justice for them.
So before we abuse, can we abuse Michael for 3 more questions and then let him go? I said 5 minutes each day, and I've been abusing him. But you see, the questions are very
the
specific.
Old 5 minutes. What's by the way? What's the tote board up to now on the telethon? Where are we? How much?
I don't know.
How much have we raised? Okay. Go ahead with the question from 007 Texas.
If Bev or when Bev, and that's Judge Cannone, gives her jail time, if OUI is guilty verdict, she'd have to stay. Would she have a stay during appeal? In other words, would Karen Reed have a stay during appeal, or could she get bond or bail during appeal, or she's going to be, or is she going to just be remanded?
Yeah, I don't think she's going to get a stay during appeal if she got a guilty verdict. I think the judge would impose the sentence. I don't think she's going to get jail on the OUI if it's just the OUI. But anything else, I think she's going to impose the sentence. She'll deny the stay. They'll probably take it to the Supreme Court and see if they can get a stay.
Does she get remanded right away if she gets found guilty? Or is
if she's found guilty, the court officers will come over with the handcuffs. She's going to say, take Miss Reed into custody. So that'll happen right away.
Wow. Does she set bail if she's found guilty right away or no?
No, my guess is she's going to say, we're going to revoke her Miss Reed's bail and we're going to put this over for sentencing.
Wow.
If it's, if it's anything but the OUI, I think that's what she would do.
Wow. Okay. So we have another question. Basically, Massachusetts. Michael, from OG Bosgal. Question. Is the term moral certainty standard in Massachusetts?
Yes, that's our jury instruction. It goes all the way back to, I think, 1835, Commonwealth versus Webster. I think it's the leading case throughout the United States, saying reasonable doubt is the highest degree of certainty. You have to have a moral certainty and abiding conviction. So that's how the judge instructed the jury, that she would have even said even a strong probability is not enough. So our jury instruction on reasonable doubt, I think, is very pro-defense and very
I wish they'd had moral certainty to every jury charge from 1835, a case.
Yes,
wow.
Yes.
Wow. And the prosecutors don't fight that, huh? They don't go and say, no, we don't want that anymore.
That's not the way we do it. That's just not the way we do it.
All right, another question for you. From Scotland, question please. If Karen found guilty of driving drunk, what about all the officers and who admitted being the same? Did they arrest them? Michael DelSignore.
Unfortunately not. That's they're going to get away with their OUIs. Obviously the police did not put themselves in a favorable light in Canton, and maybe future juries on OUIs. Certainly, if I had one and in Dedham District Court person, I'm going to try to get those Canton residents. And I think
you should go get flyers from Boston. Drive over to Canton one day. Michael Bryant says send flyers out. Cut the balls to the best OUI attorney, one of the best criminal defense attorneys in the world.
Is that I don't know if that capping? I don't know what the rules here are in Massachusetts. I know in California that might be a little shaky.
All right, and during this all, Donnie Wahlberg gifted another Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you, Michael. I think we've abused you enough. I mean, I've had you on for 2.5 hours again.
That's crazy.
I know. Well, you were missing Michael B. Michael D.
I was busy. I was working. But yeah.
Anytime I'll jump back on if there's a verdict. If just
beautiful.
Send me a text. All right.
Thank you. I'll send you a text. Thanks, Mike. He's been great.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is, you have abused two people today. Now, usually it's just me. We had Olivia and Michael.
Yeah.
Hey, while you were gone, I was sharing some programming notes that interviewed a couple of people. One was a gentleman from Fall River who ran for mayor there. Very strong opinions on the corruption that he believes exists, and the penalty he suggests is pretty extreme. So I'm going to upload that. Also, guess who I ran into? Mark Randazza and John Matus.
What are they doing?
They were here for Erica Walsh.
Oh, we should get them on if they're finished.
Well, I did an interview with them while they were on the street there with their iced coffees, and then Aidan came by. Aidan Carney came by, and then it was so I had Aidan, Mr. Grant was there.
Oh, Jason was there. Good.
Yep.
Jason was in our chat the other day.
Oh, good. Yeah, he always comes up and says hi. And then Mark was there, and then John. I said, "This is the Mount Rushmore of the First Amendment for Dedham."
I hope you took a photograph.
I don't know that I did. I might have been the one who took the photograph, but not my photograph.
Yeah, but that's okay. You took it. That's
it'll
a great
be.
line.
I guarantee that it'll be out there. I can't guarantee I have it because I was videotaping at the time. It was all unfolding, recording, not videotaping. So I'm going to upload both of those. But here's the deal with Erica Walsh. Here's the latest. I said to Mark, I said, well, wait, wasn't that dismissed? He said, well, there were two charges. And the first one, remember, she was threatened with arrest, but not arrested, and they gave her a citation of some sort, and there was that charge. That was dismissed almost administratively. But then the second time was when she was taken into custody, right?
Right.
And that one is still alive. And so they had a hearing on that today, and they're working their way toward, getting that resolved as well. Because remember what the crime was, wearing the shirt that says criminals control Norfolk County, which has now been specifically approved by the appellate court. That specific shirt.
That's
we can't say you can't. That's right. And
I'm shilling for the Microdots merch store.
Mark Randazzo did the same thing. He did a nice little commercial for Microdots. And so not only is it a free speech issue, but we have a higher court specifically endorsing that item. So can't get that dismissed. What the hell?
I don't know why they wouldn't just dismiss that as a matter of course. They know they have to. I mean, why would they mandate everyone to come in? Just dismiss
have hearings. It's just abusive. It's
totally
abusive.
Joey Kane, thank you. Just gifted one Just to Serve TV membership. We've had a lot of activity with our gifts here this morning. Michael Bryan, everyone's been very happy because you know what they got to, even though we've been on, and I know you were working while you were away, but after I looked at my watch, it was like, I've been sitting here for like 5.5 hours. I'm going to have a stroke unless I get up and walk around. Not that I'd see outside. Apparently it's beautiful outside. Okay.
Yeah. It was raining here.
Chance to go.
It rained here this morning, and then it's kind of half and half now. But I think the bad is gone. Last night it was raining. I'll share my woe. I sent you that note. Remember, I sent that note because just after we finished the day, and it was whatever it was, 7 hours. We were in our little post-production meeting, and bloop, Starlink went out. I went, that's weird, because this is usually a very good spot. And I go
10 seconds after. It was like
it was amazing that it wasn't earlier. So I pack up, I sit down in the truck. I got the truck here because the damn kid took his car. And it's like nothing, dead. So I have, in fact, I should be doing it right now. I think I got to see if I have the truck running. Obviously you can't run Starlink off your battery for 7+ hours.
I guess it drains your battery. Is that what you're telling us?
It hadn't done that before. And I think maybe I was unplugging it, plugging it back in when I was wandering around. Anyway, so I'll do a little commercial for this item that I was given by a tennis buddy of mine. He had one, had to use it, was so impressed. He bought like his other tennis group guys. Here, take this. It's one of these little boost mechanisms. It's called Gooby or something like that. It's a little teeny thing. It's barely bigger than a phone. You plug that into your dead battery, 2-3 minutes, start it right up.
Really?
It's
With
unbelievable.
On your battery car.
And it just sits behind the seat. You never even know it's there. It's probably been there 3 years.
None of those things where you have to put
It's got the clips. You got to have the clamps. And then it plugs into the body, which is, again, about this size. And then you let it charge up for a few minutes, and then boom. Unbelievable. And it was raining. I'm like, I'm screwed. This is going to be not the way I wanted to end the day. But anyway, good news. And I sent him a note saying, man, thanks so much for that thoughtful gift so long ago. I had totally forgotten about it.
Wow.
Anyway, so that's my story. Oh, check this chair out. Can you see my chair? I feel like I'm at the beach. I told you I forgot my chair. I always forget something.
So we can't see it.
Yeah, so you can kind of see the back of it there. It's kind of a mesh, kind of a beach chair.
Is
So
it comfortable? That's all that
is much more comfortable than I was using. They have these nice red chairs and tables here.
But they're
hard on your butt. Oh my
they're
God.
hard. Yeah.
After a few hours. Anyway,
even
so
a soft chair after 5 hours is pretty.
That's true. Depends on how soft your rear end is, I suppose. So then there's a CVS right there, and I just said I got to get something. And so, but this one's more like I'm just sitting down. I'm sitting at the beach.
I'm lying back on my pillow.
It's almost too comfortable.
Who needs a studio? Let me just.
And here's another great story about human nature. Okay, so I'm doing my thing, driving around. I told you this morning I got rousted. I was over at a parking lot caddy. I was at a parking lot kind of counter, like 45 degrees across here, and it's apparently a private parking lot. Blah blah. It was for tenants of this kind of small apartment building. There were 2 cars in a parking lot of 50 spaces, right? So I figured, okay, I can just slip in here and do my thing. But no, either somebody ratted me out or their security guy drives by and says, you know, it's private property, you can't stay here. I respect that. That's fine.
Yeah.
So I pack it up, driving around, doing my usual route, looking for the spots. I normally find a space. And as you can tell from, this is my park, right? You can see the courthouse right there, the cupola right there.
That's your usual space.
This is new. Concert canceled. Concert is canceled. So I'm sorry about that. But there was a guy's equipment here, because you know they've been working on this area. We've been hearing some of their different pieces of equipment and working around it. And so this guy's got a major trailer that is parked like right where I got to be. I mean, it's just right there. So I just go to the guy. I said, look, you know, I've been here, you know, popped up my tent last few days. Oh yeah, I've seen you. I said, I will give you $100 if you could move your trailer and let me slip in there. And he said, don't worry about it. You don't have to give me any money. Moves his trailer out of the way so I could bring the truck in, set up the Starlink. Huh?
Oh,
there are still some good people out there.
That is really wonderful. Yeah. That is really wonderful. That's terrific that everyone knows now that we're not using the money they donate to you to bribe people.
Well, that was, I wouldn't use the word bribe, maybe incentivize, you know.
You know, Michael, we know that if they come back and they are, although they apparently are diligently working through this sheet. I mean, it seems to me that they would have had to move on, that they must be moving down the sheet now and not just stuck on the top charge, okay? They must be moving down the sheet. That's what it would seem to me. I thought actually we'd hear something from them this morning around 10, like a question about this new verdict sheet. And I was wondering whether they thought they had to start over because the verdict sheet was all new,
right.
You know?
You're right.
They weren't given anything. Here it is. Here you got it. This will help you a little more, you know? You know, and then they had to get familiar with it yesterday and all. But we've heard nothing from them.
It's been
I'm
eerily quiet.
Yeah, and you know that they come back and say that they are hung.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen after lunch. I think it's going to be one of a few things.
It's after lunch.
Oh yeah, they just began again in theory, right? 1:30. So
right, yeah,
I think you know, let's take a breath. Let's have
but now we know there has
lunch.
To be, the judge can do two each. One a mini tui.
The baby tui. I'm calling it the baby tui.
Yeah, that's not a real tui.
I was just talking to Michael about that because I think that's a dangerous distinction. You know, we know that the actual TUI charge is written out and the court will read it. And that's the one that says things like, you know, you're nobody better than you, and make sure that you consider other arguments when you're doing your deliberations. It's very well crafted. Once you give that, you're done. That cannot be revisited. But apparently you can give a lesser version of that. And so I was asking Michael, well, how close can you get with your freewheeling version of the TUI, the baby TUI, before you're causing problems? Because there could be an issue on appeal if you give that baby TUI and it's too close to the full-blown TUI. You then circle back and give the regular TUI, then you may have violated the rules and affected the verdict or lack of a verdict. So that could be an issue on appeal.
You can only give the big TUI, the adult TUI, once.
So he suggested that he doesn't think the court will get into things. It'll be like encouraging, go get him, attaboy, nobody better, but don't get into considering other alternative arguments and other opinions. If you're entrenched with something you believe, don't be closed-minded to listening to other arguments. That's kind of the thrust of the TUI instruction. So if she does have to give the baby TUI, we'll have to see where she goes with that. But I would not be surprised if soon after this now they're back at it after lunch now, that we hear something suggesting we got a problem. We can't get where we need to go.
It's interesting because when we look at this, I can't imagine that there's going to be 12. Even with the manslaughter, still 12 people have to agree to be that there was a collision. Okay, and I just don't see 12 people agreeing. But you know what? Juries have surprise. You never know.
You have no clue what's going on in these brains.
Yeah, I mean, you have
misguided, misdirected, confused, resistant. Who knows? I mean, it's as wild.
Well, we've heard it. We've heard it from people.
Of course, yeah. It's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get.
Most people don't know your reference anymore. I
Oh,
hate to
come
tell you
on.
that.
Who doesn't know Forrest Gump? Come on. Yeah,
Well,
so I'm
you'd be
just
surprised.
I'm I'm crafting it instead of life is like a box of chocolates. Jury deliberation. A jury is like a box of chocolates. You just don't know what you're going to get.
You don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what their feeling is, but you know, for 12 people to decide, you know, and that's that. It seems to me, unless they said, okay, well, let's assume for the moment there is. What would we vote about? But that's not what this. Now we have the actual instructions here. You have to find her not guilty, and then move on to the next. Then move on to the next. Now you have the roadmap. I mean, and then this whole thing with the way this is. I mean, even looking at this still without,
It's a mess. It's still a mess.
It's still a mess. Yeah,
it is. You know, it's like remember the days before you know, Google Maps, and when you actually had to use maps, you could take a wrong turn along the way very easily. And I think the way this is crafted, you could spin yourself into a hole where you can't get out. It is not clear enough.
It really, this verdict sheet it's not clear to lawyers. I don't know. I mean, it's the danger of that verdict sheet is you have to, and here we heard the jury thinking that, well, what if we hung if we can't come to a jury on, you know, the verdict on number 2? We heard that right away, like 2 days. Was that 2 days ago now?
It was the end of yesterday, wasn't it? Or middle of yesterday. And of course,
that's all it was.
What was the answer?
The answer is I'm not going to answer that because that's
can't
theoretical.
tell you. Yeah,
theoretical,
thanks
hypothetical,
for
theoretical.
nothing.
Yeah, thanks for nothing, Judge. That's why you're paying the big money. You know, Michael. But I do say, if I have to do this all day Friday again,
I'm not sure I can do that. I don't know. And you know, yeah, boo-hoo, poor us.
For us,
how'd you like to be on trial? You know?
I don't want to be on trial. No, I don't want to be on trial. No, that's okay. I don't even mind being on trial with my own case, not against me, but representing a client. What I found is that when you're representing your own client on these long trials, and I've been through them, right? You're tired, but you really get exhausted at the very end, right? That's when you get exhausted.
Yeah, that's when your body lets you get exhausted. Until then, adrenaline and everything else just keeps you going.
Even when you're sick, even when you're as sick as I was, pneumonia, the adrenaline is still there. But on this, I mean, I'm sort of like, you know, it's like, oh, I'm uncomfortable. I'm sitting here, right? You know, and where were we? 144 from like 9 o'clock, and we started a little bit later today. You know,
all coming up on 5 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like at 4 hours. I was like, oh, yeah, I gotta move. You know, and all. Yes, and you're right.
You lose the will to live. That's what happens. It gets to be just so. I mean,
exhausting,
and again,
waiting for the jury.
What we're doing here, and I will point out again that very important stat that now more people get their news and information and entertainment from streaming services than they do from traditional TV or cable. One of the key differences is it's not like, hey, when we come back from this break, we're going to have an interview with Mark Randazza. You know, that's not an option. So we can replay some things. Which I'm not against. If you have something, I wasn't here earlier today to see what you replayed.
We replayed. I can tell you what we replayed if I go to our page. We replayed the Aidan drop-in, right?
Okay, that's a shorty. Okay. Yeah, that's a shorty.
That's a shorty. The Karen Reed Deliberation Day drama. I think we replayed. I don't know if we replayed Why You Are Here. That's only a 6-minute clip.
Oh, that was the two ladies traveling. One of them had to go back yesterday.
Yeah, I had to go back. They were going to back to Utah, did you say?
The one that had to go home was going to Tampa. The other one still here is Nashville. The other woman I talked to from Minnesota, she also had to leave Monday afternoon. So, yeah. And it's just interesting to hear these people talk about, you know, what motivated them. You know, it's easy to sit at home and go, man, that's a wild, that may be a piece of history. It's definitely an event, but I'm going. I mean, that's next level. And to hear them talk about how, I sat down with my husband and had a conversation, and he said, yeah, you should go. And, you know, it's fascinating to me what motivates somebody to get on a plane, fly here, and just kind of take this all in. Yeah, no.
Well, you know, we probably, because we've been doing this our lives and we understand how trials are and what they look like and how they feel. And what, so for most people, they don't have that experience. You know, it is an experience. This is this is, I hate to say it, but this trial for many people is an experience. Now, you know,
True.
we have about 3,000 people on. Now, I'm not sure if we replay stuff, we're going to hold on to them. I think they want to hear from us, Michael. You know, I wouldn't mind hearing from Aidan, bringing the Aidan drop-in back in while we're still showing us on the air. That would be good. But I don't really want to lose all of our viewers who are here. They built up for Olivia. They're looking at, you know, what's being said. I did talk to them, though, about the whole Bob Bianchi thing, where he said that he thought the judge had interfered with the jury's province by telling them to take their time. And when he heard what we said, that he told them that she strongly advised them against taking a strong vote, he was like, "You're kidding me."
Yeah.
I mean,
Outrage, yes.
That outrage, because that definitely was an interference, because how they want to go about jury deliberation, it should be totally within their province. And by her telling them to take the time, that was really, that was not a good thing. He thought, he was really surprised, quite frankly. He was really, really surprised. By the way, even if I got to go out today, I understand. I understand that it's about to rain in 15 minutes.
Is it going to rain again?
Yeah, you know.
Maybe a little bit south here. It may have already blown through here. I don't know. I've not checked the weather.
So, yeah, just to let you know that even assuming I were lucky enough to see what the outdoors look like here, we are, it's going to rain in 15 minutes. So here we are. But here we are. So that jury, peepless. So that means the jury foreman is it seems to me, they're going through stuff. They may have to be reading every time. If they find a not guilty on one, they have to then go read the next charge and figure out what it's like next to what the jury verdict form is, because the judge did not give these verdict forms to the attorneys before they summed up.
Yeah,
so
we keep forgetting how ridiculous that was, that it was almost an afterthought. Judge, can we have a verdict slip? All right, here you go. Take it.
Yeah.
And what about that note? What about the handwritten note? Are we still suspicious about what went into this was the answer to what I will call the fourth question, which was probably really the first question that had to do with, hey, if we're not guilty on 2, what about the third? She gave a handwritten note and put it into the jury room instead of doing it in open court. What do you make of that?
I don't know. I've never quite
I don't like it.
Yeah, but the attorneys would have to object to it. You know, you do get attorneys who object to it and say, we want the jury brought out to have that, you know, them told this. And
I'd have to see how that played out again, because it seemed to me it was almost after the discussion that it happened. Not like, unless anybody has a problem, I'm going to send them a handwritten note. Is everybody okay with that? I don't remember that discussion. It almost seemed like I'm going to tell them, and then, but the telling never took place in the courtroom.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think I think you saw the frustration from the defense. Now Hank Brennan didn't need frustration, because he basically got it. Oh, you want the words if any taken out? You know, wait if any, which is kind of standard, right?
Yeah. What does the Commonwealth want? What would you like?
Yeah. You know, it seems to me that if she could have taken out moral certainty, which she would have done that too. But it was interesting listening to Michael DelSignore. He's really, you know, I told you that he really knows this stuff. He knows
he's in the trenches every day. Yeah.
Every single day he's in the trenches. He knows the practices. He knows everything. And it was great to showcase him, because I think one of the things local channels don't do when we do this is we don't deal with enough of the local people to tell us what's going on. You know, we ask somebody else we see on Twitter, right? They're not practicing in Massachusetts. They don't know.
And local is so important. The rules, the process, the personalities. Every place is different. It reminds me of, you know, when you come out of law school, yay, I'm out of law school. And you pass the bar, you don't know anything.
You know nothing.
You don't know anything. But people think, oh, you're an attorney now and you pass the bar. What about this? What about that? You know nothing. And there's that same kind of equivalent with local knowledge, you know. If you come in, I guarantee you, when Alan Jackson first came here to Massachusetts, it was like, oh my God, you know, what I don't know about practicing in this specific area.
It's true. When we hired George Leontire, local counsel for Hernandez, right, with it, you know, in all jurisdictions, usually you do stuff and you file electronically. In Massachusetts, you actually bring the hard copy into the court clerk, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
You actually do, because you know, it gives you that extra time. You can bring it with you that morning. So we'd be having stuff printed at Kinko's, which was the shopping area right before where the courthouse is. All the lawyers would go there. They have all this stuff printed. It was all waiting for you, all stapled and everything, waiting for you, all copies. You electronically send it to them, and then you just take it with you to court. And it was actually great. And that was the one rule that I did like, that you had the hard copy, and you filed the hard copy with the clerk of the court in the courtroom.
I like that. Yeah, that's good. That's old school, and I just always felt like, here it is. I know it's happening. Give me my file stamped, conformed copy. I will take it back. Yeah, it's. I like that. When we were following,
I told you the first time though we heard the word chalk, we all like
chalk.
Well,
chalk. I mean, talk about a local, old world kind of term that nowhere else on the planet does that mean what it means here.
Yeah.
Right.
We were all looking around like we don't want to pretend we didn't know, but we're like,
chalk. We're going to do hopscotch on the sidewalk. What do we need chalk for? What are you talking about? Is there going to be
chalk?
Yeah, are we wheeling in a chalkboard? Because that's what happened. That's what they would do. They would use chalkboard on and chalk to demonstrate things. I was thinking of the federal cases that Mark Randazza, and I'm uploading that now. When it's ready, maybe we can run it.
That'd be great.
And the other interview as well with the wannabe mayor of Fall River.
Oh, that'd be great if you can upload.
So they're both uploading right now. But we're whatever Starlink can handle. It's multitasking.
Don't mind me with my pillows, everybody.
Yeah, go ahead and take a nap. And that's. All I need is a drink with a straw in it and an umbrella. It's
Nosy Rosie wants to know, Linda, can we do Phil Spector? I'm watching you. What would you like to know about the Phil Spector trial? Yeah, that was long. We were long. All right, we were long. Phil wants to bite my neck or something. I'm trying to. This is New York. Okay, we're very aggressive here in New York. Okay. Whatever you want to do. You want to do Phil Spector? I can answer Phil Spector questions. Yeah, no problem. So you're saying you want to do an episode of our show on Phil Spector? We can do that down the road. Sure.
Yeah. There are many things. Many things are on the drawing board that got kind of left on the board.
Oh, we have so many things, but that we once this case ends, we'll have a production meeting. We may take like a day or two off. I mean,
oh man,
but we can do that. Missy, add that to our list. And we're gonna have to get the who killed Stephanie out, and we're going to start getting that. That's going to be a whole thing. And then we have another case that somebody sent to us that we're really interested in. I'm really interested in, and the document she's incorporated about. It's an unsolved case, and it's all over the internet. It's unsolved, and I'm really fascinated with it because this woman has documents, and actually some of them have names that you're familiar with here. Here. And when I mean here, I mean in this case, names that have come up in this case. Okay, so I won't tell you what that is yet, but we have somebody who's watched the show and has been sending us a whole lot of stuff. And I said, look, it's going to take me a while to read all this to see if it's something we can do. And matter of fact, I'll tell you the name. You can look at it because you're not going to have the documents that I have been sent. All right, her name is Karina Holmer, Karina, new word, Holmer, and just take a look at it because her case has never been solved from Massachusetts, okay? Take a look at it and maybe we'll get that up and do that. And some of these things may be taped so that we put them out for you and then you'll see. We also, Diddy, apparently there's a lot happening in the case called P. Diddy in federal court. I have no idea what it is, but apparently it's a lot.
Well, I was putting my microphone down to do some
I know you really need something to hold that up, but that's hard for you to hold that microphone up the whole time.
I know. Well, I'm trying to do some work behind the scenes here in the on the YouTube channel. So what?
Okay, spell again. It's Karina, Karina, new word, Holmer. For some reason, I can't post in response to your messages on StreamYard. That's something we have to work out. I have you all up on YouTube, but you don't want my typing with my nails on a little tiny screen that I have to do. So Karina Holmer, right. So what's happening there? What time in Boston? Same as here, 1:56 p.m. 1:56 p.m. Diddy is yes. Did you see? Oh, I have to get off.
Didn't
apparently the jurors
right?
Well,
Two of
yeah,
them?
but apparently the jurors saw like a porn film.
Oh, they
They
basically
only
saw the freak
like
off,
2 minutes.
right?
Yeah, they saw 2 minutes of apparently one that was like, wow, my Catholic school education would be going right down the tubes. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they
So-
don't call them freak offs for nothing. So apparently it was with the defendant and Cassie and the hired the male prostitute, something like that.
Well, a sex worker. I like sex worker better. I mean,
Oh, yeah, okay.
here's the problem I have with
Potato,
this case.
potato.
Here's the problem I have with this case. I think sex workers should be given a standing, because I think they're the, in terms of women, they're the ones that we saw in the Rex Heuermann case that get killed, right? They have no, they simply, they have no protection. And what's scary about it, and I hate to say it, is like networks don't want to cover it because they say it doesn't get rating because no one's interested in these poor women. And I'm interested in these poor women. I mean, come on.
But yeah, you're
I
right.
am.
We've had that conversation before. The whole Gilgo Beach thing, it doesn't get traction, and obviously a certain number of people are very interested in it. Either they're connected to it or it's
Joe
crazy true
Giacolone.
crime.
We should do
Yeah,
it
exactly.
with him. Come on, right?
But it doesn't have a broader
My
appeal.
husband did a second autopsy on the first victim that he says is a victim that they won't call a victim.
Yeah. So it's legit, but for some reason people don't they don't feel sorry for the victims or something. I don't understand exactly why they minimize these horrific crimes, but
Yeah.
we're just talking facts. We're just talking numbers. People are not drawn to that case.
I don't understand it. So we're gonna do, while we're talking here, since I know you're gonna load those things up, but we should talk that we should do something on the sex workers in the Gilgo Beach, right? I know my husband can come on and talk about that.
That would be great. Yeah, I can
And
actually go out there. It's not too far away. I think there's some sense of that location is kind of vast, because it's along the Long Island shoreline.
Right.
But yeah, so make a note of that.
Yeah, I'm writing that down, and we're going to do the Karina Homer soon, but that's going to take a while to get ready because it took me like 3/4 of a year to get the Stephanie one. I've done the interview with the person who brought the case to us, who says in his lifetime he just wants someone. She's been forgotten, and he wants somebody to bring her to life. And so we still got to do Diddy, no matter what, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think what I've heard most recently is the state is done or almost done, and the jury could have the case by the end of next week. The defense case is relatively short, just a few days.
Yeah. No, I know this. You suggested that, but we've been so in on all this. And by the way, there's something on Troconis that happened this morning. Apparently, her contempt charge got dismissed, just like you said. It
Yay! I mean, I was calling that at the end of the other trial because what was the sense of pursuing? For those who don't remember, Michelle Troconis found guilty in the conspiracy to commit the murder of Jennifer Doulos. Fotis Doulos, her husband, who killed himself on the eve of trial, was believed to have orchestrated her death, but with the help of Michelle Troconis. We got to know them sort of kind of through Sister Claudia, did the first interview with her. And this contempt charge arose because somewhere during the trial, there are minor children, custody issues with minor children. A custodial report popped up on Michelle Troconis's laptop. And she was looking at it, but it popped up to the degree that people in the first row of the family members saw it and were outraged, and it technically violated a court rule that this was to be sealed. This is,
Right.
These are minors, right? And so they pressed it as contempt of court. And it was, I thought, as soon as there's a conviction, if there is one, that's got to go away because, come on, what's the point of pursuing it? Even if she is found guilty, it doesn't tack much onto her sentence, which I believe was 15 years, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. So
Anyway, so you're saying it's finally been
Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me read the statement. June 18th, 2025, Troconis family statement following the state's dismissal of the contempt charge against Michelle Troconis. It was sent to us by Claudia Marmol, who we have interviewed. Today's decision to drop the contempt charge against Michelle is a meaningful step in the right direction and the first toward justice being served. Oh, boy.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. I've heard that. Okay. While she remains incarcerated for a crime she did not commit, this outcome acknowledges what we've known all along. The legal pursuit against her has gone too far. Our family remains united, stronger than ever. We will continue fighting to prove Michelle's innocence, overturn her wrongful conviction, and bring her home. And that's signed the Michelle Troconis family. That came to us today at 12:28.
Okay, I would have done the breaking news had I known that.
Well,
so
that's
that's something for them.
The parties are being. Oh, yeah, Oasis Cat said the parties are being asked to come back to court.
We don't know why.
Well, it's either a verdict or a question. So,
I guess I should wander on down there.
I think you should wander on down there. Okay.
All righty then. Back with
All
whatever
right.
I can find, and you'll see. You can check with Diz. Both of these. I don't know if both or either of these interviews will be uploaded in time for you to do anything with them. It looks like maybe the first one is.
Okay.
So see if she can play that. It's just it's a 5-minute interview with this guy, but it's kind of interesting. Anyway, I'll see you.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Oasis Cat. Again, we express appreciation for everyone here that makes this possible. Okay. So let me see. Let me go on. Oasis Cat says everyone's asked to come back to court. Let's see if there's any indication why. It's getting close to 2:27, which all of you said that they would have a verdict near or so, but I don't know what it is. We don't know why. Let's see. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, by the way, what's taking the rounds, apparently somebody's showing a taillight that apparently they say that allegedly John DePetro backed into somebody and they have left a taillight and they have a video of it, and that's making the rounds obviously on the internet, as you could imagine, with everyone patrolling everybody else. Let's see, we had Olivia on all day today. Yes, so we'll see. But thank you, Oasis Cat. I mean, Diz, if we had that 5-minute interview, we can run it. Okay, until they get there, and then as soon as we see them, I'll just stay right here. And so as we see them, or if I have any notice. Okay, let's see if we can run this. I'm going to be behind my Tubi app.
All right, sir.
Yes.
I'm now official. Yeah, so we're on the street here, obviously in front of. Let me just pan around here a little bit. There's courthouse, registry of deeds, the usual suspects in the 1,000+. And you are
David Pimento.
David, you have an interesting perspective on this, and you're from Fall River.
Right. Born and raised in New Bedford, bought a house in Fall River last year.
What's the deal with the accent in Fall River?
Hey, it's where we're from. We all have accents.
So, on a much more serious note, you have some issues with what is the perceived corruption here. What are your thoughts? How are you dealing with it?
Yeah, well, my question is, I understand that court officers and state police have many jobs to do, but one of those jobs is to make sure that our court officials that we put in place are doing their jobs correctly. And as soon as there's any type of corruption, they're supposed to stop it and lock it down immediately. Now, if we're all out here and we understand that there's corruption in that building and there's 100 or so police officers, court officers, and state policemen out here, and they don't see it, it's showing us a lot, right?
So are they not seeing it, or are they just not enforcing it, or are they just covering their asses? What?
Well, it's all of the above. They're seeing it. They're covering their asses because this case right here should change the justice system first in our state and then across our whole country. The Boys and Girls Club of law enforcement has to come to an end. It's all right to have secret organizations, but if you're a law enforcement official and you have anything to do with a secret organization, you don't have an oath to the Constitution. You have an oath to that organization. And we understand the boys club that we have out here in front of us. So it's time for us to really dismantle it. How do we dismantle it? That's an army, right? That's an army that, look, a cop killed another cop as far as I'm concerned, and they've covered it up, right? At another cop's house. State police didn't go into the house to investigate. I mean, did it stop there? None of these guys are that way? I can't believe that. I have friends who are state police, and I feel for them. I know the uniform that they wear. I believe the troopers that they represent, and the law enforcement community that I have back home where I'm from. I respect a big chunk of them, but I only respect them because I know them and I was raised with them. These guys that wear these uniforms expect respect without the right kind of work. They have to speak to us and treat us a certain way. 3 days ago, I was simply walking down the sidewalk. Those barricades out in front of that courthouse today because of me. Because I was simply the first one to start standing at those stairs and take pictures, right? And then more and more people showed up. And then 2 days ago, when I was trying to walk through to get to my car, I wasn't trying to go get pictures or anything. I was just trying to walk through because I'm a citizen and I can walk in public. And
You would think.
right? And a trooper aggressively stopped me, didn't put his hands on me, but just the way he spoke to me was threatening enough for me to get his name and his badge number, and I'm going to file a complaint. So they understand that they don't have that power over us. They have little power over us even when we break the law. Their job is to handcuff us and bring us in. And if those of us who are smart will not open our mouths to them, those of us who understand that anything that we say can and will be used how? Against you. Anything you say can and will be used against you. So you should shut your mouth as soon as you have any interaction with a police officer if there's no lawyer there. If you've broken the law, shut your mouth because they're going to set you up. If you haven't broken the law, shut your mouth because they're going to set you up. It's a dirty organization. We all know it and we all understand it. That judge should be, I feel very differently. We've put a lot of people to death, right? In our country. A lot of people have been wrongfully put to death, right? By these people that sit in these buildings. Now, we know there's corruption here. We know that there's a police officer that killed another police officer and has his whole family and friends all involved with it. I'm the type of person who would love to see a public execution for all of them. Judge, anyone who's dirty. That'll teach us all to walk a little bit different. I believe in that. I don't believe in killing people who are innocent. But when you see that there's dirtiness like this, I don't care what kind of badge you have, what stripes you have. You need to be eliminated. Done. Simple.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Wow, that was a pretty interesting interview we had with Michael Bryant, right? So we're still seeing the fan. We don't quite know what's happening yet, okay? So we're still seeing the fan, don't know what's happening yet. I'm looking on Twitter, and we don't know. We know that everyone has to come back into the courtroom, and they would be 10 minutes away. Let me see. One of our people that normally been on with us, Neil, I want to see if he's available to come on with me. Neil, everyone's being asked to come into the courtroom. Are you available to come on right now? If so, we will send you a link right now. Okay, and that's Neil Rockind, obviously, trying to get some of the people that have covered this case with us because we don't know what is happening here. Michael Bryant, as you know, is on his way to the courthouse. Okay, is on his way to the courthouse. So, you know, that's what's going on there. And basically what's going on there is we don't know what's going on there. Okay, so that's what's going on there. So, you know, please stay with us here. Right now, I see only fan. Now I'm seeing the outside of the courthouse. I'm seeing the outside of the courthouse. So we're showing that right now, as you can see. Okay. Okay. Neil Rockind, by the way, is doing an arraignment right now. So, yeah. Neil, let us know when you're free. As a matter of fact, we're going to send you a link just so you have it. Dizzy and Missy can hear me talking, and then you'll see whether or not you need to get on at the time your arraignment is done. Okay. All right, so that's where this is called live TV. We show you what we're doing. We tell you what we're doing. They just announced it's a verdict on MySpace. Okay, they just announced that it's a verdict. Okay, all right. Wow, if that's a verdict, thank you very much for that. If that's a verdict, wow, boy, I tell you, everyone's, you know, everyone has to be just at this point, just. Yeah, me as I am. All right. Okay. Let's see if there's a verdict. They were out for a long time. So we will see. We will see what's going to happen here. Just as a lawyer, my stomach goes into just like, I don't know if I can say overdrive, and it's just as if I am dealing with this, and also we see everybody in front of the courthouse. Let me answer a question, by the way, while we're waiting. Question, Linda, current grand jury on the beating death of Enrique Delgado Garcia, cadet in the training exercise at MSP. Rumors are the MSP had an illegal fight club betting on interns boxing. Okay, keep us updated, Joan. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Keep us updated. All right. As you can see, we don't know much. All right. I know that Aidan Carney obviously will be in the courtroom, so he should be live tweeting at some point what he sees. I think everyone has been 10 minutes away. Therefore, everyone it takes time to get back into the courthouse, especially Karen Reed. Okay. So he has not live tweeted, except that everyone's being asked to come back in the courtroom right now. So if it is a verdict, which it may be at 2:27, and we'll see. There hasn't been any official announcement. All I can say is yikes, yikes, and yikes, 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 and yikes. This is day 4. This jury had only had the 4 questions yesterday that we heard of. They seem to indicate they were had reached a verdict on 1 and 3, and were questioning about being hung on 2, and then wanted to know about the OUI. But we've had people on our show who, feel differently than we do, and all. And so, whatever this is, I am sure that if it is a guilty, it's going to be said, and we'll say that Karen Reed did not receive a fair trial. But I've heard people say, we think that she hit him. So think is not good enough in a court of law. The prosecution had to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And for those of you that said that the jury wanted to come back at 2:27, well, why? Okay, why is going to be the question. Is it going to be because they wanted to send the message they supported Karen Reed, or is it because they wanted to send the message that they didn't? All right. Okay. Ted Daniel is reporting. The court clerk reporters bring back the troops. All right. So, okay. No, it's too early for them to head home for the day. I'm just going to say that to you. It's too early for them to home for the day. The microphones are out in front of the courthouse, which means that the court thinks that there's a verdict. All right. They wouldn't be putting those microphones out for a question. If there's a bank of microphones out in front of the courthouse steps, they'd be putting that out for a press conference there. We'll see if our own Michael Bryant, I'm not sure I can text him, right now. I'm trying to try. Okay. I'm going to actually tell him if Casey's, he probably sees it. Apparently the microphones are out in front of the courthouse. So if you can get us a screenshot of that too, that would be great. So I'm texting Michael Bryant, and you see this going on. You know exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it. Please check court. Please check court, and all. I'm reading all of I'm reading all of your questions here. I'm reading all of your questions. But again, they would not have microphones out in front of the courthouse unless this was their verdict. They wouldn't have it out for a question. It's as simple as that. And if it were a hung jury, she'd be sending them back for a. If they were a hung jury, she'd be. What was a joke? What was a joke? That the microphones are out? I think I saw a number of people talking about that. Okay. MySpace is a joke, but I've seen a number of people say the microphones are out in front of the courthouse. Okay. So not just you. I'm on Twitter. I can't imagine they would do that yet. I just can't imagine. I can't imagine they would do that. Because if they did, that would be a telltale sign. So I can't imagine they would do that. But you never know. I mean, everything in this case has surprised me so much. Sue O'Connell, a commentator. Okay, let's see. The press is in the courtroom. The prosecution is here. She is reporting the press is in the courtroom and the prosecution is here. Okay, so as soon as we get something we can pull in, which I think should be now, right? Are we able to pull anything in now? Not yet. Yes, ma'am, no, maybe. Okay, we're actually seeing, let's see who's walking down the street. Are we seeing the defense come in because the prosecution is there? Michael Bryan is probably getting tape for us. There's Karen Reed. She's coming back with her dad. Okay, Karen Reed and her dad, Alan Jackson. They all have the things. They all have the cases. They all have the things. And the whole defense team, the family. This is D-Day, right? It's D-Day. Okay. Oh, you have a friend named Tom on MySpace. Okay, seriously, there's somebody. MySpace still exists? I can't imagine. Is it really? I don't think it exists. I thought it was gone. Okay, Neil's been sent the link. I was telling Neil. Okay. We sent you a link. You just get on when you can. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Wow. Wow. I'm reading all of your comments here as I'm going through. Okay, we have a fan. All right, we have a fan. We have a fan. I'll tell you, it's just, I feel like, I know you all did too, that we've been with this case for so long. It's as if we all tried the case. It's as if we're all on trial, right? And I guess we're all surprised that there was radio silence from the jury today. I'm all surprised there was radio silence from the jury today, right? And remember, there's a lot of questions on the verdict sheet that have to be gone through. It's just not the one, because there's a lot of lesser includeds that have to be that have to be discussed. Okay. Wow, that's all I can say. I mean, I'm seldom at a loss for words. And if this were my case, I wouldn't be at a loss for words, right? I'd be keeping everybody calm, cool, collected, telling them what to do. But there we see all of the people that are around, right? We see everybody that is around there. It's a huge amount of people that have come to the courthouse to see what is going on.
Superior
Huge
Courthouse.
amount.
All those people are gathering, hoping that this is the day we hear a verdict. But as JC just mentioned, we're not sure if that's the case at this point, because we don't know why everyone has been called back to the courthouse this afternoon. There are.
All right. Well, let's see. What is Aidan saying? What is Aidan Carney saying? Because as you know, he's sort of in the know. Okay. He is, let's see. Let me see if this is, when the jury had a question, they were always told this. They were not told there was a jury question. The team was just asked to come back to the court by Jim McDermott. Okay, so the defense team has entered inside that courthouse. The defense team has entered inside that courthouse. And so since they were not told what it's for, they're assuming, I can't imagine that a judge wouldn't say to the defense team, we have a verdict, okay, if they're, that they would keep that, should keep that surprise. No, apparently every other time they've been told that there's a question, they were not told there was a question. We're going to find out soon, aren't we? We're going to find out soon. The defense team, according to Aidan Carney, has entered inside that courtroom. Okay? The defense team has entered inside that courtroom. Okay? All right. Now, if the hung jury trial would not begin quickly, and the verdict clock is still going, because no one's been told what it is. Apparently not even the defense team. No one's been told apparently what it is. Apparently not even the defense team. But the way they were all coming back, it certainly looks like it smells, it looks, it sounds like a verdict, doesn't it? It's after lunch, right? After a lunchtime where a jury has been quiet all day. We're going to find out, this is a serious moment, as you know. The microphones are there on the right. Okay. All right. The microphones are there on the right. So if they set up microphones, I'm telling you, if they set up microphones inside the courthouse, this is a verdict. There's no other reason for it. Okay. If they set up microphones inside the courthouse, this is a verdict. There'll be no other reason for that. Okay. Brian B., thank you for that donation. Please, God, don't let my belief in the system down. we're going to see, we're going to see here. We're very close to seeing, and it's serious because, as you heard from Michael DelSignore, there's Neil. Neil's just in time. Neil, hi, Neil. We're going to put you right on. We're going to add you right in, put the courtroom right between us.
Let's go.
All right, let's go. Let's see what it is. Apparently, microphones have been set up on the side of the courthouse. I'm trying to move Neil to trying to move the courtroom to the middle here. Michael Bryant is, I can't seem to move Neil to the middle, excuse me. According to Aidan, that every other time there was a question, the defense team was told it was a question, and this time they were not. And it has the smell, the sound, the sight of a verdict. That's what it has to me. I mean, that's and all. Everyone is here. The prosecution is there. Karen Reed's defense team. The Reed team was told just to come back by clerk Jim McDermott. I'm reading Aidan's tweet. When the jury has had a question, they were always told this. They were not told there was a jury question. Okay, so that's where we're going. All right, with regard to this, it does to me, doesn't it? Have the smell, the sound, the sight, microphones outside the courthouse, and all.
Yeah, it feels like that.
Yeah, to making it count, 2 p.m. You're hoping that it's not verdict guilty for the 227. That's what you're hoping. We'll see. We'll see. All I can say is we'll see. I have a pit in my stomach, Neil, just as if I try this case because we've been on it for 8 weeks.
I know.
I
I had the same feeling when we were talking about the Husel case years ago. I don't know why. I just had so invested in that case. I just was. Just anybody who's been through this is a case that has really captured the attention of the country for so many bad reasons. This particular case, for all of just watching what has played out, has been really sort of watching the legal system.
Let me just interrupt you. Sue O'Connell said the court officer walked by me with a medium-sized envelope with the back fastened closed. That sounds like a verdict form, the verdict forms, right?
Yeah, this is the sort of the everybody looking at the way a juror ticks, or the way a juror's dressed, or how a court officer works, or how an envelope. So very interesting to me, because that's not how I've ever had. Usually, I don't know about you, but my experience is the juror brings in, the foreperson brings in the verdict form, hands it to the court officer. Court officer takes it to the judge. Judge reviews it, makes sure that it's appropriately checked, and then hands it back to the jury foreperson to read.
Yeah, that's usually what happens to me. But they do things differently sometimes in Massachusetts, as we find out.
In the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth, right?
Yeah. So you have you got a pit in your stomach, Linda?
Yeah, as if what it's kind of like this has been so intense of us covering it. So we were covering the Troconis case, but who issued a statement today, the Troconis case. But this is the first time we've covered on our channel, all day, every day. And you happen to know, at least one of the participants, Alan Jackson, right? So yeah, I have a pit in my stomach as if I were trying this case as a defense attorney.
Back here.
Here we go.
During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
Verdict? No verdict.
Well, this is...
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
Somebody changed their mind?
Shocking.
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Wow.
Whoa, Neil.
I have to say,
that is so wild. I don't even know what to say. Have you ever had a juror polled and it said that it wasn't or isn't their verdict?
No,
Me neither.
I've had friends who've had that happen, but I've never had this. This is a polling that occurred before. Somebody changed their mind.
But so they knocked. They had a verdict slip that they had prepared,
and that must have been what the court officer was. Remember this?
and then they knocked again and
before,
said
right.
no verdict.
Right. So they must have given because
Right.
whatever Sue of Boston had, and she said the court officer was in an envelope had that, right? All right. They must have given
sounded
that.
like what she said. I'd be interested to hear how it all played out, but it sounded like there was they announced during the lunch break that they had a verdict. They knocked, but then but nobody. Maybe did no one respond promptly because it was during the lunch break? And then
I don't know. She didn't tell us the time. She didn't say the time.
Then they came back and then they knocked again and said that we don't have a verdict.
Well, but the lunch break ended at 1:30, so now it's 2:27. You know, so they knocked. They obviously gave their form to the court officer. That's what was in the sealed envelope that was walking down the hall, right? And then before they could announce it, within the 10 minutes or so, it took everyone to get this all put together, because that's the microphones. Remember, we see the microphones outside the courthouse and everything. They knocked and said they don't have a verdict. We don't know what the difference of time is.
I mean, so imagine there are 12 people around that table and they poll, which is what they would do. They would, and if they would, is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? You know what I mean? And how do you, and then they say whatever the verdict is, and then the foreperson would fill out the form.
Right.
And then then theoretically at that moment, they would hand it in, knock, and be ready to hand it in. Somebody, I don't know. I mean, that is
somebody changed their mind.
Wow.
And Aidan Carney, and I'm just retweeting it from our Justice Serve TV account, wrote, "This is insane. The jury told the court officer that they have a verdict. Then they told them they don't have a verdict. The original verdict was put in a sealed envelope that was just given to Judge Cannone. This is unreal. I have never, ever seen this before."
Plus,
right?
here's something else that is, jurors are supposed to communicate everything in writing to the court. I mean, everything. So,
or if it knocks. Sometimes I've had, well, if you knock 3 times, it's a verdict, or if you press the red light or the green light,
okay,
you know,
sure,
but they don't talk.
But the court officer is told that there's a verdict. I'm curious, how did they communicate to the court officer that there wasn't a verdict, that they were, was that in writing?
How did they communicate there was a verdict and then there wasn't a verdict, right?
Yes.
By the way, SLUT, those were our friends from Inside the Upside Down. His video is going viral because this is his wife who got into it with at the pizza parlor. Okay.
So
thank you very much. Let me just go through these.
The tease is that you can't have said that you had a verdict unless there is near unanimity in the jury room. So we're not.
How about absolute unanimity in the jury room?
We're not like 6-6, 7-5, 8-4, 9-3. We are most likely 11-1 on something, right? I mean, we
got to be 12-0. We got to be 12-0
on something for sure.
Yeah. Rhonda Hall, thank you for being a member. Thank you, Linda Michael, Cameron Reed. Thank you very much. Neil, get your thoughts together, because Linda again says this is nerve-wracking. Linda again said this is nerve-wracking again. Linda again said, what the hell? Thank you. I mean, you can see I'm saying the same thing. This is nerve-wracking. Wow, that's what I wrote. What the hell? Verdict? No verdict? Neil? I mean, you're the first person I texted, as you know.
I know. I can't explain it because
so you fill out the form.
I know that.
Now but was it communication? Was it the communication that went on between? Did she say, "Well, give them your jury"? You know, we don't know what she said. Did she say, "Give them your verdict form if you now don't have a verdict"? Did she say, you know, what was that? That's going to be the subject of what the
So the
defense is going to
question's
want to
going to
know.
be, did they hand in a verdict form? And did they, while the verdict form was, did they have it sitting there? This is what I'm envisioning, that they had it sitting there. They had it filled out. They were ready to go. They didn't get an immediate response from the deputy. The deputy then responded to the knock. They handed the verdict form in, but in the meantime, they sat there and said, okay, well, are we ready to go? Are we ready? And I'm just imagining how does the verdict form get to the deputy, to the court officer, if someone had changed their mind? So they had to change their mind after it was filled out or after it was handed over to the deputy.
Right, one of the two. And how did it get handed over to the deputy? Was there a conversation? Was it, you know?
So that's the question. How did it get handed over to the deputy if after it had been filled out, but before it was turned in, someone said, we don't have a verdict?
Right. You know, and there's some really good questions. We have Joanne Jetta Platypus. Can this create a mistrial? Let me answer both of these questions now. I'm going to both of you. Can this create a mistrial along with Donnie, not Wahlberg? Why wouldn't the judge call the jurors in to inquire? So I'm going to have you answer because they're both really going to go in the same answer. This is why I'm paying you the big money to answer these questions.
Yeah, the big money.
Yeah, the big money.
So the judge can't call the jurors in to inquire, because then that would be asking the jurors to, if they've indicated that they aren't unanimous and that they don't have a verdict, then that would be asking the jurors to reveal their split. And they're not, they can do whatever they want. The jurors can reveal anything that they want to reveal. They can do anything. They can announce their split if they wanted to in a note. Doesn't mean the judge will actually make that split known. But the judge can't call them in and inquire and say, you know, what's your split? Like,
although Inspector, the judge did just that. Okay, well, tell me your split. We had everything with that too. Okay.
So
you're not supposed to.
The other thing that I would imagine is that could the judge under these circumstances have called in the jurors and said, I want you to communicate with me in a note, you know, can you direct the foreperson to, I mean, I guess you could call them in and you could say, do I understand? I just want to be clear. Foreperson, will you please rise? Do I understand that at this point you do or do not have a unanimous verdict? If the foreperson would rise and say, we do not have a unanimous verdict, okay, continue deliberating.
Right. Somebody's confused.
Could this create a mistrial?
Yeah, can this create a mistrial? Before you answer that,
yeah.
KCL says, Linda and Neil, what is in the envelope? A verdict form that is no longer the verdict. So you can combine those two now.
I mean, in a case where we would like something clean to have transpired and taken place, we can't even get a clean, you know, verdict deliberation. So is it going to create? Is it part of? Yeah. If there's a conviction, I mean, the question is, do lawyers come in at this moment and move for a mistrial? I imagine the defense is probably huddling and trying to figure out, you know, could they ask for a mistrial under these circumstances? I guess that they could try to ask for a mistrial. I don't think this will. I don't believe they'll do that. I don't think it will. That it will ask for that. I do think at some point it's going to be interesting. Is that other verdict slip? Is that ever going to be made public? Is that ever going to be unsealed?
Yeah, I know.
It's currently in the folder.
Right. Well, I guess we'll know depending on what they come in with the next thing, because they said verdict, no verdict. So what's in the envelope? Yeah, the verdict form that is no longer their verdict is in the envelope. Yeah.
Right.
Right. The verdict form is no longer. But this does create some other issues, right? It does create some other issues. Let's see. Aidan posted. Okay, let me read to you what Aidan Carney posted, because he's right there in the courtroom. If I were to guess, and this is just a guess, okay, so this is his guess, I think that the most likely thing that happened is that the jury gave the court officer the verdict and then panicked that they may have filled it out wrong. That seems like a much more likely scenario than one of the jurors saying, I changed my mind to guilty. Let's deliberate some more. If this is the case, it means they've made up their mind and the verdict will likely come today. That's just his guess.
That's just amusing. I mean, that's just a...
You know?
Sure, that's a possibility. It's also a possibility that somebody sat there after and, I mean, that would make sense, but I would wonder,
someone changing their mind. Someone changing their mind.
Can't you, I mean, in that circumstance, wouldn't you ask for it? Wouldn't you send a note out saying, I'd like that, knock, knock, a note, we would like the verdict slip returned to us.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, because it's incorrect. All right.
Or we'd like a clean one, please. Please disregard the prior verdict slip. We'd like a clean one. I don't know.
Yeah. To making a count based on the mistreatment of the verdict slips by the court officers, mistrial with bias. So the problem is that they'd have to ask for the mistrial now, which she's going to deny, and then afterwards, if there is a guilty, they're going to have to ask for a new trial, right, Neil?
Right. Correct.
And then does that involve the judge is not going to poll the jury? He's not going to take anything from the jury, is she? She's not going to do anything with the jury.
If there's a verdict, you have a right to poll.
Poll.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
the verdict.
Usually when we get a not guilty, we're
no poll. I don't want to
no
poll.
polling.
No polling. No chance. No
I'm
poll.
walking out. What do you mean?
Goodbye. Let's go.
I'm walking out.
Yeah.
Does the prosecutor want the jury polled? Mr. Rockind, you want the jury polled? I'm looking like, no, of course not.
Yeah.
I don't need anybody to stand up and have to second guess this thing,
Yeah.
Like I said, I've never had a juror second guess a verdict during the polling process.
Yeah, I haven't either, but I have heard of friends who have, and it's unusual to have that, right?
I've had jurors who either after a verdict feel like now that they're relieved and the pressure is, maybe they're out of that room and relieved, they then think to themselves, some said, I could have been, I guess I could have gone, I had some who I've heard have thought that they rendered the wrong verdict, but it doesn't change the fact that's buyer's remorse.
Yeah. I have never seen a case, and this case, of course, as we know, has had everything under the sun and things we've never seen before, but I have never seen a case. I'm sure you have it in all the time that you've practiced, and you have a lot of criminal cases and you win most of them. I just tell everybody, if you ever need a great criminal defense lawyer, Neil's one. We've been looking for a case to try together. Yes. When that comes together.
Listen, let me tell you why I want to try a case with Linda. You can tell Linda is I think Linda's like 5'1", maybe 5 feet, 4'9". What's that?
5'7".
Linda's 5'7", probably weighs all of like 92 pounds.
108, but you're close.
Maybe. And she needs a strong, strapping young guy to come carry her bag.
I told you the story that I always had George carry.
I'm ready.
Everyone always carries my bags.
It's safe to carry her big bags.
I even had them. Poor George had to do my laundry. Take my laundry home and do my laundry. And I was like, you can't make it up.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
We were in the same. During Hernandez, we were in the same. We rented the apartment and we had the war room. The middle room was the war room, and we had the bedrooms on the side. And I was in charge of the war room. He would go home on weekends, and so I was like, "Okay, here you go." And then back he'd come and he'd fold my laundry, all of it, But he carried my bags every single day, all the time. Everyone always carries my bags. They're very nice to me. Everyone's extremely nice.
Oh,
to me.
yeah.
Yeah, carrying my bags. Yeah. So,
but very, very interesting. So,
but we've never had anything like this. So, did somebody get
now they're posting verdict in? So
verdict is in now. Okay.
Now they're saying so.
Oh boy.
So maybe they were confused about the form. So we'll see.
Or maybe somebody was upset that they voted guilty and had to think about it some more. I mean, that's usually when you get the second thoughts, when people vote guilty and then they want to change it on the But whatever it is, let's hope this jury gets it right. Let's bring the court in. The court's in session right now. Let's bring it in. Let's move her in. Let's move the feet in. She's in session. Let's move. She's got something. Let's go in session. She's in. Let's move it in. Can we move the court feet in? Yeah, thank you. Even if it's only that. Yeah, because she was moving around. The judge was moving around inside that courtroom. All right. She got up and she grabbed. She had. Did you see her grab like an envelope type thing? Is that the inside courtroom feed? That's what we've been showing? Right, there's the fan. That's definitely, that's the only fan. Oh, whatever it is, I hope the jury does get it right, you know, whatever it is, after all this and after that.
That kind of stuff is just so cruel. I'm
So
not saying
cruel.
it's intentional, but it's just so cruel to everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But since the person we're focused on is the accused, that's just so cruel, right?
Right. Yeah. Boston 10 said that there's a verdict. Yeah, there's a verdict. There's a verdict. And Aidan Carney said there's a verdict too. So whatever it was, they had to get a new form,
Sounds like it.
which they filled out pretty quickly.
It's going to be interesting to see what it's on that other form, man. I mean, I wonder what the judge does with that. I mean, it's part of the, right?
Right. I mean, if this is a guilty verdict, doesn't the defense have a right to see the other form?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Or
Absolutely.
if it's a verdict, if it's a guilty on anything,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. On anything. On anything.
On anything.
On anything. Right.
Wouldn't you be like, I want to see that other I want to see the other form.
Yeah, they have a right to see the other form, whether she
Mhm.
seals it or not. You know, I can't imagine the attention in that court from everyone. I mean, you know, you're from everyone, from the family members, from the defense, from the prosecution, from the people watching. I've never seen anything like this. Anything that can happen in this trial has happened. It's happened. Everything.
Yes. We didn't have a witness throw up in court.
No, we didn't have a witness show up in a bunny suit, which is what
Right.
I had in
Right.
one case. You know, but we've had everything in this case. Oh my goodness gracious! So, but they filled out the new form because they couldn't get the old form back, and they had to fill out the new form pretty quickly. I assume that I would imagine that if I'm the Reed defense team, I'm happier with that if it were that quick that they filled out a new form.
I'm just pretty amazing when you sit there and you think about all the work that goes into a trial, right?
Yeah.
And that goes into it. And then at the very end, the verdict form is confusing enough that after the jurors turned it in,
They needed it back.
they were like, wait a minute, which is the equivalent of the OCD, did I turn the stove off? You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Did they, right.
if that's the case. So
If that's the case. I mean, you know, it's somebody clearly thought there was an issue, as we know.
I got to make one. I'm gonna mute you for 1 second, okay,
Okay.
Linda?
Yep.
Call somebody.
Excuse me, as I took a sip of mango here as we wait. You know, let's see what's going on here. I have to thank Neil. Neil was actually doing an arraignment and was on standby. As you know, you've heard all of our people come in at the last moment to give us their expertise. Of course, I trust Neil implicitly. He's just such a great defense lawyer. Such a great defense lawyer. Interesting. What did they do with that verdict? That those stupid verdict clocks, anyhow, which you know had to go and start and go and start, and go and start. You know, with regard to this. Okay. All right. So, I mean, you know, somebody points out the fact that the jury doesn't even know itself what it did, right? You know, it goes to show you how confusing things are, and how confusing that verdict slip may have been, and all. So, that's all I can say. I have nothing to fill your time with, basically, because we know what happened. That the jury knocked. Apparently, we don't know what the conversation was. The judge believed they had a verdict. they must have given that verdict slip at some point, you know, to the court officer, whether it's before they could come out in court and read their verdict slip. They not said they don't have a verdict. So I don't know when it was that the judge said, you know, let me have the verdict slip that you don't have, and it went into an envelope. Now, you know, when you get put it into an envelope, does somebody see it? You know, does somebody go through it? I don't know. Everyone is standing by because this case it turned out to be more about Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. It turned out to be more about the justice system. What people were perceiving was an unfair trial. And depending on what happens here, that perception is not going to be changed. Excuse me for a second as I just go off camera for 1 second. Sorry, guys. Had to sneeze. And muted and back on. Okay. So, you know, you see the outside. Obviously, cities are getting ready. They're putting up some barriers there. There's microphones apparently somewhere in that mix. The cops are now shutting down the street, according to Missy. Apparently, somewhere in that mix is our own Michael Bryant. As you know, as soon as I told him initially that there was something to the courthouse, he went 39 minutes ago. He headed to that courthouse. As I said, so something was happening. At that point, we did not know what it was, that something was happening. And then we've had this whole mishmash, right? This whole mishmash, okay? You see all the supporters. They're still around there, but they're closing down the street. They're not going to let any more cars in, I guess. I don't know where the defense team's car is. Probably sitting on the side and all. But yeah, you see what's going on there. And then that security issue, that is understandable. That street would be, you know, Michael Bryant may disagree with me. I don't know, but I understand that street would be, at this point, would be closed off and all. And there's the fan. So it looks like we're getting closer to the reading of that verdict. When we do read that verdict, Neil and I will be on the side, and we will hear the whole reading of everything. And I think we may have Michael Bryant to come on with us. I heard a beep in my ear. But I can't move my StreamYard up right now for some reason. It won't let me move my StreamYard up now. Yep, can't do it. I don't know if our Michael Bryant's with us or not, Missy. Can you tell us? Can you see down there? Is he with us from outside or no? No, he's not with us from outside. Okay. All right. So he's probably in that crowd, probably going to get reaction video in that crowd and all. And as we told you, we thought there'd be a verdict today. Why? Because this is really a Friday, even though it's a Wednesday. The jury knows tomorrow's a holiday. They don't want to come back. It's just like it's got the whole psychology of a Friday verdict. And juries know that. But this is a particularly quiet jury. Today, I thought that they'd be at 10 o'clock, they'd have a question about the new verdict form, but not a peep out of them. Not a peep out of them. So the foreperson obviously had hold of his jury. Although there's something that happened with that verdict form, you know, whether maybe Aidan's right. Maybe they didn't think it was filled out properly and got panic stricken, you know, wanted to make sure. But then they would have had a new verdict slip, not the old one, because the old one had to be put in a paper, right? Had to be put into an envelope and sealed, and the judge sealed it, the old verdict slip. Whether she looked at it or not, I don't know. In between, supposedly not. But, you know, quite frankly, Neil, this is really messed up, right? Whatever it is, it's messed up.
That is messed up. The whole, look, they could teach law school classes, trial classes, this case, just so many different parts of it. There's so many barriers, so many obstacles, so many motions in limine, so many issues they had to raise with the judge and attempt to overcome, issues with evidence that was mentioned in argument, that was mentioned in questions. And then on top of that, another issue with the verdict slip.
Right.
And then another issue with the verdict slip.
Right.
And then at last, an issue where the verdict slip is essentially sealed and locked in a vault.
Right. Right. I mean, you just can't make it up. I mean,
No.
we get a new, the defense argues for 2.5 days that the verdict slip is improper. The judge finally agrees it's improper, doesn't give them everything they want, but does change it. They sent a new verdict slip in yesterday. Yeah, and then today they announce they have a verdict, and then they take it back, and then we have a verdict.
So you know what the lawyers are doing right now.
Apparently,
what I would be doing.
yeah. Well, apparently,
Pacing like
according,
mad. I would be,
yeah, yeah, right. You saw that, right? You saw that per Aidan. Alan Jackson is pacing around himself, keeps puffing it out.
in a case, and there was a case that came in that when a verdict came in, it was such a massive case, and we overcame so much to defend the client. And I stood there like this. I'm not a nail biter. I didn't know what to do. I didn't feel like shuckling and bobbing, you know what I mean? Like this. So the jury's watching, and I just stood there like this and was just, because I didn't know what else to do. And when he came in, your heart is, you can imagine Looney Tunes, right? Imagine the just beating like mad. And the jurors come in and you're trying to maintain your composure.
Right. You're trying to maintain your composure. Your client
I'm sure they're totally flipping out.
And your client has entrusted you. Your client has entrusted you with their lives, and you know that you're going to go home tonight. And if your client is found guilty of anything but an OUI, they're not. They're getting. We heard from Michael DelSignore, who practices there. They will remand her. The judge will remand her right away.
You start to have the nerves, the anxiety, you
feel like you're having a heart attack.
It's hard even to marshal your thoughts. You're just, I'll also tell you that, so is it an automatic remand in Massachusetts?
Yeah, the said that they will come right to it and they'll handcuff it right there. Automatic remand, and they'll make a spectacle of it. Obviously, he said that's how they do it in Massachusetts, and then she will set a sentencing date, and she won't do bail. The bail will be she'll revoke her bail right there and remand her right there. That's how they do it. It's not like federal court where you get that time, to get your time in order.
So have an auto remand. Just some personality. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just some personality things that we lawyers have gone through. This is really unique because you have the state, you have the DAs. Linda's taking deep breaths. I can see it.
I feel like this is my verdict almost.
Got the DAs, two of whom are actually were there, right? Two of whom are full-time DAs,
right?
And then you've got Hank Brennan, who so it will be interesting for me. Did he believe in this case so much so that he was willing to, he put himself, his career, reputation, practice. He put a lot on the line for this case.
Yeah.
It's not like, is there a case that could get Linda Kinney Bodden to, is there a case, is there a prosecutor's office that could get you to join them or to lead a case as a prosecutor in this day and age?
No, there's not. Well, I guess if you said to me Koberger, I really feel that those kids were slaughtered. I guess I would possibly, but probably not. Probably not.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But probably not. I'd have to think about it. I think it'd be something I was really, really intently concerned about and believed in. All right. And I don't see my reputation right now. I've been a prosecutor and I've done a good job and all.
But the case that could draw me in would potentially be, it wouldn't be this. Let me say it that. If it was something that was the Tree of Life Synagogue shooting, but they wouldn't need me.
They wouldn't. They have so many people.
Need a special
they wouldn't need us, right?
For that, right?
Right. They wouldn't need a special prosecutor.
For this case, what compels you to? What compels you to join
the DA?
The DA for this case?
Yeah. Is he retiring? Is he retiring and going and wants to be a judge?
But I asked that because this isn't a cause. This isn't, when you divide up the cases, you got the reasons. What is it? Cause? Is this a cause? What's the cause? What is the cause?
Maybe it's just a favor. Politics is big, right? And he knows Morrissey, and politics is big. But you're right. What compelled him? I mean, that's going to be the question that is going to be one of the first interviews when he does an interview, which he will eventually do. What compelled you to take this case when you were known as a defense attorney? Or maybe you didn't want to be known as the Whitey Bulger. Maybe that's not what you wanted on your epitaph, Whitey Bulger's defense attorney, because that's how we all referenced him.
So you now you're known as the Karen Reed prosecutor.
Well, there's a whole contingent of people who believe that she's guilty and believe that he was, that if there's a conviction, he'd be the one responsible and who would probably love him for it. So I guess that's the distinction. No one ever likes us as defense attorneys except for Doug Weinstein in YSL, or Joe Tacopino in ASAP Rocky, right? And but when Joe had some other clients of his, he wasn't beloved.
Right. I know. So that's why I just wonder, you wonder maybe it's the motivation to have the police on your side. Maybe it's a way to cleanse yourself from, if you thought you needed cleansing from Whitey Bulger, you now are essentially the defender of the DA, the police departments, the police officers. You're the right. I mean, maybe that's it, but
maybe that's it. I mean, that's all I can think of. Dog, is he going to freak out as I react to the verdict? Yes, probably the case. I think my 2B came in, but he's so tired from his walks, he's not going to freak out. He's kind of chill anyhow. He doesn't really care. But yeah, this is Blessed in Texas. Thank you, by the way, for that, as usual. Apparently, according to Aidan, as of 2 minutes ago, the prosecution, the keys in the prosecution have not yet entered the room as of 2 minutes ago.
Inevitably, there are people that start to, after an acquittal, and I'm not trying to make any assumptions, but after an acquittal, clients inevitably they want to continue they want to try to get their pound of flesh against those that put them through the case. What are your thoughts, Linda, about a malicious prosecution, abusive process, violation of civil rights case? Do you see anything there for?
No, I think it's hard if she gets an acquittal. I think those are hard enough to win when you have damages and you're in jail. Right. I think it's hard. And then also you want to, you kind of want to start your new life, right?
I agree with you.
You kind of want to start your new life. However, she is still the defendant in the civil case by the O'Keefes and the niece for a wrongful death. So she still has that going on, and so she's really not, even if this is a not guilty. And then there's been a suggestion that somebody could indict her as a co-defendant with Aidan Carney for conspiracy to interfere with witnesses. On one of the shows I was on, there was that suggestion. I mean, that would be really, to me, that would be
malicious.
That would be malicious. That would just show some kind of retribution. But we're assuming a lot. I mean, first she's got to have a not guilty here, all the way through. I mean, of everything, including, okay. But yeah, we're.
If this results in a OWI or a DUI, I mean,
Yeah. We'll see. It's amazing that the defense though gets yelled at, right, for not being on time, and they're there, and then Karen Reed has got to sit there and wait when it's this is really her verdict, whether it's guilty or not guilty. It's her verdict.
Right. There you go.
Okay, here we go. Let's listen. Hope we get sound. The judge just unmuted herself.
The deliberating jurors remain standing. Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yeah. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all? Yes. 003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated.
There you have it.
Thank you.
Just the OUI, Neil.
That's all that.
Let's listen.
Talk to you a little bit afterwards, so thank you very much.
All rise. Call me.
I couldn't imagine that 12 people could come to a conclusion that there was a collision. All right, I kept saying that, and that's obviously what happened. And maybe what happened with the other verdict form is that they forgot to, deal with the OUI. I'm beginning to think that's what happened, right?
Could be.
And she didn't answer the OUI because they merged. I'll have to get Michael DelSignore later on. We don't know whether it's
Karen
just...
Reed, not yet.
Tony,
Hold on, everyone. Karen Reed, Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Wow, she's going to pay for sentencing. Why don't you just tell her right now, I'm giving you probation, first offense, okay? Because now what does she want to do? Try to try to give her 2 years on a first offense with no priors?
Fines and costs and send her on her way.
Yeah, that's all. That's what she should have done. Okay. Linda, God is good. God is a she. Of course, she is great. Okay. Neil, get your first reaction to this with what we're seeing in the courtroom.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Incredible.
Oh, there we are. They're going forward.
What's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
They're going forward. They are going forward.
We recommend probation 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that you be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right. Thank you all.
1 year
That's
probation.
it. Michael DelSignore said that's what he would get.
Docket number 002, the lesser included offense of
So that's what Michael DelSignore was right. We'll have to send him a link to bring him on in a bit, Missy, if you could. But first, we want to bring Neil and have him talk to him. That's what he said. It should get 1 year probation. It's called a 24D, and she has to go to some kind of school. All right, they're going to pull her license, but her license has already been pulled for 3 years. So, yeah.
Listen, you focus on. So one of those moments. It's a huge moment. So many people were invested in the outcome of this case. They watched what they believed to be injustice in so many ways unfolding during the first case, and then watched again as the lawyers fought so valiantly on her behalf. She clearly, in my opinion, was far more involved in the defense of this case than she was maybe in the first trial. And the relief is just setting in. You can see her. She's been relatively stoic in court. Karen has been, she's taken an active part in her defense. You saw her each time approach. In trial 1, she sat at the counsel table when the lawyers went to sidebar. In trial 2, she went up with the lawyers to sidebar. You could see her talking to her lawyers, Alessi at times, and Yannetti, and pointing. And I mean, she was very, very, very active. And this is one of those moments you can just see her crying now. I want the jurors to imagine you have 3 years, right? 3 years. So 3 years or 2 years, Linda? 3 years.
With you have 22. So 3 years.
3 years. 3 years. And I'm going to step back for a second so you can see.
Okay.
3 years of this just welling up every day. You have to wake up and you have to put on your face and you have to try to swallow the anxiety and the stress and the fear and the worry and the hostility and the disappointment and the why me and why is this happening? And every time you get an email or a letter from a lawyer or from this, you see
a cop, or you see a cop,
and you panic.
Can I just
this
say
is all
something?
coming out now. It's all being released.
I just want to say something, okay? When the court clerk there says to her, as she is hugging everybody after finding not guilty of murder, not guilty of manslaughter, not guilty of anything, Miss Reed, pay attention to me. Yes. I'm sorry. I want to clip that, guys. I want to clip that, and I want to do a rant about that on Friday, okay? Because it's a very quick clip. All right, if we can find, I think that was outrageous. Pay attention to me. Well, what the hell? What the hell? I mean, her whole line. Here she goes.
Team pumping their fists. We haven't seen her main legal team quite yet, and I do want to point out.
We don't need to. We can turn the mute. We can mute the audio.
It's very.
We'll not see them coming
out. Let's mute the audio on that feed, please. It's until they come out, and they're going to obviously make a statement. We all told Ellen Jackson. You and I remember concentrate on the collision. Forget all the conspiracy. Concentrate on the collision, right?
I hadn't something, and just when you just said it, and I'm so glad you brought it up. It hadn't resonated with me what was bothersome to me about what that, the guy, Miss Jackson, please pay attention to me, or Miss Reed, please, pay attention to what I'm saying. But you're so right. Like, she just was found not guilty of murder, of manslaughter, of OWI manslaughter, of leaving the scene. Give her a second to, you know what I mean? Give her a second to hug her lawyers and to feel the elation of and the satisfaction of. Look, and we don't see this all the time, Linda.
We don't
see this. We see too many cases where people are overwhelmed by the legal system, where they are caught, where they don't have the star power. They don't have the ability to marshal this much of these defense lawyers and to have defense lawyers, commit in this way. They don't have people. They don't have Aidan Kenny looking at everybody leaving if they have, you know what I mean, and doing
Neil Rockind,
journalism. They just don't have it, and we always say this at the end of a case, Linda. We always say if everybody had the ability to have this type of focus and attention and lawyering, there'd be a lot less injustice in the legal system. It's not possible, but that's the goal. That is the objective.
And that's the dirty little secret of the legal system. Your lawyering matters. The amount of money that you can raise matters. Even though apparently a lot of these lawyers were doing most of the stuff pro bono, 2 years of their lives with regard to this. ASAP Rocky jumped over the seats of the courtroom before the verdict was finished ready. No one came and said, the way, the disregard and the nastiness there. And what was the hurry? Could you slow down and read something? And I don't mean
well,
slow down.
And he asked, "Is that your verdict?" And the jurors were all, and obviously you could tell how confusing was the verdict slip on the manslaughter count, that they actually had to ask the jurors, "What's your verdict?" And then they're like,
"Not guilty."
And what's that?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. But then they have to go. Oh, what about? And ask to the lessers. What about number 5? They had to literally that's such a complicated verdict form.
And they did it, but they did it. You see, jurors, I tend to believe that if jurors, tend to rise and to a certain level, and, God bless that foreman, right? He had that jury in hand. And quite frankly, what we saw with the very first question, which is the one that probably came out before the 3, and then the 1, 2, 3 questions, was exactly where they ended up, right? If we find her guilty of the 5, for example, if we have a verdict of not guilty on 1 and 3, but we find her guilty of number 5 under number 2, would that mean she would be deemed guilty of number 4? Because they didn't want to make no mistake that was going to happen. They didn't want any mistake.
I'm going to say one thing that I think is important, and it's going to get lost, and it's going to get overlooked for a second, and it's probably not going to be well received because people have really picked sides in this case. I'm going to say it. I do give Hank Brennan credit at the end for not trying to seek vengeance against Karen Reed for a not guilty verdict.
Right. And he did. And I give him credit for that too, because Michael DelSignore, who's been on with us for the last 2 times, said that's the standard. Probation, 1 year, and you get what's called the 24D. You get your license revoked, although hers has been revoked. He said at the most you could get is if you're going to give her jail time, give her credit for the 2 days she's already served, right? When she was arrested. And then she goes to a course. That's the
way it's
supposed to be, right?
How it's supposed to be. You're supposed to not have a trial tax because you got them on the tiniest of smallest of lesser offenses. You're not supposed to turn and say, "I want," and you and I both know so many prosecutors that would do that. They would actually turn and seek. They would try to exact a manslaughter, homicide, murder type sentence. They can't get all that, but they could get a pound of flesh, or maybe not a pound, but they could get half a pound of flesh and say, "Well, Judge, she still did X, Y, and Z, and I want her to go through a probation interview, and I want the pre-sentence report, and I want the full, and I want victim impact statements, and blah 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 blah."
That would be John Lewin, and he'd be seeking that pound of flesh. You know who we're talking about, right? I have to admit that. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, hey, we can't. John Lewin was the one that ultimately hooked up, what's his name, with Marge. Was it Dr. Russell? Was that the?
Was it John Lewin who I don't know.
Maybe Alan Jackson.
Was it Lewin? It was somebody that Jackson had worked with.
I think it was Lewin.
Oh, would that be interesting?
Lewin was the one that had actually said that you might be interested in. She'd be someone that's worth talking to.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes, it was Lewin. Michael said the same thing. It was Lewin. That would be interesting. I have John's number. That he hooked up with Jackson because he loves Alan Jackson, right?
If you have John Lewin on, I'm gonna get off the air and just eat my popcorn.
No. I'm not calling him now. Okay, and he won't do TV. I've had an issue with John when we were doing the Durst case. John, I give him respect for that. He won't do TV as a prosecutor. He just won't do it he will do it on his own case, and he did it on cases he was assigned to, like. how he felt about Menendez and all when he was told he could do it. But he's not going to get on there and talk about a private conversation here. I give.
Do they have an OUI? Do they have a DUI and OUIL charge in jury in the first trial? Just
no. This was I said there would be question whether she was convicted, but it gave the jury, it gave those jurors an out, right? It gave them an out.
Yes, that is.
Or maybe one juror. I mean, it could have been there was one. It gave the jurors an out.
No, it gave them something. It gave them something to. It gave them something. You know what I mean? It did give them something.
Right.
Looking for that's part of the process, right? You have to psychologically understand the jury. Are they going to feel comfortable just, letting her walk completely? This is as close to a not guilty across the board as you can get without just getting all NGs. She got not guilty on every single significant major count and major charge. She got not, and she walks out being with an OWI charge and a probation sentence. So I am glad to see we don't have to reconvene for a sentencing because.
When I first heard that, I was like, come on, can't you just sentence her on the spot now?
Yes.
That was the first thing I said.
She's been through enough.
Sentence on the spot now, but you notice how Judge Cannone didn't offer that. She didn't say. I mean, it was Yannetti who said, we're ready to be sentenced today.
So here's something else. And a lot of no one's defending, saying OWI or DUIs are okay. A lot of judges in these parts will
absolutely not. Right.
A lot of judges in these parts will, where I'm from, will punish people convicted of drunk driving offenses quite seriously because of the potential for public harm.
Right.
And I imagine in all of the jurors, all the public that's out there, probably many of these folks are probably very much anti-drinking and driving, right?
Right. And I am. I'm anti-drinking and driving.
But here they're relieved and happy because it ends up being the lesser of all of the other evils that were out there for Karen Reed.
Right. She's happy. Now, RQ says, Karen's free. Thank you, Justice of TV. You want Judge Beverly Cannone to be arrested. I know there's a lot of people who feel that way. She's not going to be. I'm going to tell you right now.
I want to ask your subscribers. So,
how do you feel?
What are y'all doing tomorrow? So.
Yeah. Viewers that ask for a bigger screen. That's fine. Put the out there on a bigger screen, and Neil and I can be as small as possible on their screen. Absolutely. I feel that way. I know there's. I want to get our Michael Bryan. Hopefully that he's in that mix, getting those comments. And I assume that they're going to make a statement. But they're probably in an ante room, still in the courthouse, hugging, kissing, calling people. Using the ladies' room, using the men's room. I'm telling you how it goes, right? Writing out, writing out what they intend to say, how they intend to focus, because you don't want to do that beforehand because it's bad luck, right, Neil?
Yes. Who do we want to hear from first? Do you want to hear from Alan Jackson? Do you want to hear from Karen Reed? Do you want to hear from?
I want to hear from the jury foreman. Actually, but he's not going to speak. He's not going to speak first, right?
Now there's your best comment. Yeah.
Justice served, right? Best comment. All the people that came out, and there was give credibility to Aidan Carney, Dr. Turtleboy, right? Give him credibility. He brought this case forward. Now, regardless of whether you think she could have done it, may have done it, did do whatever. There was a lot of issues in this case, and there was a lot of unfairness in the way the prosecution tried this case. That's my feeling. And sometimes, sometimes you have to remedy, you have to take a stand on the unfairness in court. And you don't worry about the case. So all of you who believe that she did do it, could have did it, whatever, you can feel that way. But let's think this is a step forward. A lot of our viewers want to hear from Bill and Janet Reed, her parents. Let's take a step forward because remember, Karen Reed has also suffered too. She's not dead, so I'm not comparing John O'Keefe to her if you think that she did this. But she had a job. She was a financial analyst. She taught at a college. She owned a house, her own house in Braintree. Braintree. She had to sell her house. She lost her job. She lost her teaching job. Yeah, Joe Tacopino, by the way, is on vacation, Wendy. He's going to come on the week of the 23rd. He's been overseas on vacation with his family. Okay. So we have, I think, I don't know if we have a date for him next week, but we have him for the 23rd.
Wendy wants an appropriate upgrade from from Midwest Neil to
no. You two are okay.
I do too. I think I love some I won't call it Cup of Joe, but I love listening to Joe Tacopina break down.
I want to have both of you on the same. I really want to have a round tree of great lawyers. You, Joe Tacopina, Ashley Merchant, and all. Right. Let me see.
That would be a blast.
Anthony Benny says, with the DUI charge, that means she's free completely. She just has 1 year probation. She has to meet with probation officer. Well, Michael DelSignore explained that usually they do the probation by phone on these, that they don't actually do a meeting. They do a meeting by phone. What he told us earlier, that they don't have you come in on a 1 year probation when you have what's called the 24D. No. Now, if they have her come in, that would be something that would be unique and novel. If they have her come in. Really, quite frankly, she said she wanted to, I don't know where her parents live, but I think whatever that probation is, she wants to move it to wherever they are, and she should try to ask the probation. And I'm sure Yanetti's already on this, to be wherever she is living, if that's with her parents. And eventually she said she wanted to own a house in Tiverton, and, good luck to her, and hopefully whatever she chooses, and I also will say this quite honestly. You need to deal with the fact that all these people in Canton seem to drink a lot, right? They go to bar. They were going bars to bars to bars to bars. Wait, what was that? That was
just a joke. It was just coffee. I don't drink. I was just trying to.
Okay, but so you saw that right there. You go. They were going bars to bar, right? It was They were bar hopping. And it wasn't just her, it was everyone. So everyone in Canton really has to, in that area, really should take a look about how much they drink for their health and their family and everything. It's.
I have a different question. Why did this case, from your perspective, why are so many people interested in this case? What about it do you think draws the public the attention?
Yeah, it's interesting because we had the woman who actually started this case, 3 women on an overpass who were waving a sign, okay? And they had known about this case and they thought it was unfair. Aidan Carney picked it up and he kept going with it, and he kept getting interviews that showed that the police procedure, and I think it was the downtrodden nature, you're going after the woman. You had these texts, and it was the woman. It was the woman who came in during COVID to help a former boyfriend, and we had learned during the trial, it seemed that everything was she was helping him raise the kids, and then obviously the relationship broke down. And I think that a lot of women saw maybe themselves a way in her, and a lot of people who are poor and downtrodden saw themselves in her. And of course, we have to ask the question, and I'm going to ask it: if she were a young Black woman, would you have the same interests? Okay, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I think I do, but I think you see Black, white, yellow, green, blue, purple women supporting Karen Read, and it's a woman's movement, really. And I think that along with the fact that the police were, shall I say, they're not the people that you wanted to date, right? It wasn't the Buchanans that came in and didn't know what the word theory is, and then you had Proctor making fun of her and her the fact that she's got intestinal issues. So I think it grabbed everybody like that. Anybody who may feel downtrodden, for some reason this case caught on, all because 3 women stood on an overpass, with a sign, "Free Karen Read," and we've had her on. We'll probably get her back on again.
I think that'd be awesome. I tend to agree with you, because ASAP Rocky's case, well, we understand why ASAP Rocky's case was so interesting, right? I mean, he's a famous rapper, and his wife is, one of the most famous people, most recognizable people on the planet.
Right.
And we see cases like ASAP Rocky's case all the time. We see those cases, and they just don't catch a lot of public attention, right? We see them in city centers and other, in other busy courts where those kinds of conflicts will take place, and there's a he said, she said, and there's some evidence. I will say this: I think Karen Reed's case had elements of injustice. And believe it or not, we Americans, we really do respond when there is an injustice that is put in our face. And so the second thing about the injustice is that we saw a woman who many people can relate to. It could very much be her appearance or her, but we all have friends who look and sound like Karen. We have friends who've been in relationships like Karen. We have friends who everything is going for them one day, and then the next day they're. And then we also combine those two things. We saw the power of law enforcement, and we saw really a lot of ugliness from law enforcement in this case.
Right,
A lot
really.
of disrespect and attempts to humiliate and cover up. And we saw all that played out in a case where there were very clear lines, in my opinion, about what we could just see for ourselves didn't happen. We could just see that there was no collision. God bless Alan Jackson. God bless you, Linda, for seeing from the very beginning. We talked about when we were sort of pantomiming what the openings and closings would be. Three things are going to be unmistakable. There's no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. At the end of the day, it's exactly what the jury found. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision.
And certainly, if they found, if one of them believes, like I've talked to some people that, well, maybe the car just touched him right here, or he was so drunk that he fell down and she had a duty or something like that. That's not what this case was about. This case was about a really a truly formed
And
impact.
we saw, there's lots of talk about. There's always talking cases about corrupt police officers, right?
Right.
Always, but in this case, we actually had a police officer who has been under investigation and then is literally no longer
terminated.
On the job. You know what I mean? He's
terminated.
Then he's no longer on the job.
Right.
We had the collection cups. This would be too fancy a cup to have been used to collect evidence.
The corruption cups.
and then we had people defending that. Like at some point, there are cases, I know you've had them, Linda, where you turn to the prosecutor and you're just like, come on, man. How much more are you going to try to excuse? Right?
Right. And it seems to me, and you and I talked about this, if they had come to her and said, well, could we have some kind of deal, right? Some kind of, no jail time, whatever, just to get, the way the system functions, just to get out of that, you get pleas, and that's how the system works, right?
Yes.
Maybe,
Yes.
And I don't know what that would be. I don't know Massachusetts.
And then you saw in trial one, we had, Adam Lally, who was just, overwhelmed, right? And he just kept putting, anytime the defense brought up another witness or a potential conspiracy, he just put up the people and let them get sort of picked away. And then this one seemed particularly unfair with the issues related to ARCA and the issues related, they kept on trying to there were questions about would the judge revoke Alan Jackson's
ProHoc.
ProHoc. It just,
and she kind of threatened that yesterday too. Did you see that when she skipped over him, went to the Yannetti?
Yeah, and so Mr. Yannetti was where he said that I don't want to embarrass Mr. Yannetti with I was told to just ignore the jury instruction, the witness question or the juror question.
Right.
So really, this is a classic case of underdog, right? This is really the underdog beating back. I'm going to give you the themes. You got the underdog beating back the system. You have the underdog beating back the I don't like to use the phrase, sort of fight the patriarchy, but you do have, right? You do have a woman fighting these burly men who were the John O'Keefe was a big guy. Not saying fighting him, but you've got the McCabe's and Proctor and who else? You had
look at that movement. Look at Van Nail. Just take a second though, and look at that. Look at those
Incredible.
people. Look at this movement. Okay. Yeah, right. You have those, and then what else was there? You also had the comparison. And by the way, Rain, before I answer, Rain McBrand, the question was, why was Karen's license taken away to begin with? Because of the allegation of the manslaughter, driving while intoxicated. That's why. So she's going to get that license back, by the way, very quickly.
You just had you really had all of the elements of and people, and then you had throughout the course of the case, we had experts that were just caught. I mean, they in the first trial, the experts weren't great, and in this on the prosecution side and on the defense, and this time around, they were even worse. And God bless, Alessi came in and took some of the heat, some of the load off of Alan Jackson, who clearly took this case personally. I'm not saying that Unetti didn't.
I think he took it personally because the judge was at him and accusing him in a public way, okay? And he couldn't really go back at her for a long time because of, he had a client there. And then the last 2 days, he went back at her where he had grave concerns. He made it known.
And he took shit personally.
Right.
His professional reputation was the judge and Brennan impugned his integrity.
Right.
Going so far as to say he had breached not just the discovery violation, but that he'd actually violated the
ethics rules.
Right.
And then for using Signal, which the Bar Association tells us to use encrypted apps when we're dealing with cases.
And then went so far as to actually, and then he was, one of the things that I used to ask whenever I was in a different town for a trial, that wherever I stayed, I wanted to have a restaurant right by the hotel, because I wanted to be able, after court, I wanted to go down. I wanted to have a decent meal. I didn't want to just have to have, a fast food, because I wanted to have a decent meal and unwind. And these guys are obviously in areas in this trial where they're able to go out and have a meal, and then they get people taking photographs of them, and then people making accusations against Alan Jackson, and people making accusations against Alan Jackson. Then he was, hooking up with Karen Reed. All this stuff. It just was.
I hate that, because that happened. That happened to me with Spectre. Okay, I wake up one morning and there's something from England that happened with Jose and Casey Anthony. The people that don't like all of a sudden, you have to be having a sexual relationship with your client. It is outrageous. It is disgusting. It is vile. And quite frankly, I have two words for them. One ends with F and one ends with K. And it's not fire truck.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm with you. And so this had all of that. And so Alan, you could tell that he was, you know what I mean? I mean, he was, and he was, and I'm glad that Alessi came in and was able to carry some of the burden. Not that David Unetti is not up to it, but you know what I mean? Like there was just so much that these guys each had to deal with. So
there was too much. And also it took some of the focus off him with the judge. I think that was a good thing. Mark Wardell wants to know whether Karen will get her Lexus back. She can get it back because it's no longer a piece of evidence in a crime. But they may also move to seize it for the OUI on forfeiture. I don't think she wants it back, but it certainly could be sold for monetary value. So that may be another fight, right?
So yes, I'm not familiar with the consequence, what the statutory scheme is for the return of vehicles or property in Massachusetts. In Michigan, I can tell you, after I had a case where this will be interesting for your jurors to ponder, our subscribers to ponder. I had a case, see some people coming out, but I had a case. A client was acquitted. The police had the vehicle in. It was a 2 year. We were working that case for 2 years. Client's acquitted, and then we wanted his car back.
Oh, there's Cheech. That's Cheech, by the way. Yeah.
So what happened with the car? We wanted the car back, and the police hand me a thing saying, "No, the hold is lifted off the car. There's no more hold." Okay. So guy goes to the impound yard to pick up the car. They gave him a bill for like $51,000.
You're kidding me?
No. No.
They're saying they destroyed her car.
He called
Wow,
me
I
and
didn't know that.
he called me. I took that. I took the bill. I went to court. Got the judge to give an order to release the car immediately.
$51,000.
Client had, and I was just like, we told the tow yard, come chase us for that. Come chase us. Come chase him for that money. Outrageous.
That's outrageous. That is outrageous. But that is so perfect. And you know what? If you had gone to Judge Cannone, she'd probably say, "Well, it's a bill. It doesn't,
Right.
It's a,
Exactly.
And that's what's making everyone hate this case and thinking it's so unfair." And you mentioned the underdog, the fact that it was a woman. I went on a rant about how women in this case were treated unfairly too. How the state police called the female medical examiner a whack job, right? We know about what they told about Karen Reed. How Hank treated Dr. Marie Russell. Have you got a problem with your memory? It just was it was unseemly.
Even something else, even a small point about, you guys call him Crash Daddy. When he was, his integrity, his impartiality, his objectivity as a scientist was questioned because his wife had her own opinion about the case.
Right. She had her own opinion.
Like
After, by the way, just so you know, after, by the way, they took a lot of heat and online trauma that she went on to go on. So here you go. Yeah, I'm sorry, Neil.
No, I'm glad.
I overtalked you.
No.
I guess we're going to hear from Law and Crime. They may have the best feed, I gather. Our old haunting grounds, Look at that. Look at that. Look at them. They're doing the sign, which, there you go. It's the sign, right? I love you.
What a monster victory.
I just want to say two things. Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
You want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened? Should the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. This case is over. No, I mean, the case is searching for someone else. What did you say? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen and her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make the comment. Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers. You help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Let's do this.
What a lovely statement from Mr. Reed, huh? When you were talking about why this case has given everybody goosebumps, the underdog, the fact that it's a woman, also the unequal treatment with all of us. You and I know if there were a body on our front lawn, or if we went and destroyed our phone in a criminal investigation, right now we'd be in the hoosegow. Our houses would be searched, our everything would be upside down, and we'd be charged and arrested for obstruction of justice for destroying evidence. And I think that also that's what brought that even beyond women.
It's a close-knit neighborhood. These are houses that are relatively close together. Think about it in our neighborhoods. I don't care where you are in your house. It doesn't take much to wake you up in the middle of the night, right? It doesn't take anybody much. Right. A sound, a beep, a horn, a flashing light. And there's a flashing light going on outside, right? and you know what's going to happen. People come out of their doors. They turn on their lights. They look out the window. They come out in their bathrobes. They come out in their slippers. They put on their boots or their galoshes, even in a snowstorm. My dad once, I remember the story, there was a guy that crashed his car in a hill near my dad's house. My dad was not a big, tough guy at all. And my dad literally got on his jacket and trudged out there in the snow. It turns out that the person that had crashed his car was wanted and took off running.
Wanted.
Yeah. So my dad came back in. Now, that's just a point that, when there's noise outside, we all you wake up and react to it. You go out. That's why when something happens, you always wondered, have you canvassed the neighborhood? Did you go ask the neighbors? And when the police show up with an ambulance or a tow truck, you know that there are neighbors that are lights come on and they start to porch lights, upstairs lights. They start to look around and look, the fact that think about what it would take, these circumstances to make this a pure coincidence, right? You have a police officer lying prone on the front lawn of a house of another police officer across the street from another police officer.
I forgot that. That's Neil. That's beautiful, right?
And they know each other so well that they know that the interim police chief's cam or I know that his camera would never pick up anything on the front lawn of this house, so I'm not going to look. And do the people in the McCabe house go out? No, we don't need to go out and look. Why would we go out and look? There's no reason for us to go out. We didn't go outside at all. We stayed inside and continued to stay and sleep. We weren't. It's and as you keep adding those things up.
Right. It just
the idea that is a coincidence, that just happens to be some synchronicity in the universe is just preposterous.
And there goes Karen Reed's car. You notice that the attorneys did not give statements. Now, I assume that the attorneys have some type of negotiated, that there may be some type of negotiation as to who gets the first statements and all, because we're going to want to hear from them in depth, especially Leslie, who came out as like a pinch hitter, right? I mean, he didn't do much criminal law, but he did a lot of technical, forensic, environmental law, and he was able to read all of these documents and all. I thought he did a marvelous job. The only cross-examination I've seen better on that kind of stuff was yours, Neil, that you posted, where you got the expert to admit he made a miscalculation. Yeah. That's brilliant.
Oh yeah.
So Miss, I'm going to bring on with us someone who can answer drunk driver questions.
I want you to bring somebody in. I got to go.
You got to go. Okay.
Got to go. I've been honestly just an honor to be here. Linda's the best. I'm telling you.
I'm so glad you were here to take the verdict. I tried to.
Is Michael in the crowd somewhere? Is he out there?
He's in the crowd somewhere. I'm sure he's taking a lot of different film and all, and then he will go back to his spot. I'm sure, right? He's going to go back to his spot where he's been staying. The funny story is yesterday he was there for, we had the Starlink and we had to put into his trunk as the battery. And when he went to start his car last night, the battery of his truck was dead. So he's been running back and forth to everything. So he's somewhere in that crowd. He'll be on eventually. Thank you, Neil, for coming on.
I appreciate it so much. Thank you, everybody. So have a wonderful Juneteenth, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Okay, great.
Okay,
thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
All right. As we try to I'm going to text Michael DelSignore to jump on right now. Michael DelSignore, can you jump on right now? Can you jump on right? Hold on a second, everybody. Just give me the second to do this. Oh, this is so hard when you're on the air. Can you jump on right now? And then also, Missy, can you ask Steve Plourd if he could jump on right now too? All right. As we follow this crowd, and we had the helicopters are obviously following Karen Reed's car. At some point, they will not follow it. They will give them the privacy as to where they're going. It looks like they have to get out of where the street was blocked there, and all. But you notice that Karen Reed gave a statement. She said she could not have done this without all the supporters that were there, and that she said no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than she has, right? And I guess the next case that we will be covering up in this neck of the woods may be the Sandra Birchmore case that's coming up in our league. So Stephen has the link. Could you ask him just to jump on right now? I mean, I can text him. Let me text Stephen Plourd. He's in a different time zone, so he may not have even known there was a verdict. You know, everybody has lives that they're working on. Can you jump on right now for 10 minutes to talk about the verdict? Okay, so we sent that to him. I have sent a request to Michael DelSignore because a lot of you have specific questions with regard to what he was on earlier today. And there you see the car going. You know, I have to tell you that, yeah, we need to hear from Mr. Easter. Michael Bryant will obviously text Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter, poor thing, is on vacation too. But obviously we will try to get him, whether it's today or whether it's Friday. I will tell you that tomorrow we do intend, I believe, to take the day off because it is Juneteenth, a national holiday, and all. So and everyone needs to get their questions together and all. But we're going to stay. We're just not going anywhere. We're staying on the air right now. As you know, we had Olivia on earlier today. Olivia is probably busy right now. So Michael DelSignore is going to jump on right now, and Stephen Plourd is also going to jump on. So we will have both of them bookmarking me on top and on bottom, hopefully. Yeah, same link. Yes. Yes, same link. Yes. Okay. Yes, same link. Okay. All right. So a lot of you had questions with regard to how, and Blessed in Texas. Thank you. Neil will be seeing this. I'm going to show Neil will be seeing it. Thank you. He is very sweet, isn't he? Isn't he? Okay. Marco, you said she had a Lexus. The Lexus was destroyed. But I thought they had kept it when they put the SIM card. They couldn't get it back in, and maybe that was what the problem was. I thought, but I could be wrong. You seem to know the case better than I do. Let's bring Steve Plourd back onto the stage. There you are, Steve. Hello, Stephen Plourd. Okay, so you heard not guilty on anything that's important. The operate under the influence. Guilty. She's already been sentenced, probation 1 year, and she has to go to a course. You know,
this is the best verdict we could have got. I mean, a tear came to my eye when I got the verdict, and my wife and I were on the phone talking to each other when the verdict was read, and it was really a touching moment. Very was.
Yeah, and you were the first one who told us objectively, as we had you on the air, that indeed. Hi, Stephen. We're also going to bring attorney Michael DelSignore on, who was with me. I think we can get 4 boxes in because all we're seeing is ironically, is the tail light of the car. Right, we're seeing the 3 boxes in the tail light of the car. Ironically, can we get the feed in of seeing that tail light of the car? Yeah, there we go. I'm going to take off. I'm just going to take off. Oh yeah, we're on the other side. That's fine. Okay. Hi, Stephen. Hi, everybody. So let me go to you, Michael DelSignore. You called it. All right. Both of you called it, and you hoped for it. But we had a question. So is Karen required to stay in the state while on probation? Michael, first to you.
Typically, a judge will waive that. I didn't hear them mention that. It's understandable. They might have forgotten about it, but she'll get permission from the court to leave Massachusetts if she asks for it.
Yeah, and it'll be a probation by phone. I think you told us earlier, right?
She'll report by mail monthly.
Monthly, and then she has to go to that course. You called it, and you said you'd be surprised. At first, I was shocked that the judge said, "I'm going to sentence her, next week." I thought, "Oh, that's not good." And then, but you had, right. That's exactly what I thought. No, that's not good. He's going to sentence her. But then Nettie got up and said, "We're ready to be sentenced today." And I think that put the pressure on her. And Hank Brennan, I'm going to give him credit. He didn't seek a trial tax. I'm going to give him credit. He said the usual probation 1 year and the 24D, which is, I guess, is the course that she has to take.
It's a DUI course.
Yeah. So I give Hank Brennan credit. Let's give him credit where credit was due. I think the judge was maybe a little surprised, and she said, "Oh, so just the standard probation that everyone gets?" And he said, "Yes, yes," and all. Steve, let me get your reaction to this. When you heard there was a verdict and then there was not a verdict, your thoughts? Have you ever seen that in all the cases that you've testified in?
I never have, and I couldn't figure that one out. As you guys were talking about a mistake or a juror changed their mind between when they signed it, then they submitted it, and they had a few minutes to decide, they changed their mind. I thought that might have happened, but as one of the other commentators said, that had to change the verdict form. That took time to do that. So that's what happened. Apparently,
It's
that's
clearly
apparently.
maybe they were worried they didn't fill it out right. I think Aidan Carney may be right, but then they had to get a new one in there, and it was clear that they were able to go as soon as they were quickly. Then had the verdict. It was clear they were able to go through it really quickly. I feel like I'm watching an O.J. Simpson car chase here.
Yeah.
All right. In case anyone doesn't know that reference, they cleared the new one, and they had to fill it. Then you're not guilty, not guilty. And then not guilty, and just the OUI, and then the clerk of the court said, "Does that mean it's for all the ones below?" Yes, yeah. If she's not guilty on that count, that's what we found. Hello,
It was confusing how they're even talking. That the jury foreman was not talking very loud, so you couldn't hear it. And clarification.
And the court clerk was talking so fast.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah. And so, Michael DelSignore, your reaction when you heard the verdict, first of all, when you heard verdict, no verdict, then verdict.
Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know why they had, that would have been an interesting issue and appeal. What was in the original one? Perhaps there was a not guilty on the OUI, is my guess, is they switched it to guilty on the OUI or something minor like that. Obviously, the jury seemed to have this case. They found no accident right away, it seems, by their quick decision on the first two counts. So it seemed like the jury was unified in that there was plenty of reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I think the jury was unified. No collision, no collision, no collision. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. And they there wasn't much confusion. The confusion they had and the questions they had were mostly related to the verdict slip, right, which was confusing. Sure. Yeah, and Mark Odell has a question, and I thought that she does, but apparently her Lexus has been destroyed. Does Karen get her Lexus back? In the ordinary case, Michael, in the ordinary case, she would get her Lexus back. The OUI would the OUI can be considered a forfeiture?
No, she should get it back. She might have to file a motion with the court for return of property, but she should definitely get the Lexus back.
And even if it's destroyed, will she be able to ask for the monetary value if they destroyed it in testing?
They shouldn't have destroyed it, but okay.
Yeah, they shouldn't have destroyed it. So they're telling us something that if they have to file anything, what would they file if it's not getting the Lexus back? If it's for possibly the value of it, Michael?
If it was destroyed during testing, yeah, I think they'd have to file a motion to have the monetary value of the vehicle back. I didn't hear that it was destroyed in testing, but if it is, they could make that argument and let the judge decide it.
And Stephen, we heard something that when Shannon with one N, Burgess, let's not forget him, took the SIM card out and tried to put it back into Karen Reed's vehicle, he couldn't get it back in. They weren't allowed to do that. Is that remediable?
Oh yeah, the SIM card is a very simple, small little chip, probably about a 1/2 inch by 3/4 of an inch, and depends on the size of the SIM card. So it's replaceable.
It's replaceable. So maybe she can get some money back. I'm sure she doesn't want to be driving that thing again. That's for sure. Michelle James, Linda, Michael, your coverage of this has been outstanding. Thank you for all your hard work and beautiful mods as well. Yes, we have great moderators on this. I read the names to you all this morning. We're going to do something special afterwards when we do a wrap-up show with regard that. Okay. By the way, Michael, we know that Michael did upload a 6-minute interview with Randazzo. But is that interview on the First Amendment zone? Dizzy, just let me know. Is that the one he uploaded on the First Amendment zone? That's why you have all these supporters here. Remember, Michael Bryant was one of the plaintiffs on the suit to make sure this was a First Amendment zone and not a buffer zone. But thank you, Michelle James, for that incredible compliment. We appreciate it. And also, Kerry Hare, thank you for covering this trial. LKB and MB, nobody else I'd rather have watched the verdict come in with than JSTV. You guys were rock stars throughout the trial with your coverage. We really appreciate that. We tried to bring you, as you can see, the best attorneys, the best guests who could answer the questions. And if you have not seen, by the way, even the Michael Easter interview, we're going to try to get him on. He's on vacation, so maybe I don't know if we can set that up for today or deal with him today, because he is on vacation with his family. But I do have one person I will bring in that will be able to tell us that with us. Michael Bryan, I believe are you about to be seated? Give me the sign. Oh, the microphone is up in the face. Let's go to our own
Here
Michael
it
Bryan.
is.
Hello.
Hey,
I haven't had a chance to talk to you.
I just went and got a ham sandwich. Did I miss something? Did anything happen? What seems to be all excited around. What an amazing opportunity to experience a little slice of, if not national history, local history.
Of ham? Is that what you just said? A slice of ham?
I went to get a ham sandwich. Yeah, I wasn't able to see what happened. Yeah, these people, and I'll post this stuff as I can. I talked to everybody from Aidan to Dina to SD. So yeah, I got all kinds of, and as well as a lot of folks who were just very emotional after the reading of the verdict. So big. This is big for this area. They see it as the jumping off point for something bigger and better, because they think this, as we've suggested, is just a sign that this problem, it could have been me, not Karen Reed. It's just a symptom of a huge problem here. The crowd chanting everything from Bev must go to they were singing, God bless America. Just very emotional, not surprising, and the numbers grew. I had to change my estimate. There could have been 2,000 or more people in that little amphitheater, as it were. And what they did with the barricades, first of all, obviously we heard about the whole, we have a verdict. No, we don't have a verdict. And then, not long after that.
You were gone. Let me just explain to people. You were gone. You had left when we said there was going to be things at the courthouse. And then I didn't get the chance to talk to you. So put that in perspective here.
Yeah, obviously we get down there and you can tell by the massing of the cops and the vehicles. Are you liking the musical interlude? People are, it's like the end of a rock concert when people can't let go of the music and the excitement. So there were, the vehicles being queued up, the cops from all over the place. I told you about my encounter with the Quincy police. There were at least 6 or 7 different municipalities that had been brought in to help with this crowd control. Yes, we see you have a big motorcycle. And so there, we knew something was happening. It wasn't just let's wrap it for the day. We could tell that. Then we're hearing about the verdict. Knock, knock, knock. We have a verdict. Knock, knock, knock. We don't have a verdict. And so then the speculation is rampant. Was it just a mistake? Was somebody having second thoughts? And it'll be very interesting if we can see that original verdict form. If in fact it was delivered to the court and then tossed, and they had said no, use this one instead. How the court deals with it.
She put it in an envelope and she saved it and she marked it sealed for further action, I guess, depending whether she needed. But then she would have had to give the jury a new verdict slip, which they quickly dispatched. That was like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So clearly somebody had a hiccup, and they just, anybody who covered the case out of Mississippi, in which there was a conviction, and then they polled the jury, and one person said, "I didn't vote guilty." It happens. And so I'm guessing somebody in that jury room was wanting to make sure that their vote had been recorded properly and that the verdict form was appropriate. So
obviously they had to make sure that they had voted not guilty, I think, on that second count, because that's what happened, I think.
I think you're right. And then, I guess in that moment they just were nervous and didn't want it to go out the door until they were 100% sure. One or more persons, we don't know. Maybe even the 4 person just wanted to triple, quadruple check. Anyway, so
he turned out to be great, by the way.
Yeah. So now we have the cars start getting queued up, and I knew this was a sign. This was before the verdict was read. They queued up a lot of Massachusetts State police cars right at the entrance, at the foot of the stairs on the street, facing the other direction. And then they had the stanchions up behind them. And at one point, people started flooding into the street, and the state troopers went nuts. Get back on the sidewalk. It was like, dudes, calm down. So they moved the stanchions all the way into the middle of the street, right up to where these Massachusetts State Police cars were parked. Kind of like, hey, we're in the front row of a concert. We're up against the stanchion. There's the stage. And so they bent their rules to that degree. But I thought it was odd. They had these 4 trooper cars parked right there for a quick getaway. That was to me the first clue. This might not be going well for the state because they want to get Brennan and his crew out the door. And as I'm sure you heard, because I'm sure you were running the live stuff, he was soundly booed. And they,
No, we did not hear. We
you didn't hear that? Yeah,
I
I will post all that stuff when I get around to it. But it's out there. And it was very.
But he, in fairness to him, he didn't ask for a trial tax when it sounded like Judge Cannone wanted to give her a trial tax. In fairness to Brennan.
Yeah, I wasn't able to hear all of that. It was kind of raucous outside, but yeah. So he slunk away. I'm not sure if we're going to hear much from him going forward. He'll be fine. He'll get a job. Nobody's worried about him. But whether it's going to be this high profile, who knows? So anyway, that was the reason for queuing up those cars, getting them out of there. Basically, a police escort to protect them, to get them out away from the courthouse. Then there was a long gap, as you I'm sure noticed, between the prosecution leaving and the defense coming out. So I had a chance to talk to Esty about, everybody just so emotional. These are people.
Explain who she is for people that
Esty is a very good friend of the family. Was kind of the chaperone for Mr. Reed. She was at his elbow all the time, into court, out of court, sitting in court right next to him. We've talked a number of times, and she's always been a massive supporter of Karen, and that's how she kind of became more close with the family. So I chatted with her for a bit. She had some choice words for the Commonwealth, which I cannot repeat at the moment, but when we play that, you'll get it. You'll get the message. And this is just 3+ years of emotion just boiling over with these people. They have lived, they have breathed this case, this injustice in their minds, and I think most of us are starting to agree with that. And just to finally think, wow, it's over. I guess there's a little shred remaining, but it's over, right? And everybody was just waiting for Karen Reed to make that appearance, which was a pretty modest appearance, actually. You couldn't hear.
Very well put together. I thought it was put together.
Yeah, obviously they stayed inside, had their very private moment. You guys have been with clients before, and you've won, you've lost, whatever. You need that moment. Maybe not at the level of this, but you need that moment. Compose yourself, appreciate what has been done, what you've accomplished, and then once that's all kind of you're composed again, then you make your public face known. And I was interested as I'm looking at each of them, because I was about 5 feet away, sticking my mic up there. People yelling, down in front. They're yelling down in front, and I sort of got down in front, but not a lot. And I was looking at the faces of each of these folks who have been, fighting this battle for 2 trials now, plus however long it took to run up to the first trial. Everybody except Alan Jackson looked like just pure relief. Elizabeth Little, I think you may have seen that David Yannetti gave it the double fist pump up and down, jumping up and down. But Alan Jackson was, you would not have been able to tell what happened if you read his face.
He was pretty red. He was pretty red. I saw that.
It was, I don't know if he's ill or he's exhausted, or, it was just enough. Like he was just physically spent. But he was pretty reserved compared to everybody else. And the look on his face was very, very neutral. So then they all left the scene.
And they all left the scene. There was a statement that just got released by the Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Chris Albert, Julie Albert. And do you want to read it, or do you want me to read it? Colin Albert, Nicole Albert.
No, you go ahead. I was trying to look at it in the midst of everything, but go ahead.
Kurt Roberts. Today, our hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserve better from our justice system. While we may have more to say in the future, today we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that this prosecution was infected with lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. The result is a devastating miscarriage of justice. So let me ask you this: under Massachusetts law, Michael D. Is this defamatory?
I think it's their opinion. Obviously, I think that they're entitled to their opinions. First Amendment right. I don't think there'd be any defamation action. I just think they're just. I don't think they should have said it. I just think it's bad timing. Everyone, the justice system played out. There was reasonable doubt in the case. They could blame the police for not investigating it correctly, for Trooper Proctor for his conduct, and the blame should really be on the police department, not for Karen Reed's lawyers for doing a great job being dedicated to their profession. And it's interesting that you pointed out, Attorney Jackson just being so composed. I really respect that. I just felt like he probably was so geared up and so into that case, he couldn't believe it was finally done, and probably takes him a while to hit. But they did a great job. It's the Albert family, Jennifer McCabe. The only blame they should have is on the police department, Trooper Proctor, for not giving them what they think is a fair chance at a trial. But it wasn't the defense at all.
Hey, Michael,
Sure.
let me ask you this question, because I was in the midst of the fray there and couldn't hear a lot of the nuances. Somebody has already asked me, when do you think there's going to be this sentencing? Based on our prior discussions, we thought it might
She was
be.
sentenced. She was sentenced, right?
Oh, that was already done. Okay, that's
She-
what I.
let me just tell you what happened.
It was a
She-
probation, or was that right?
The judge said this. The judge said, "I'm going to sentence you next week." Yannetti then spoke up after about 30 seconds and said, "We're ready to be sentenced now." And then you heard the judge say, "I hear that you're ready to be sentenced now. Do you agree, Mr. Prosecutor? Oh, what are you asking for? What are you asking for, Hank Brennan?" And this is where I give Hank Brennan credit. He said, "We're asking for probation 1 year, 24D." So the Judge Cannone said, so that you're asking for what basically what Michael DelSignore told us, what everybody else gets, right, on first offenders. And he said yes. All right. And then the judge sentenced her for that. And Michael DelSignore can tell us what that is again. But I give Hank Brennan credit. He didn't seek a trial tax, because it sounded to me like when she said, "I'll sentence you next week," that she was thinking that the prosecution would be asking for more, and she was ready to give more. Michael, tell me if I'm wrong of what I just relayed.
That's exactly what happened. I think actually Brennan asked for her to be sentenced now. When she said next week, Brennan said Commonwealth's prepared to do it now. They asked for a sidebar. I think the defense wanted just to make sure Brennan wasn't going to ask for jail time or anything. And then, as you said, he properly just gave her the first offense punishment. In fairness, that's what she deserved based on the evidence of the OUI. The jury's finding no accident, so he was gracious and basically acknowledging that was the right decision for sentencing. I was surprised the judge suggested doing it next week too.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Michael. Like, why do you want to reconvene the circus? For some, I even thought if they don't do it today, and again, I was in the midst of stuff, couldn't really tell what was happening. Then they would do it administratively, like here's a letter, or here's a note to your attorney, because why would you have to create an appearance for something like this? And so, as it turns out, they kind of did the right thing.
Yeah,
right.
I'm going to show Stacks again. Thank you for that super sticker, Stacks. Thank you so much for the show that. So let me bring Stephen Plourd into this task. Stephen Plourd, now you have been on with Michael Bryan, dealing with this case. You have a question. You're here. What is your question to Michael Bryan about what went down? Because I will tell you, the moment that stood out for me is when the court clerk, Jim McDormand, says to Karen Reed as she's hugging and kissing everybody in the courtroom, and the emotions flowing, and he says, "Pay attention to me, Miss Reed," because he wants to talk about the gosh darn sentencing of the timing of the sentence on the OUI. I thought that was outrageous, but I will throw that out as you ask your question.
Absolutely. But my question was,
hotline. There's the hotline.
Yeah, I thought
Family
it was
member? Family member?
The question is, here's the big question. Karen Reed was exonerated, it appears not guilty. What happens to the murder charge? Does somebody else go now look at Higgins and somebody else? Because murder goes forever, or at least 10 years.
Yeah, that's definitely the tone of everybody outside the courthouse, and that was, okay, this is fine. This is what should be. But now, can we find the real killer? Can we find some justice for John O'Keefe? That's why that statement, I think, from the McCabe clan is really not appropriate. It almost sounds like it supports this theory that they had it in for Karen Reed all along. They will never let go of that. They never thought it might be anybody else. Therefore, justice has not been served because the person we know was involved and was responsible was not held responsible. It's just bad form. It's just classless. I am very curious to hear. They didn't speak to the crowd or anybody else. The O'Keefe family position. Is it the same? Is it Karen Reed skated she's the one guilty of this? Or is it, hey, can we redouble our efforts now and maybe actually do an investigation? I don't know. Actually interview people. I really want to know how the O'Keefes feel at this point.
That is a good question too. What are they going to talk about? Are they going to seek other measures? Or are they going to just say an injustice was done because the police did a very poor investigation from the beginning, and you just didn't have the evidence gathered properly, or in the prosecution didn't put on a good case at all? And it was to me, it was really clear. They put a lot of time in it for the prosecution, but their witnesses just did not come through.
Yeah. Any word in the reconstruction community about how Aperture is affected by this? Not so much the verdict, but I would say the embarrassment in court with Shannon with one end, Burgess, and the way Welcher testified. And I say the way Welcher testified, not only how he testified as to specifics, but any woman, okay, watching him is like, and you know, he may have a wonderful, happy marriage, but it was like, this is the guy I don't want to ever date, okay, because he knows everything and all. Maybe I felt that this trial really denigrated a lot of the women witnesses and the fact that Karen Reed was on trial, and I think he kind of almost fed into that. And also older people, like do you have a problem with your memory? So that's the way I felt. So any word in the community about how Aperture or Welcher is coming out of this?
As of right now, no, but I purposely did not contact anybody because I know a lot of people in Aperture. I knew some of the big hotshots in Aperture that are very well known, very well to do in the beginning of Aperture, and I will be talking to him at some point in the time, but I didn't want to do it until after I got a verdict. So I heard the verdict because, as somewhere down the road, I'll see Judd Welcher and I'll see a couple of these guys from Aperture. I see them all the time at inspections and at scenes, and they're involved in different cases. And some point in time, I'll see what they're doing. But to me, it is a black eye to Aperture because the way they're coming across and the way the other community, a lot of the defense community, as other podcasts are coming across, they're saying they just took their money and didn't do a good job and spent really $300,000-$400,000, and they just didn't come across the right way. And obviously, ARCA did a great job and did the testing that was supposed to be done to show that, at least in the minds of the jury and the court, and the way I saw it, the injury could not have occurred with the evidence that was shown. So I'm gonna see what happens, but I have a lot of work to do. Maybe I'll get more work because Aperture will be. I really don't need more work.
I'm confident. I'm confident that the jury disposed of a lot of that very early on. The whole Blue Man thing, the overwhelming evidence by the defense about no collision, no collision, no collision. And then it sounds like, and we're going to hear it from the jurors when they start chatting, that they all just honed in on that second count and how to decipher all of the lesser includeds. And then it all sifted down to OUI, which ended up being, it was brilliant in retrospect to give them that, because we're going to hear, I think, from some jurors that just felt she had to be convicted of something, and maybe that made them feel better, although it's kind of a hollow conviction.
Well, I talked to my brother about the retrograde extraction from the alcohol and so forth. There's new case law in California, and the way the expert for the prosecution came out said she was a 0.14 to 0.28 based upon this, and 9 hours of no drinking, and I thought it came across really well, the evidence anyway. And so
you were okay with that, and that the span of numbers and everything. That number span bothered me a little bit. 0.14 to 0.28. That's a big gap.
Well, it is a big gap because nobody knows unless you do personal testing with each individual that's being the burn off rate, how the liver burns off the alcohol. Nobody knows how much burn off rate is. Is it 0.10 or 0.015 or 0.025? And that's why you have a range, because their metabolic rates will change depending on their liver functions and other bodily functions. And to me, the number is 1.4 to 2.8. I've seen that before, not that big a range, but a 2 or 3 hour range afterwards, you have a 1 or 2 point difference. I agree with all that. And as long as the blood is gathered correctly and it's preserved correctly. I was when I heard that testimony of 1-4 to 2-8 at the end of the day, and I didn't see the defense going after it real hard.
And they didn't.
I know that's a pretty good analysis, and well, I'll talk to my brother more about that too. Maybe at the academy in New Orleans next February.
All right. Well, I want to thank Stephen Plourd for jumping on quickly, Michael DelSignore for jumping on all day. We're going to let you go. We're going to obviously deal with a whole wrap-up show. I think we'll try to put it together either for Friday or for Monday to have everybody on who's been commenting on this case with us. But we'll let you go we're calling it a Friday, even though it's a Wednesday. Do your thing.
Sure.
So, Stephen, we'll be with you. We'll be in touch. Michael D will be in touch. And Michael Bryan, you're going to be staying on with me. Lucky you, Michael Bryan.
I'll stick around for a bit before I hit the road.
Yeah,
thanks, guys. Michael, Stephen, thank you so much.
We'll be in touch soon for our wrap-up show. Thank you.
Thanks
all. So, Michael Bryan, Aidan Carney was interesting because he had a tweet that it was the crowds outside were so loud that he couldn't hear anything inside the courthouse. All right. So that was like what exactly that was. I guess it didn't matter if the jury were hearing that at the point that they were, delivering the verdict, right? I think we lost. Did we lose you, Michael Bryan? Did I lose you? Am I all alone again?
I don't know if I'm back or not.
You're back now. You're back now.
Obviously, we're
Candace,
having Starlink issues.
Candace NP, thank you very much. Thank you for all the excellent comments. Thank you very much for your donation. Really appreciate it. But I was saying Aidan texted something, tweeted out, X'd out something that the crowd, it was so loud, the crowds outside were so loud that he couldn't hear anything inside the courthouse. Were the crowds loud waiting for the verdict, or were they? Yeah. Okay. So your First Amendment zone sort of broke down, and there was nothing anyone could do about that, including the judge at that point, I gather.
Yeah, that's true. And there was really no attempt to shush them. I mean, let alone physically restrain them, because they just poured right out in the street. There is a Channel 5 van that has just pulled up, and it kind of pushed up next to mine, not touched it, but I think it's creating a giant wall of interference.
Right. Can we ask him to please move? Would you like me to ask him?
I know. Well,
yeah.
Would you do that?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking they may have pulled in here to grab food and then they'll head out. But I may be able to back up a touch. I'm going to try and do that. Maybe it'll help. So I will be back.
Okay. So when we deal with that, obviously, Michael Bryan did post some things that he taped just before the verdict, and I think we ran the corruption will not stand. But the First Amendment heroes were all there together, and the reason why you have all that, and I'm not sure we can gear that up to play it as we're waiting for Michael Bryan to come back. The First Amendment heroes, that is Mark Randazzo, is one of them, and it was Jason Grant with him at that point when. I'd certainly rather have Michael Bryan talk about it, but why don't we play it in the meantime, okay? And both of them, of course, have been on Justice Served TV. All right, so we'll wait for Michael to come back. All right, here we go. This was just before the verdict. And the reason why you saw those crowds that apparently that Judge Bev apparently could then hear in court was because of the people you're going to see, and whenever we're ready to pull it in, we can pull it in. Okay, there we go.
To look at these rascals I've run into here on the streets of Dedham. Squeeze to go a little closer there. Put your coffees together. Of course, Mark Randazzo and Mr. Matus. I always mispronounce your name. I appreciate the help there. These are the guys, in fact, as we look around, I'm just a little pan around a little bit, are responsible for the ability for these folks to hang here. And I think most people you talk to here would say you're to be credited. So first of all, what are you doing in town? And you're looking way too overdressed.
Erica Walsh had a hearing today again for wearing a shirt that said "Criminals Control Norfolk County," which she's already had charges dismissed for that before. And we've also won a federal court injunction that says that is absolutely protected speech. But, here we are again because, KGB is going to KGB, right?
So, for those who may not remember, Erica Walsh, first of all, accosted but not arrested, not in custody for her first use of a free speech, wearing that shirt, and then the second time they actually arrested her, which.
And then there was another charge too.
Now, the nice thing about that shirt, I mean, I don't know the guy that runs it. I have commission on this, but Microdots sells that shirt, and he's selling a special Mark Randazza edition. Yes, so plug for Microdots. Thank you very much.
He does some amazing work. Yes, there's so many folks who do that kind of work behind the scenes. They don't want any notoriety. They don't want their faces shown, and it's just part of this bizarre movement. It's a very unique situation.
I mean, this is just look. This is patriotism in action. You know, I don't care. You know, I don't care if people are out here protesting for her or against her. I mean, personally, I was very agnostic on the whole thing when it first started. In fact, I was a little suspicious of the Free Karen Reed movement because I thought, you know, come on, the cops aren't really going to frame somebody. The government wouldn't be that crooked. Then they started arresting journalists. And they started arresting protesters. And you know what? A government that's arresting protesters and arresting journalists is a government that's afraid of something. It's a government that's got something to hide. So the one thing that they did to break my belief that they're on the up and up is that. So if you want to destroy confidence in your system, destroy confidence in your honesty, crack down on journalists and protesters. Well done, Norfolk County.
One last note on that T-shirt of Eric Walsh's. That was specifically allowed. Now you can come into the zone here, putting down the overall corruption in the area, but just don't say Free Karen Reed. That's odd.
Yeah, that's that was specifically stated in the federal court order. And so the fact that we had a hearing today, basically charging her again for wearing that T-shirt or that sweatshirt shirt in the zone was, in our opinion, very ridiculous.
I think it's contempt of court. But, you know, we'll see how it all plays out. You know, at the end of the day, as long as the First Amendment is preserved, I don't really need to make a bigger stink than that. But
and I have renamed this area the First Amendment zone.
Well, it should be. You know what? I think you may have drawn the border a little too narrowly, though. This area, by what you mean, is from here to the coast, to the other coast, to the border. I mean, there is no such thing as a First Amendment free zone. I mean, I recognize that, you know, the federal court so far has said they have a problem with you wearing something that says Free Karen Reed or FKR here. I do not accept that. And it's
ridiculous.
I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, we're not saying, hey, good enough for government work. I don't work for the government. I work against the government. So it's never good enough. Right?
What's important to note, though, that the way they could have dragged their heels with appeals, and you guys did a good job of crafting at least, you know, a kissing your sister kind of compromise here, right? And you know, so it's far better than what it was.
It's far from perfect, but it's got a lot of fairness in it, and you know, we can see it right here. All these people letting their voices be heard about what they feel about these proceedings without trying to influence them. I think that's what the First Amendment is about. The First Amendment is not a zone; it's a right, and it's a constitutional right. And Mark is right; it's not just for one area of protest. It's from it's all 50 sides. No, not really.
One of these days I'm gonna learn what I'm doing.
I've got that on record. Yeah, so
not under oath.
Not under oath. I'm faking it till I make it.
The default position should not be shut the hell up.
Correct. And that's, you know, it's funny, you know, now that I'm getting a little older and I find myself to be older than the judges, I start to wonder, you know, what happened at your law school that you don't get this? Now, some of them, you know, obviously get it. The judge in here for Erica's first hearing looked at everything, dismissed it all right then and there. I mean, you know, we do have some good judges, and then we've got some that, you know, hopefully I can teach. Because I look at judges more as students. Because, you know,
waiting for you to give them the education they deserve.
Well, that's, you know, I mean, I say that without any disrespect for them. You know, when you have a judge sitting there, that judge might be handling, an employment discrimination case in the morning, and you know, an immigration case in the afternoon, another case in the after that, and they don't necessarily handle First Amendment cases all day. Meanwhile, what do? The moment I wake, oh, there he is. The moment I wake up till the moment I go to bed. First Amendment. So, Mr. Grant, the face of the case here.
Right.
So
forever, he will be the named plaintiff.
Everybody wants to shake my hand about the fact that everybody can be here. Mr. Grant, it is Grant versus the trial court of Massachusetts. So, This is him. This is history in the flesh.
No, look at this. Like we couldn't even walk. He couldn't have a camera out walking up. It's a few weeks ago. You couldn't. You got walking by 4 times. It's just there, and now everyone's up.
Well, Grant fought the law, and Grant won.
There you go.
The way he showed his daughter.
Well, we appreciate all the work, guys, and enjoy your iced coffees there. And
Yeah, I know. I need a cab.
and keep
severe caffeine.
keep up the good fight.
Did they say what time they break for lunch?
Oh, Michael, that was great. And while we're doing that, Blessed in Texas, a special thanks to Michael and Linda for coverage. And Linda, you're the sweet thing from my earlier super chat. Oh, thank you so much.
Very
and of course,
nice.
we recognize Dizzy and Missy and Amanda, who's known as Disney Nerd, our manager, and Kat, who's Ace's Cat, who puts together all these great videos and does a lot of the social media, and Sonia, who's Shy Gal 8. Without all of them, we couldn't have brought you this coverage. Everyone is a volunteer, and we thank them so much for standing with us for these 8 long weeks. Now, we thought it was long. I'll guarantee you, Karen Reed thought it was a lot longer, and Alan Jackson, who I thought was going to bust a seam at waiting for the verdict, Michael.
Yeah, I can you imagine, especially with the different false starts and maybes and sort ofs. When you see the video that I upload, a lot of tell Linda I said hi. There's a lot of that.
Really today?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, really.
yeah. Just to Serve TV, we love you. Thank you so much. And then
From
I said,
Alan or for who? From who?
not from Alan. No, I wasn't able to get quite to them as I could have. I was standing there with a guy named Michael, who has been a cameraman for Law and Crime. He was the guy that was given he was given the duty to get the arrivals every day, get the exits every day. Just stand there, get that video. So he was still there, and I said, "You remember when it was just the 2 of us, just the 2 of us standing out here?" And now there had to be 100 media. I mean, out and one of those media I went up to and said hi for you. He was standing off to the side with, I don't know what the hell this guy's doing, but he has like 2 phones, that he's using to broadcast. And I don't know why he has 2, but he has 2. And I said, "Hey, John," and it's right in the middle of whatever he's doing. "Hey, John, Michael Bryant, Just to Serve TV. My streaming partner Linda says hi." And then he said something that I think was derogatory, but I'll have to listen back to it.
Let's listen.
It was like, "Linda, ask Linda something about Michael Proctor," something like that. So
okay,
it was.
I said I would call Michael Proctor, and he said, "Oh, you said you would call Michael." Yeah, I said I'd call Michael. I would have called Michael Proctor. It turns out that but I always say you have to be in the courtroom. But I would have called him with the jury stand.
Everybody was ragging on that when he came down the steps. When John DePipe came down the steps, people were just yelling and screaming at the guy. But he is unflappable, which if you have a low IQ, it's very easy to be unflappable. He's just just walking along, doodle. He's a doofus, so this won't faze him. He'll continue on to the next faux cause.
Well, we're continuing on with this with Karen Reed and all. But
maybe he'll defend the Farwell case, Sandra Birchmore murder case. Maybe he'll defend them. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be unbelievable if he took that on? But we called it from we started out, and let's remember how we got into all this, because all of you have been following us. And by the way, for all of you who are following us from X, since we've been broadcasting all day, please just take a moment, go to our YouTube page and hit subscribe. I haven't said this all day, by the way, Michael Bryant. Subscribe, share, like, and notify. I know. Please do that now as we finish up our show, so Michael Bryant get on the road and upload. I know you have interviews with Aidan, right? You have an interview with Aidan.
I have Aidan, everybody from Aidan to Dina, SD, a couple of folks in the crowd that they're just crying. When I'm asking why they're so emotional, and these are not familiar faces, but
how could you? Let me ask you this: how did you hear? How did you hear what was going on in the courtroom? How did you hear it?
I heard it as it rumbled through the crowd, which was interesting. Yeah, and one person might say something. That's why I didn't get the full picture, because I when I've got my equipment fired up to be recording, I can't be listening at the same time. Just I'm recording. And so I knew I would have to take my cues off what was happening there. I'd much rather catch reactions than me hear it myself. I'll hear it eventually, but I want to catch raw reactions as they came in. And so that's how I heard it. It was kind of ripples through the crowd. People were not shy. And a lot of the folks that you'll see, you will recognize as folks we have seen over the months that just kind of they come to the forefront, right? And they were listening to whatever source they were listening to, and it was clear what was happening as it was happening. So it's kind of an interesting moment. It was emotional for a lot of people, and the cops who had been trying to keep. They kept saying, "Stay on the bricks, stay on the bricks." They have like a 2-foot brick paver section on the sidewalk. So if you stay on the bricks, then the main part of the sidewalk is open, so people can come and go. That went out the door when the verdicts were read, and people were just
crazy,
beside themselves.
Right.
Press were, because I was on the bricks like a good boy, and then as soon as that happened, I crossed the street, got into the crowd a bit, so I could get a feel for what was really happening at that time. Which was
and were the crowds pushing or at all?
No.
Or no.
Very respectful of the boundaries that the cops had set. After that first wave, I mentioned that earlier, and this was pre-verdict when they started to pour off the Trevi Fountain steps into the street, and that's when the cops were like, no, back on the curb. But almost immediately they moved the stanchions and allowed people. Basically, they shut the whole street down. And they made the one lane was people. The other lane were the cars that I mentioned stacked up to give the prosecution team a hasty, protected retreat.
And I kind of missed that. I saw that being done, but I kind of missed it because I was busy with the coverage and everything else. Nosy,
sure.
By the way, thank you, Michael Bryan. Thank you so much for your boots on the ground. 14 trips up there. If you include this one this week, it's like all week. I'm feeling emotional hearing him right now and crying again. Tom Gully says, huge cheer heard in the courtroom seconds after the verdict read, and I assume that was tweeted out to the public. And I assume the public must have heard that too.
Yeah, they were, and Aidan told me that when he was sitting up there after the first verdict was read, he could hear it. He could hear the roar from the street in the courtroom. All of those things that were, the kibosh was put on. It was over, and there was no way to contain people, no way you were going to contain people, and no reason to contain people. Let it fly. Interesting, the cops, who were everywhere, but primarily the state troopers. Remember, they were all assigned from the same group. It wasn't like, a lottery system that's why Hardman ran the whole operation. I actually looked for him toward the end to just, give him a, howdy. Couldn't find him in the mess.
Buddy.
Just because I sued him, no hard feelings. Come on.
Hey,
Bygone. Bygone.
Massachusetts. You sued Judge Beverly Cannone. You sued Trooper Hardman, the Massachusetts State Police. Let's get this right. You sued all of them.
Yeah.
And you're still just smiling.
No hard feelings. See you next time. But I could not find it. But they were all very, I'll say, malleable, because there were times when I was on the wrong side of the police line, and they seemed to be fine. They were just okay. They weren't going to be hard asses about it. So I don't know if it was a sense of resignation or relief. Finally, this thing's over with, and all these people can get the hell out of here, and we go back to our jobs. But they were fine. I have no problems with them at this point.
I'm trying. I'm going. Gaynor Canaz, thank you. Gaynor Rands. Okay, I have to go back up towards my computer. I'm sorry. Thank you, Linda Michael, for giving your time for us to watch together and with your expertise. And huge thank you to all the wonderful mods. You've kept this chat kind and respectful. Yes, we've tried to do that, and we have kicked a few people off and all, and we've had to given you a lot of viewpoints of opinions, right? People who didn't enjoy the show, people who thought that Karen Reed should be convicted of something, but we try to bring you the best experts, including Mike Easter, who's on vacation, but we're going to have to get back. We really need to get him back, especially since,
after the fact. Yeah.
Well, especially since after my conversation, and Olivia was on with us for like 2 hours today. Okay.
I know.
And just lovely. And she had some really interesting things she wants us to ask him, which still apply about the Google geofencing and then the preservation and all. And I'm sure he's probably getting a lot of inquiries right now because everyone knows that we scooped everybody with that first interview with Mike Easter. If you haven't seen it, you really should, and then understand what the jury missed. And even though the jury missed it, they got it, Michael. They got it.
Yeah, and again, as I was saying to Michael D., I'm not so sure it would have mattered after the fact as we're analyzing it, because they seem to leapfrog over the 2 counts that most importantly would have been addressed with his testimony, and that is the validity, credibility, thoroughness of any investigation. It just seems like they gave it no real credit, and they just moved on to much lesser charges.
Right. So let's go. Will, are you still in the chat? I mean, if you're still in the chat, can you
Glare.
come on? The Glare, can you come on if you're still in the chat? We'll send you a link. I'm so busy talking to Michael Bryan. Yeah, we want to talk to you. Absolutely, we definitely want to talk to you. Because we're not going to be doing.
Yeah,
this
Will has been a massive supporter of the Karen Reed.
Yeah, a massive supporter, and also a big supporter of us. Really, he's been very kind to us, very gracious to us. Bringing us into his channel.
Yeah, that'd be great if he could join. But I understand if he's
if not,
a
we'll
little too emotional. I could understand that.
Yeah, and if not, we'll get you on the wrap-up show. Obviously, Will, because you have been and your story is one that we really want to get out there more and more. People should appreciate it more and more. Okay, and this Chloe Albert's Revenge. Thank you for the donation. They adjudicated the world's most expensive moving violation. Good job, Norfolk County. Should be proud. I wonder how the taxpayers are going to feel about that. I wonder how.
Yeah, that's not going to go over well. That's some of the fallout. We know that's coming. Somebody's going to put pen to paper, and they're going to come up with an actual cost for this OUI conviction.
Yeah, that's right. Nosy Rosie, now we got a free Turtle Boy. Absolutely right. I mean, Aidan also was gracious enough to come on our show, and there's a lot of other bigger venues he could have come on, but he was gracious enough to give us first time was like an hour and a half of his time, then another interview with him, and he's always been gracious to stop in and talk to us and shout us out on his show. For the coverage we've been given, because we, as we said, we started small, but with your help, we're growing big, and our voice is obviously very loud. And that's because I think Michael Bryan, I remember the day, boots on the ground, you walked into that, was the Hall of Records down there, the Hall of Records, the basement.
The Registry of Deeds with
Registry
the fine
of
bathroom.
Deeds, right.
Yeah.
And it was raining outside, and you walked into the sea of people downstairs who were Karen Reed supporters, including Will DeGlara, including Dina. And I just remember the moment, and we probably have that we can put in our wrap-up show. The moment you put the microphone there, they looked at you like you were some kind of cop plant or some kind of spy. And little by little, you kind of grew.
I get that
on
a
them.
lot.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, I was just curious. I was truly an outsider, just curious about this movement and this conviction and this passion. And Dina was the first to speak. Shocker. Dina was the first to speak. But once she did, everybody started trying to chime in. And then Will, who was in town because he doesn't live in the area, he had come up for one of his many visits. He chimed in and we met. It was the next night that he and Aidan Carney were in front of D&E Pizza when the video was running and there were alleged threats made, and the 17th witness intimidation charge came out of that night. I was reporting from the street with the Waterfall Bar behind me, as you may recall, at night. And then there he is. And then right down the street is D&E Pizza and the McCarthy's Bar, where you can go get a meal of food.
And we were talking just about you, Will. When you first saw Michael, what was your view? He was a plant, right? He was a cop. He was to do something, right?
Wait. Say that again. What's the
when
question?
You first
Sorry.
saw Michael in the Registry of Deeds. I mean, you didn't think he was one of you, did he?
No. I mean, naturally you're going to be wary of anybody. You know what I mean? But all I had to do was just listen. He immediately earned my respect because he gave Dina such free reign to express herself. And Dina is extremely passionate, and she's awesome. And I mean, up until the very end there she was keeping people from crowding Alan Jackson and Nathan too much. And so
when you see the video that I shot at the end, Nathan was getting swarmed because he was one of the few that was making himself available, right? Everybody else was kind of getting in cars, getting the hell out of there. So I come up from behind and she's escorting him, and there's a bunch of people right in front of his face. She takes the Justice Serve TV microphone and puts it around in front of his face. So she's holding our microphone so that we can get the audio from Nathan, even though I'm kind of behind him and beside him. To the very end, she was very helpful. We interviewed her a number of times. and she could not be happier. But as you know, I'm sure as you aren't surprised, Will. Thank you, Engine 4. See you next time. As you might not be surprised, she's already on to the next cause. You know, she is fired up and ready for the Sandra Birchmore situation and whatever else comes
we all
along.
are. We all are. What's going on right now?
But wait a second. What's your reaction to this? I want to hear your reaction now to this.
Oh, I have been a roller coaster of emotions. I wish that I could hug Karen and her family and her team so hard right now. I really wish that I was there. But mostly, I mean, I was thinking about them, of course, but thinking about all of those boots on the ground people, that are out there every day, the Scott McGinnises, the Dinas, these people, what they must be feeling right now is what kept making me cry.
And I talked to a couple of folks saying, what are you going to do tomorrow? I mean, because especially those in that area right along, where Scott would always pull up, there were a couple of trucks there. They would get there at 5 a.m. every day so they could get that spot secured. And then they stay there the whole day. This has been their life, a second job. It's been described as by a lot of these folks. And now there's this amazing relief, obviously, that the right thing happened, but also a weird kind of like, whoa, now, now what? It was so much a part of their everyday lives.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Aidan, and can't be happy for everyone without being extremely happy for him. He's so validated today. All of his hard work, everything that he's done. And so right now, I hope that he gets the kind of support that Karen Reed got, or at least a good amount of it, because he deserves it. And, Karen wouldn't have had the support that she has without Turtle Boy's initial relentlessness of this case. And he went to jail for it. So I want to see Aidan get justice. I want to see Sandra Birchmore get justice. I want to see Justin Root get justice. I want to see Enrique Delgado Garcia get justice. This is the biggest win that we could get, but it's only the first one.
Wow, that's a good way to look at it. But this was a win. I told Michael that I was really focused on what was happening because I was trying to report what was happening on it. But I was really annoyed and upset. And I'll say it again because maybe he should hear it. The court clerk for Judge Cannone, Karen Reed, has just been found guilty of murder. Okay, murder, for which she could go to prison for life. Her defense team poured their hearts and souls into everything. Their family gave everything they had for their daughter. They are hugging each other in the courtroom. And he says to her, and you know what I'm talking about, Miss Reed, pay attention to me about a stupid OUI. I want to clip that and I want to play it. And quite frankly, I don't mind embarrassing him because that's the same type of bullshit. And I know we have a 16-year-old in our chat, type of garbage behavior that we've seen from, that's a legal term, that we've seen from a lot of these men coming out of that courtroom about dealing with women, okay? And that was the icing on the cake as far as I was concerned. And as far as I'm concerned, he deserves any embarrassment he could get for saying that. I mean, he ripped through those charges like you couldn't even hear it. The poor person, right?
I'll start. The irony, the fun irony about that is that dude has a DUI.
Is that Jimmy?
I'm not sure, but that clerk has a DUI.
Tony.
We know this thanks to Turtle Boy.
Well, we also know that one of the Alberts had DUI and the woman died as a result of the accident, right? Was that Albert? I think
Chris Albert killed a man in the 90s. I don't remember what year. And Beverly Cannone's brother represented him.
Yeah,
and he did 6 months, right? Did 6 months.
And he did 6 months, yes.
Yeah. So Turtle Boy did 60 days for garbage and something that shouldn't be a crime, that wasn't a crime. And so it's terrible when you think about that. Well, gee whiz, I mean, a third of the time. The Deer Beach caregiver who's been following us, she follows from she was in Texas, then she was in Florida, then she was in Moscow, Russia. She's back in the United States. Justice is served for Karen Reed. Let's hope same comes for true someday for Officer John O'Keefe. Madeira Beach is a hospice nurse, Will, and she really does God's work. And we love her because of not only the following, because of the type of work she does. And she really feels for people that need justice. Obviously, in the type of work she does, she is one remarkable person in and of herself, just like you. All right, just like you.
No, I mean, I'm blown away that I have been able to, you know, I don't want to say work because this has never felt like work, but for lack of a better term, work with so many brilliant attorneys. It's crazy. Like I was on a, you know, Defense Diaries panel earlier today, and that's the Matas, and it's wild. Like I remember seeing Bob and Ali on a Dateline episode about another case, and before I know it, I'm on panels with like, and every single person on the panel is a lawyer. You know what I mean? Like, and we're having.
Well, they needed some normal person, so they had you.
I guess, yeah. I guess I was there to be the layman, and I was happy to do it because, I mean, what an opportunity to get to pick the brains of all of these attorneys that feel Karen Reed is innocent, or at the very least, that there's a gross miscarriage of justice taking place. So, and if it wasn't for folks like you guys and them and Melanie Little, and God, Mark Betterow, the mighty Mark Betterow. If it wasn't for all of you guys, I would be gaslit. I wouldn't believe this. I'd be like, this doesn't happen in real life. This doesn't happen. So when I have all of these, I get to pick the brain of all of these amazing attorneys who are like, no, dude, you're not crazy. Like, this is wrong. This is not okay. And you guys are just, what a blessing for Karen Reed and for the creating awareness for all of this, to have brilliant minds like you guys, man. Like, seriously, I can't, I've never been more humbled in my life.
I think we should also give a shout out to the was it the 3 women who shot on the overpass with the sign early on to start this, right? Michael, we had her on the show to indicate that this, you know, he's pay attention to this case. I mean, we've seen a lot of things go wrong here. Now, the question is, what are the police going to do about it? What are the Massachusetts State Police going to do about it? Look at Dever. Never say Devers.
Yeah,
Never
she's
say Devers.
She'll be fine, but she's not. She can't stay a cop. We just, what are they going to do with her? They got to hide her in the back room. So.
Just outrageous that people feel it's a good day.
I watched that again the other day just because it was so ridiculous. Her testimony, it was unbelievable. We had so many moments like that in this trial. But there should be consequences for people like that. I can only hope.
Yeah. I'm seeing I don't know if you guys went over this before I came on, but there's a statement from the Roberts.
Yeah. Oh, what did they say?
Family? Today our hearts are with John and entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserved better from our justice system. While we may have more to say in the future, today we mourn with John's family and lament with cruel reality that this prosecution was infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. The result is devastating miscarriage of justice. I mean, she's right that the prosecution was infected with lies and a conspiracy, but it wasn't Karen Reed.
Yeah, that's just no class. And remind us again who authored that. It was a group, right? A number of people. Who is that from?
It's from the Roberts family, so Carrie Roberts family.
Okay, Carrie Roberts. That's an interesting person to reach out and make a statement. Really? Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean,
who do you think you are exactly? You know, I mean, this is somebody who's claiming to be so close to John, but I mean, why'd you lie? You didn't have to lie.
She misunderstood, Will. Come on. She misunderstood. It was a very tricky question.
Yeah, the lady, right? Someone says the lady lied to the grand jury. No, she says she misunderstood. Yeah.
She was like the second witness, I think, for the prosecution. That's how long ago this was. 2 months ago, she testified.
I have no sympathy for any of those shitbags who sat there in court in not only one trial but two trials and lied. I have no sympathy for them at all.
Yeah. It just it really is amazing what happened. We think back, and Michael and I think back when we were doing our 2-hour stint on Law and Crime, once a week, and what we were amazed about was the leaf blower and the solar cups, and then every day there was a new revelation. And I think it just became, Shannon Burgess was a while ago, right? Shannon with one N, Burgess likes to be a wizard. Check his Twitter accounts, Burgers and Bites. Okay. Freed, Silver Pennies is free. There was everyday Welcher with the Blue Man Group and the Blue Arm, and all. I don't even know what I would say the highest point in the case was, or the lowest point, except that I guess Judge Cannone, who has a reputation, according to the lawyers in Massachusetts, as being defense friendly. She was terrible in this case.
Yeah. Yep. She was. I think that she was not just dismissive in a rude and disrespectful way to Alan Jackson yesterday.
She threatened his pro hoc.
She was willful. She was willfully dismissive of him and venomous about it. And it just makes me sad because, again, when I think about Karen Read, I think about, yes, this is a great day for her. But the fact is that all of these people who live there are subject to this corruption. They have to still live with it. You know what I mean? And this is
I've talked to a lot of them, and this is great. This is a great step. They appreciate it for what it is, but they're still afraid. It's not like they've cleaned house. It's not like they don't have the same cops. Now, yes, one big thing they noted was important was the chief of police is gone. And they felt that was one of the issues. I guess only time will tell whether that change in and of itself is going to help. But they did feel that was a good step.
Rafferty of Canton PD?
Yeah.
It's a good thing that she's gone too. But I think that she's just an expendable part of the corruption. Somebody else.
That's the real question. How far up does it go, and will it now stop, or is it going to be back to business as usual?
The fact that this was happening so publicly and so blatantly leads me to suspect. I don't think it's naive to suspect that it's gubernatorial. Why not? You know what I mean? Like
ultimately, the buck stops there, right?
Right. At least, as far as Commonwealth issues, the buck stops there. And she has made no effort at all to even appease the citizens of Massachusetts about this. She just pretended like it's not happening. And that is a real problem.
How about the Attorney General of the state? You see this injustice coming about. You see the Massachusetts State Police. You see Proctor. You see the solar cups. No one says anything. How about that? I come from a state, New Jersey, where the Constitution lets the Attorney General be the senior law enforcement officer and can take over any police department or intervene in anything. I don't know about Massachusetts, but I think you have a duty when you see that to intervene, and not cover up.
Yeah. Why aren't they? One of the best signs out there among those supporters is you can't investigate yourself. It just says everything that you need to know. There's obviously a vicious cycle of corruption going on here, and there's no way to break it in sight. You know what I mean?
And by the way, that was one of the signs allowed in the First Amendment zone. You could criticize the authority as a whole, just don't get personal and don't mention the judge or court officers. So
right,
so a lot of those signs were there.
Well, I guess what they don't want. They don't want to have that frenzy where somebody goes after somebody personally and puts somebody in danger. I get that. Okay. But I'll tell you what, someone said to me, well, what would happen if she was guilty? You think there's going to be a riot? I said, absolutely not. I said, these people they will make their voices known. They'll continue to make their voices known, but they're not going to, be breaking down the courthouse and breaking in and trying to hurt people. They're good, but they're going to continue to make their voices known if this had gone the wrong way.
That
Especially
is
the women.
so important. That is so important, Linda, because the way that these supporters have conducted themselves, they set an example for exercising your First Amendment rights and how to do it. They set an example for the whole world, not just the state of Massachusetts and not just the country, for the whole world. I mean, you have people in your chat, I'm sure, that are from England, Ireland, New Zealand, and I have the same thing, and Melanie Little has so many. There are people infuriated about this who don't even have our justice system,
right?
And that's eye-opening.
Yeah, that's an
it's
important
incredibly
point.
telling.
Yeah, that's a really important point that Karen Reed said. Said the whole world. By the way, Silver Penny wants to know, what do you think is going to happen next? What do you think is going to happen next? Is this going to become a movement up there, or what? What do you think is going to happen next, Will?
I think that as far as Karen goes,
I mean, part of anything, the movement, the voices, anything. What do you think is the most important thing that's come out of this? And I know that's a deep question, and maybe you need some time to think about it. I know I do, but
it's a loaded question because there's a lot. It's just a loaded question because there's a lot. You like I said earlier, there's the whole Turtle Boy thing, and it's going to also, I think, what he decides to focus on is going to resonate a long way for a lot of people. So whatever he's going to end up hyper focusing on is going to get a large following, I'm sure. But there's his case,
right,
in and of itself. And as far as Karen goes, I think that she and her family have every intention of holding anyone who can be held accountable civilly. Will be. I think that she absolutely will do that. My impression of that, I mean, they have always had civil attorneys attending court hearings with them, and I was speaking with Bill Reed in the courthouse one day, and he was telling me, hey, these are their civil attorneys, and it brought me to the question. I was like, so when this is all over, this is like a year ago when this happened. I was like, when this is all over, are you guys just gonna, enjoy the peace and just move on with your lives? And Bill just straight up said, he was like, they tried to destroy my family for the last 3 years. So, I mean, that's all he said. So I'm under the impression that I suspect that they absolutely plan on somehow getting justice.
Mike Easter said, Michael, you remember who said that she should sue, right? Mike Easter said that.
Yeah.
I mean, she should. I mean, we're talking about a blatant railroad job here. Like, she was framed. There was a member of the Massachusetts State Police who was fired, who was the lead investigator in this case, and was trying to find nudes in her phone. That has got to be a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? That's just the Massachusetts State Police. Let's talk about the Norfolk County DA's office and how they're responsible and how they're accountable. Let's talk about Judge Beverly Cannone and how she handled this case and how she presided over it. I mean, I think that anybody who they think that they could sue, they absolutely should. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah,
it's
always. Go ahead, Linda.
No, I say also, Mr. Easter said that that John O'Keefe's family should sue for a bad investigation.
Yeah, that's a more interesting question, because that means that they would have to believe that the real criminal or criminals are still out there. And I don't know if they're there. I mean, that's why I want to hear their reaction. I want to hear if they're saying, we trust in the justice service, and now we still want to find out, what happened to our son? Or are they going to say the person who did it got off? Because what kind of case do they have if they still believe Karen Reed is the person that killed their son? They got no case. So, and as for the other stuff, Will, anytime you try and sue a government entity or government employees, it's a bitch. I mean, there are a lot of roadblocks in the way. You need to find, and I think it would be easy here, to be honest, that these employees acted beyond the course and scope of their employment. So looking through somebody's phone for nudes and having a text chain criticizing somebody, I think you could make a pretty good argument that is outside the course and scope.
And it was with
of
his
their employment.
supervisors.
Yes.
It was with his supervisors too. So
Yeah.
so the people employing him were like giving thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, so I think I just want to explain it's not easy, but there are ways to break down those walls.
I'm glad you explained that too, because I would have just been like, oh, that's easy. But that's why I'm not a lawyer and you are.
Yeah, but you've got good instincts. By the way, Coucher said Devers, never say Devers, said, well, my job depends on it. So you have a lot of that going on. You have a lot of people that feel that their job depended on towing the line, which is convicting the girl, right?
Right. You have you have Devers or Devers, whatever. You have her lying. You know what I mean? And it's blatant that she lied. Like, there's no way that it's not going to come out that she lied. I mean, so that's not even the Massachusetts State Police. That's the Boston Police. So there's another entity right there.
Yeah. And she was talked to by the commissioner, because that happens all the time. A 25-year-old young officer always has a one-on-one with the commissioner. I mean, what's the big deal?
Right. And followed by a triple salary, a triple amount of her salary all of a sudden too, right?
So anybody believes she came up with that whole false memory concept on her own is an idiot. Obviously, that was planted in that meeting. Go in there, tell them that you said that at the time because the defense wanted you to say that and got you to believe it. That's her story. It is so ridiculous. I just don't know. I actually, on a very small level, feel sorry for her, because I think she was taken advantage of and duped. On the other hand, if you're 25 and you're a cop, maybe you should have enough smarts to see what's happening and to either get out of the way, get another job, or do the right thing and just stick with the testimony that you provided initially, and don't come up with this cockamamie story. Even though I'm sure she thought, I'm going to lose my job if I don't follow this weird little false memory thing. I'm going to lose my job. So
yeah, I mean, I imagine it was a difficult position for her to be in, but she sure didn't do herself any favors by taking it out on Alan Jackson on the stand.
No, she just looked like a petulant little brat.
Right.
I called her, Will, and you know that I don't use this language very often. I called her a cocky ass bitch. Okay. All right. And I tried not to denigrate women, but I don't think I was denigrating. I was just denigrating her attitude and how she was coming across. And what she did is she misrepresented all of us who try to do a good job professionally by her attitude. I dealt with Alan Jackson for 6 months. We went back there, but I would never accuse, we may accuse each other of a lot of stuff in the courtroom. Like, you said this, you said this, but not that she actually accused him of perjury.
Yeah,
of course, Will,
of some kind of perjury, getting her to perjure herself.
I think you'll appreciate this, Will, and Linda will not. But I said more than once, she'll be fine. She's 25 and hot. She'll be just fine no matter what happens.
Typical man.
So I think she'll be just fine. She won't be a cop unless it's maybe a mall cop or maybe security at Walmart. But yeah, she'll be just fine. That's why I think they just took advantage of her. And to what end? It did zero good. Do you think that helped the Commonwealth in any way? Of course not.
No, right. I mean, this whole situation is one Streisand effect after the other. Like, it's wild, man. Like,
stop looking at me.
Right.
Yes.
Like, yeah. It's so funny. And like, you look at Aidan's case, like all of these people that are just hell bent on bringing him down. He doesn't even have to do anything. They always keep shooting themselves in the foot. It's hilarious. I love it. I'm here for all of it. Every time there's somebody who does something stupid, like John
Hey, what's going on, man? Hold on a sec. Come here. Let me try and squeeze you into the mix here. There he is, folks. And Vinnie Politan.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey, Vinny, how are you? Having a long time no see.
Are you over it? Are you tired?
Not over it. Just there's the adrenaline, there's the rush because of the moment. Then the moment happens, and then there's the 3 hours of live coverage after the moment, and then there's the draining, and now you've got to refresh to do the 2-hour show tonight.
Oh, yeah, you're good for it. You got a lot of energy.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
I really have not, and I thought I'd seen it all.
Right.
But what they were able to do in public with the crowd, and I like the cops. They finally kind of relaxed their tough ass attitude, and they let them kind of enjoy the moment and be real. I appreciate that. I've told folks, I said, we worked together many years ago.
Yeah.
But you look the same, and I don't. So
I
I
started dyeing my hair silver. I put silver highlights in.
Hey, okay.
Yeah, me too.
Great.
Yeah. Great to see you.
So good to see you. Yeah.
This is a moment. This is a real moment. And here's the big question, right? And Linda,
How about say hello to me? Hi, Vinny.
Right. Let me see if I can do this so they can hear you chat there, Linda. Okay, go ahead.
Does change the blueprint for criminal defendants in high-profile cases? Does this change the blueprint? This movement came because of a local, whatever we want to call them, journalist, live streamer, blogger, whatever you want to call it, started a movement. We know that in every case, every trial, there are issues. We know in every case, in every trial, there are imperfect investigations. If those things get blown up like that, could you see a defense team working with someone who's got some level of influence that changes the playing field?
I don't think Aidan had that level of influence when it started. What gave him that level of influence was the fact that this case smelled and stunk, and that's what it was. You had an attack upon women. You had
but I hate cutting her off, but just one but.
Very few people
can. It all started with Haas Long. It all started with Haas Long, and in the end, Haas Long had very little to do with anything.
Well, in the end, Haas Long had a lot to do with everything because it showed that the Commonwealth. It showed that the Commonwealth would go to getting a major agency like Cellbrite to change software to delete a search that was important to the defense, that was exculpatory. And it showed that power rules and power wrecks. And I think the whole idea of power against a young woman who was on a trial for murder,
good.
I think that
she's so good at what she does. She's so that's why I can't have her on my show anymore. She just takes it over.
I got to take a second, Vinny. I know I don't know if you know who I am, but I've given Court TV a bit of a hard time.
What?
But I gotta give you love because you talked about the shoe. It was a different shoe, man, and you covered it, and that means the world to me. So I got the opportunity to tell you that, and I'm grateful. So thank you for that.
Ask about the shoe, says Patty Paralegal.
Ask about the
All
shoe.
Right.
Are you heading out? Or are you going to enjoy the night?
I'm going to go freshen up.
Okay, then you're going to.
And I'll be back in front of the courthouse.
You're going to do your show live there.
Yeah,
Cool.
2 hours.
Oh, nice.
8 to 10 on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Nice seeing you, Vinny.
Great to see everyone. Bye-bye, El Jefe.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
Good to see you, man.
Awesome.
By the way, the Canton Select Board Chair John McCourt just released a statement for immediate release. The following is a statement from Canton Select Board Chair John McCourt. The town of Canton acknowledges today's verdict in the Commonwealth's case against Karen Reed. The town respects the legal process and the role of the jury in weighing the facts and rendering a verdict. We thank the members of the jury for their service and attention over the past several weeks. Okay. Will's not impressed. Okay.
No.
No. Okay.
Listen, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't give a shit what. I just don't care.
After you told me whose statement it was, all I just heard was wah 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 wah.
Right. I just at this point, there's nobody that can ruin this moment for me. There's just no way. Can't be done. This is a beautiful, beautiful moment for Karen and her family. And if there's ever going to get justice for John O'Keefe, if there's ever going to be justice for John O'Keefe, this was the first step. So
I think that's where a lot of folks see this. Excited, could not be happier, but there's more to work to be done is the message that I hear here.
And Will, you're validated by Nicole Kelly. She wants to make sure we see this. I work at Nike headquarters as an analyst in Portland, Oregon. The shoe is different. Screenshot that one. All right. Let's screenshot that one. The shoe
You're doing
is
God's
different.
work, Nicole Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nike. That is. That's as close to God as it gets. Nike.
Yeah. I saw that movie. Okay. It was great.
That's right.
They have analysts, bro. Like Nike has analysts, and it's her job to determine whether or not it's a different shoe, basically.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I'm validated left and right throughout this case. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, boys and girls.
Oops, he's got to go play. Oh, you're gonna love this one, Will. Well, he's not on. Karma Dharma, John DePetro.
John DePepe. I mean, what blows my mind about this, Linda, is like, why? I'm trying to understand why so many people just kamikazed their entire careers over this. Like Brennan kamikazed his career over this. This is going to be such a mark on his reputation forever. I mean, I'm sure he's going to be okay, but I mean, this couldn't have been good for him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be okay. Very interesting you bring that up. Neil Rockind, who's a great defense attorney in the Midwest, just one of the best. So he and I are trying to try a case together. Said the real question is, why did he take this case? And I said, well, maybe he doesn't want to die being known as Whitey Bulger's lawyer. Maybe he thought that he would rather, he thought he could win this. But why did he take this case? Well, give me your insights.
I'd rather be remembered as Whitey Bulger's lawyer than the person who railroaded Karen Reed. You know what I mean? Like, so to me, it's a no-brainer. Why he took the case? Why he took the case?
Politics? What?
It's got to be politics. It's got to be. I mean. I don't believe it to be, I have no evidence of anything, but I don't believe it to be a coincidence that Michael Morrissey, who is being investigated by the FBI, hires Whitey Bulger's mob goon attorney to prosecute an unwinnable case. So there's something really shady about that. Now, I don't know if it's money. I don't know if it's blackmail. I don't know if it's, who knows? I have no idea. But I mean, if he got paid $1 million, maybe he's just like, all right, I've got enough money, I've got a nest egg, and I'm good. And I'm just going to disappear into the void.
Well, if he does an interview, that's the first question, right? You're going to ask him, right? Madeira Beach caregiver, it's been my extreme privilege to become a part of the JSTV family of justice. Our extreme privilege to know you, Madeira Beach caregiver. And every time I say that, I remind everybody that you are a hospice nurse, and that is also just God's work doing that. Nicole Kelly, it really is, isn't it? It's unbelievable. And she's had 2 patients, I think, die while she's been with us. And that's the nature of the beast, the nature of the business. And anyone who's ever known anyone who's been in hospice or a hospice nurse know that just thank you. And that's why we always put her up. But Nicole Kelly seems to be interested. Well, she's our analyst from Nike. All right. Do you think Brennan suggested standard OUI instead of 2.5 years due to going back to defense practice? Will, what do you think? We're talking about what he's thinking about.
I think it's just your standard. I think it's as simple as your standard. Again, you guys would know better than I would, but it feels like it's just your standard sentencing for a first offense. I'm pissed off that everyone unanimously in that jury pool didn't just go 3 years after the fact, and we're going to slap her with that. Like, can't we just let it go? You know what I mean?
I think when they start talking, we're going to learn, just as the defense predicted by adding that standalone OUI, that somebody wanted something. They weren't willing to do a clean walk. And so that it's just so ridiculous on a base level. Oh, so you're okay with that? You think that gives you some sort of validation? We got her. It's ridiculous, but it now looks brilliant that the defense decided to do that because it affected exactly what they had hoped. Give somebody a little morsel of something feel like they did the right thing by convicting her of something, and effectively it's the proverbial slap on the wrist, and who cares?
Free Karen Reed, she is not guilty. How funny is it that, and do you know this? John DePetro backed into a car in the parking lot today and left a note. Did you hear about that, Will? I don't think he left it. Did he leave a note? Did you hear about this, Will?
About someone sorry, it's better.
No, I know.
I got distracted.
How funny it is that DePetro backed into a car in the parking lot today and left a note.
I'm glad he left a note.
Yeah, from what I haven't really had a chance because I've been on channels all day, but I someone sent video. Supposedly the story is that he backed into this car. Somebody filmed it. The friend of the owner of the truck filmed this, and he was gonna walk away, and then when he realized that she was filming, he left a note.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
we were laughing about it because Runkle on the Bailey was like, I'm invested in this. He's looking, he's searching, and he's looking up like what the laws are. Like, can you just leave a note? Like,
did he
crack a tail light
or what?
Yeah, did he crack a tail light?
Oh my God, dude! Like, what a beautiful.
Oh, there's the video. Here we go. Ask and you shall receive.
Steve, okay, let's see.
And this is what
yeah,
I'm
you just broke those people's tail light.
No, I'm gonna leave them a note.
Yeah. They're from Texas.
I can't take that guy seriously at all, dude.
You broke the tail light.
Look at that tail light. That's how it breaks, John.
It was on that truck? Oh, it was on the truck.
Teeny tiny shards, right?
Now, can you...
it broke the tail. It's on the floor. It's on the ground.
Can you think of anything more appropriate, more poetic than that?
That's what I'm talking about, Michael. Dude, this is... Turtle Boy doesn't even...
You should probably talk to one of the police officers at the end of the driveway is what I'd do.
This guy is hell-bent on...
That's cool. I'll just let them know that John DePetro just hit somebody's car and isn't going to tell the police about it. You just did it on camera. John DePetro just hit somebody with Texas plates car, and he's not going to talk to the police about it. He's going to leave them a note. Wow. Yeah, I just saw the whole thing from my car, and it's on my dash cam. He's over here. Yeah, John DePetro just backed right into this Texas car while I sat here in my car with my dash cam on.
Wow.
Those are pieces. Yeah, that I said, John, is that what happens to taillight? It doesn't shred? 47 pieces?
You mean the tail light? The tail light pieces didn't jump up and attack your arm, dude?
Yep, that's
what?
right.
Oh my God, you can't make this up. I haven't seen this.
Yeah, it was right there.
It's amazing.
Justice has been served. Poetic justice has been served.
Dude, Turtle Boy doesn't even have to try.
Well, here, now I have a group because it was just me.
Oh my God.
In reverse. Yeah, that's what happens. He reversed right into this. I'm sitting in the car right here and I watched it happen. He pulled here and he pulled up and he went flip. And then he pulled up and then he pulled out and I saw him not park there. So I jumped out of the car to be like, I think I need to get that license plate. And then I saw the head pop up and I was like, shut the fuck up.
I want to see the note that he left. He probably signed it Turtle Boy.
Yeah, that's there too. They took a picture of the note. And
they did.
Hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, you just broke those people's tail light.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. By the way, the Goodmans are here watching you. They're a new member, and then they were so gracious they gifted a Justice Serve TV membership.
Oh, the Goodmans are awesome.
The Goodmans.
The Goodmans are awesome. They're here probably for you, Will. I mean, everyone's here for you.
They're big supporters. Yeah, they're awesome.
They're here for you, right? And all. Oh my God, I hadn't seen that. That is so funny. You can't, and the taillight just like fell down on the ground. It didn't fracture out. It didn't cause. We should ask the Petro to show his arm. He's going to show his arm from now on, right? As evidence.
I can't take that guy seriously at all, dude.
No,
I've
been on the show, the other show with him, and Michael went to interview him. He said, I don't know.
Yeah, I ran into him today after the fact, and I told him that Linda said hi. So he had some snide comment. The guys, like I said, low IQ individuals. This kind of stuff just washes right off. He'll just continue on. No big deal.
The only thing that makes sense is a lack of self-awareness. You know what I mean? That they just don't have any. They just don't see themselves for being the idiot dipshits that they are.
Yeah, it's like kind of the town clown, and you can see it in his face and his eyes. He's got kind of wild eyes. So, you know, I don't like to give the disadvantaged a hard time. So,
dude, he looks like somebody shaved their dog and then
made
put
him walk backwards. Yeah, it's
dressed him. Dude. Like, yeah.
Oh my
like,
God. I'm sorry. I'm laughing so much. Bethlehem, Texas. I missed this. River Dever did send the stand swearing that her job depended on what she said. And hi, Vinny. I'm sorry. Listen, in Texas, take your money back. I missed that. I apologize. This is a really good question here. Do you think the jurors are going to do interviews?
Oh, for sure.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I hope there's some that are better than Ronnie Bowtie.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't stand that guy. That guy like made me scared about juries, dude. Like there were two things that made me feel differently about bench trials, because I used to just be like, no, a jury, of course you want a jury. Why would you leave it up to a judge? And it was that. And Turtle Boy's last like his not guilty verdict that he had over the fake victim. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I could see that being very beneficial. Now I see. Now this is the best part. Honestly, the most rewarding thing is being able to pick the brains of people like you guys to help me understand how the law works better. And it's again, I would have had this total dead set opinion on bench trials and being against them until I've seen reasons for them to be beneficial.
It depends on the judge. You don't necessarily.
Definitely depends on the judge, and then it depends on the subject matter.
Yeah, thank you, Laura, for that question. Joanne Jetta Platypus, much gratitude to Linda Michael Mod, special guest. You're a special guest, and you all for giving me the space to watch the trial. I truly appreciate you all. Bless Karen. Yes, thank you, Joanne. Bless Karen. Yes. Now it's funny. We had a Richard Gabriel, who's my jury consultant, on our show last Friday, and everyone was saying Friday verdict. He said, no, you won't hear from them Tuesday, Wednesday verdict. He was absolutely right on target, which is why we have jury consultants, right?
Yeah. He knew Friday was kind of a throwaway, right? 2 hours. What are you really getting done there? And then it sounds like pretty early on Monday, maybe early afternoon, they got focused, right, on the nightmare that was the second part of the slip. If it didn't end as it did, people would be focusing on that now, talking about it again, whether it was because of hung jury or some other compromised verdict that they couldn't sift their way through the myriad of what ifs. Because even when the judge tried to fix it, she didn't fix it. And it should never have been an issue. It should have been taken care of ahead of time. They knew it was a problem. It was appealed. There was no issue that, hey, judge, you don't know this is a problem. You know it's a problem. So why would you forge ahead like she did, setting up what could have been another disastrous result? Why would she do that?
I have no idea. We were racking our brains earlier today to try to figure this out. But, I mean, what could be the benefit from making a verdict form like a choose your own adventure book? Why not something as simple? I mean, Mark Randazza tweeted, I love Mark Randazza, by the way. I saw your interview with him earlier. Love that guy.
Yeah, these guys were here at a good time.
Yeah. And he tweeted, like, I don't understand what happened to 3 charges, listing the charges, and then putting a guilty box and a not guilty box. What is the problem?
Never thought of that. That's what the defense proposed, and it's like, nah, we're good. We're all right.
Right. Like, why is she so hell-bent on confusing this jury? Why did everyone other than the defense seem so hell-bent on the jury being confused? That's the question we all need to be asking.
Aidan had a reason. He said she just loves being on TV and she wanted a mistrial. So she was trying to craft that to keep herself in the limelight. She loves being on TV, he says.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, that's a sound theory. Without, I mean, all we can do is speculate. We don't have any evidence of some sort of, leverage that somebody might have on somebody, or, somebody's being paid under the table or anything like that. We don't have anything like that. So, it's the responsible way to speculate is to just say, yeah, she just likes being high profile. She likes being the talk of the town, whether it's negative or positive. She likes being talked about.
By the way, Nitka Ditka, Will, now what's your thoughts on the shoe? Is it should be who cares or it's different? And that's with a love sign. So it's like, it's kind of it's a funny question. It's a throwaway question. It's kind of a funny question. And thank you.
Me and Alan Jackson are gonna have words about that. Just so you know, I'm not letting it go, but it's forgiven because the case is won. So
okay, that's an interesting. Interesting.
It's forgiven, but me and AJ are going to have words.
About that. That was different. Yeah. Coucher, Linda, will Karen Reed's civil trial be covered live? I think the civil trial, the insurance companies are going to want to settle it. I think it's a mistake, but you know what? We're going to see. I'm sure that if somebody applies to run a civil trial live, it will be telecast. But civil trials take years.
It ain't happening. It ain't going to trial. It now, from an insurance perspective, has a lot less value than it might have had. Because now you got to actually prove a case. Before, if they had a conviction of some sort, I guess you could sue somebody for just a straight up OUI, but I don't know how you get to causation to get yourself a verdict, a civil verdict. So yeah, it's gonna be settled for nuisance money. That's my prediction.
Yep. Yeah. At this point, and you notice the Reed family was not in court. Do you think? So the O'Keefe family was not in court. Do you think they had a heads up on what the verdict was going to be?
No.
I think they weren't they there? I thought I saw them go in. No, I saw them go in.
I thought they went into the courthouse, but not into the courtroom.
Well, that may be. I definitely saw them go into the courthouse.
They were in court. Okay, Sue Sampson said they were in court. I stand corrected.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the evidence simply dictates that she's innocent, and by them not being in the courthouse, they probably assumed that there was going to be. I don't think that they had a heads up, but I think that they assumed that there was going to be a not guilty verdict, and they just didn't want to be there for that.
So let's confirm they were there. That's right.
They were there.
Okay. When they wandered by, because they were the first in the procession, they were there long before the defense team, and they were just dragging. Just obviously it's been exhausting for everybody involved, especially the family members of the victim. I still can't understand how they are comfortable with the ultimate defendant and the investigation in the case. But putting that aside, it's a grueling grind for everybody. And I could see the slog they were making down the sidewalk and up the stairs yet again. And in this case, to hear an ultimate verdict that they would rather not have heard. So
what do we all do? What do we all do now to support Turtle Boy? Okay, Aidan Carney, who's been very gracious to us, and we think he's right. And what do we all do? Because I said to him on the show that, look, any lawyer he wants will come and support him. And I still say that. Okay. So what can people in the chat, you have 5,000 people here chatting. What can they do?
Support his investigations, continue to pay attention to him, continue to, give those turtle chats. I mean, Mark Betterow and Tim Bradle are not cheap, I would imagine. So they are fantastic attorneys. So I would say just continue to support Turtle Boy and listen to what he has to say. I mean, he is absolutely validated as of today.
Yeah, so here's a crazy idea. I know this is insane, but how about you reevaluate the charges pending and maybe just dismiss them? How about that?
Right. That'd be nice.
That'd
be nice.
Come on.
Because I mean, that's a great point, Michael, because if this moves forward, if his case moves forward, I mean, okay, so what's the problem? He was right. You know what I mean? All these things that they're accusing him of, it's like, well, he was right. He wasn't spreading lies about anybody. He was asking people questions, and he was clearly asking the right questions to the right people. So, I agree with you. Well, like, why not just dismiss the charges?
Yeah, I say that, of course, facetiously, because I don't think there's a chance in hell they will. But if a reasonable person were involved, that to me seems to be like a reasonable result. Hey, we're on the the D&E Pizza event, which I call event number 17. Were you ever interviewed or anything? Nothing. Isn't that
Nothing.
weird?
My
You
name-
were right there.
never even mentioned in a document. So, you know, I mean, I know I was right there. I'm guilty of the same thing he supposedly is allegedly guilty of. I mean, but I didn't speak because I assumed that there was no audio, so I didn't see the point. Aidan spoke because he didn't think there was audio. He was doing it to entertain us. He was doing it for our benefit. We were out drinking, having a good time, and we thought it would be funny amongst us. You know, we didn't even talk about it. Like when we left, we went somewhere else, and nobody even discussed it. We just went on with our evening and had a nice time. And you know, he, like I said, I mean, I show up the next day because he has court, he has a hearing, and I'm like, you know, after I got a message saying that he got that he got charged for it, I was a little nervous and I was scared because I was like, oh my God, I might have to make some phone calls because I did the same thing he did. I'm going to get charged too. But I wasn't going to run. So I flew out there to support both Karen and Aidan because they both had hearings. And so, I was going to attend that hearing. So I attended that hearing. And at no point did anybody so much as even ask me a question, say anything to me. I was referred to as a friend.
A friend. I remember that. I was at the hearing as well.
You were the friend.
And remember, it was a hearing not on that event. That was brought up almost as an afterthought. Oh, by the way, Judge, Cosgrove whips out the video, right? And he's trying to do some, you know, like almost an ex parte additional charge, like on the fly. I'm just going to throw this out there. There's been no charges, no indictment. But here, by the way, Judge, here's this event that took place at the pizza joint last night. Watch this. And luckily Bradel was able to, you know, put him in his place. They had an official arraignment, or at least a hearing the next day. And then it, you know, it got put in the system more appropriately. But you're sitting there thinking, oh yeah, that was us last night.
Yeah.
I'm the friend, you know.
She's a friend, right? I want to give a shout out, by the way, to just before we go on to Melissa V 367 on X, because we started like joint streaming on X, and if all of you on X, please come over to our YouTube page, and also by the way, like Will on his page. We're going to give him a shout out in a second. Our YouTube page, Justice Serve TV. Hit the subscribe, like, share, notify. It doesn't cost you anything. Melissa V has been watching us on X throughout the whole trial. All right, and we thank you for that. And she is also, here's a comment she made. She made a decision primarily on the evidence, and the evidence was not guilty, and that's all. And the jurors got it right, and you're right; they got it right. Will, shout out your page. I know it's T Glare on X, but what is it on YouTube?
The Glare.
The Glare on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he's great. I mean, I watch him, and I've been lurking sometimes in his chat, and running over to ours, and running over. And no holds barred. I mean, no holds barred. Will's going to tell you what he thinks.
He's he's on his best behavior right now. So yeah.
I am. I don't know what, everybody has their own rules for their channel. So
we have no rules. It's just that people tend to act that way, whatever that way is. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Well, because, you know, you have I mean, some people, they like their ad revenue, and, you know, you got to watch your mouth. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, we have, other than Linda's occasional potty mouth.
I respect that. Yeah.
I don't think we've been dinged. Have we been dinged for that?
Yeah, well, I think we got one thing with my potty mouth, got us dinged for it one time.
Right. Yeah, if you get the little yellow $sign, just request a manual review, and 9 out of 10 times they'll give it.
Yeah, and we did have one recently where they manually reviewed it and still said nope. And I, you know, they don't tell you why, which is what drives me nuts. You know, if somebody manually reviews it, can you just give me a sentence that says, "Here's what was wrong"? Why can't you do that?
Only copyright stuff they do that.
Yeah,
but
because they'll have the person who owns the copyright. They'll have them identified. You know, they'll say, "Here's whose stuff you stole." I don't know. It's not a perfect system.
It's not. I mean, it's very it's very, very little of it at our level of subscriber count is human interaction. It's all done, you know, with programs.
AI. Yeah, it's all AI.
Right.
Yeah, it's all AI. Yeah. It's just like how they deny your insurance claims when you need coverage. AI, right? Yeah, you don't see people. Doctors, who are they? What are they? Who are they? What? Who? As I said, as you know, when I filed this case, and I said, not a no collision. The Commonwealth couldn't get one forensic pathologist, and you know how I feel about forensic pathologists, Will, to support the fact that John O'Keefe was ever hit by a car. I think this case began and ended with Dr. Scordi Bello, and that was it. I mean, to me, that was it. End of discussion. And then with all that money they spent on Hank Brennan and buying a car and Judson Welch for $435,000, all that kind of stuff, they couldn't buy one board-certified forensic pathologist to say John O'Keefe was hit by a car. And to me, that was it because
Well, then you don't even bring the case. You don't even bring the case if you can't have a medical expert say, "Here's the manner of death." You just don't.
No, and I mean that's the whole thing here is we're not all celebrating so much because Karen won. We're celebrating because she's finally getting peace. She's finally, this is something that's finally getting put behind her, because this should have never even gotten past the grand jury. It should have never even been an indictment. There was never enough evidence in the first place to charge her. So in any other case, like any other case that I would have ever covered, just not having that homicide stamp from the ME is, again, I agree with you. Game over. That's it. There is no case here. What are you talking about?
But I think that was an indication that when they went forward, despite that, that's a hint. That's a clue that somebody's got an agenda that has nothing to do with the facts. That they've got a result they're working toward. Otherwise, they don't bring the case.
Speaking about medicine, how's your leg that you injured? You doing better?
Yeah, I'm. I'm.
Oh,
I keep this guy on it usually, but
compression sock thing.
It hurts. Yeah, it hurts. So I just got this very little bit of support on it because I'm in bed. So,
no, you should
you
should be walking on it, right?
It's not painful like it was. So I feel like it's getting better, but I'm nowhere. It doesn't feel like I'm anywhere close to being able to walk on it.
Wow.
So.
We'll setting Vinnie straight. Vinnie was like, talking about people, I'm not going to make that sound like something. I think this was a very important case. I think it did involve women. I did think it involved downtrodden people. I did think it involved the justice system. And it showed you once and for all that women could rise up here with our pink shirts and all and be heard. And, you didn't have to be talked down to like by the Buchanans and by the, and take the shit that you saw from Proctor. I mean, really. Typical man, right? And then all people who are downtrodden, who are poor, who can't afford counsel and all. This says rise up and you can beat the system. But, we all need to rise up. We all need to make our voices heard. And when you got to sing to rise up, you all got to sing together, right? We got to sing loud together.
First of all, me and real men like me and Michael don't claim people like Proctor.
He's a different species. Yeah. And I also think that this crosses sexist lines.
I do too.
This is not a woman's issue, not a woman's case. This is a right and wrong situation. Right. And wrong is wrong no matter where you fall on the gender spectrum. So,
but I think people seeing this say, well, she was easy target. She was easy for them to try to pin it on her.
I think there was definitely some that kind of chauvinism involved. There's no doubt about it. They thought they had an easy mark, and man, were they wrong.
Yeah. Karen Reed. I mean, that's the whole thing. You've met them, Michael. I know you've met them. They are just driven to see this through because when you are so sure that something is wrong, that's going to light a fire in you that's not going to go out. You know what I mean? There's nobody in Karen's camp, whether it be her family or her defense team, that was going to just let this go and just roll over. You know what I mean? There's just nothing in any of their DNA that indicated that they would do this. When you spend any time with Karen Reed's defense team, you truly, and it doesn't take long, you get a sense of how passionate they are about her innocence and how determined they are to make sure she never sees the inside of a jail cell for something that she didn't do. They're just passionate about it. And that was telling that I went into this case, and I've covered a lot of cases. I went into this case hating lawyers. I hated lawyers, dude, hated them. And now all of my heroes are lawyers. It's the craziest thing in the world.
You've come over to the dark side, Will.
No, come on, it's the good side.
But it took it took so much to make me realize it too. Like Bob Motta really explained how important defense attorneys are to having rights. You can sit there and hate how much defense attorneys charge and how slimy they can be and whatever. But the fact is they are that balance of justice. They provide that balance. They provide that reasonable doubt. They provide defense attorneys are vital to our civil rights and our justice system.
And I think you've seen it recently in the YSL case. You've seen it in the ASAP Rocky case. You saw it in the Alec Baldwin case. And now you're seeing it here. And Michael and I talked about this, Michael, about how hopefully the whole view of defense attorneys, not just lawyers, defense attorneys is changing, that people understand that without us putting, and we put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in it, when we have our clients, that there's no ramp, right? There's no way. I mean, there's no barrier, right? There's nothing.
It takes a favorable, a popular defendant to help change those perceptions. Because if all you see are the Whitey Bulgers, those that are, by all accounts, guilty of something, and it's just part of the process to find out what it is and punish them, that's why defense attorneys have that kind of taint, right? But if you get a client that people resonate with, and they say, this person seems to be getting a raw deal, all of a sudden now the defense attorneys are the heroes, right? So I think it's as much about their client as it is the attorney practicing law. They got to have a client that people believe in. Then the attorneys get a better shake.
I remember the first time I met Alan, I had to ask him. I was like, be honest. Is Kevin Spacey really a shitbag? And he was adamant about Kevin Spacey's innocence. He was like, no, man, like, does he have poor judgment? Maybe, but he didn't do the things that he's being accused of. It's ridiculous. There's no evidence of it. I spent significant amount of time with this guy, and I just don't see it, and it made me think, because it was, I thought about myself, and I was like, I'm a big Kevin Spacey fan, but when he got accused of this stuff, I was just like, oh, there's another one. Oh, well, Kevin Spacey sucks. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't even give him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? And then, him representing Karen Reed made me take a second look at it and be like, wait a second, maybe he didn't do this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still.
So the Karen Reed effect rubbed off on you retroactively to Kevin Spacey.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, because Alan, he represented Kevin Spacey. It was also kind of a way to kind of size Alan Jackson up. Like, does he really believe in his client's innocence? You know what I mean? Immediately I could see that he was extremely passionate about Karen's innocence. It didn't take long at all. Just a few minutes of sitting down at the table and eating is all it took for me to be absolutely convinced. And then, David Yannetti, he's not very outspoken. He's in real life, he's pretty much how you imagine him. Really nice, really cool guy. But Bob Alessi's passion was what really put it over the top for me. Bob Alessi is just 150% just forward. Like, we are getting her out of this because she should not be here. So yeah, it's from your point, Michael, this case was so important because it did. I think it shifted a lot of people's opinions on defense attorneys. I think, I mean, how many cases have you covered where somebody was really innocent? You know what I mean? Since the true crime thing just blew up, you know what I mean? How many cases are there really where somebody's actually innocent?
Yeah, and Vinnie mentioned that the other day when I was being interviewed on his show. What happens here? What do you think about whether if there's a guilty verdict, if there's not a guilty verdict? As he prefaced that, he said, most of the cases we cover, the defendant's guilty.
Right.
And there's no shock that the defendant is found guilty. So this is such a bizarre, on its head kind of case on all levels. Not just that people think, well, you were arrested, maybe you did something wrong, but I think this case is different and has been different because people saw what was accused, what the other side was accused of doing, what the cops were accused of doing, what the friends were accused of doing. It helped divide the people's perception of this case, different than any other case where you have, we got a defendant who's accused of in the death of a cop. How often do you hear that sentence and think, well, I'm sure the defendant did not do it,
Right.
I mean, the defendant's accused of killing a cop.
The irony of all of these things coming out that make the McAlberts look culpable of something, all of that stuff, ironically, in a way makes it less believable. Makes it less believable that there was a conspiracy. It makes it you want to go, dude, this what? Nobody does that. This is crazy. Somebody's going to talk. But then when you really think about it, it's like, well, why would anybody talk? The pressure's not going to, all they have to do.
That's what I thought. I heard, a lot of people would say, first of all, the defense didn't have to prove that. We know that. But there was that twist in the first trial that the jury started to think, well, they didn't prove it. Well, yeah, they didn't have to, idiots. But they backed off of that this time, which turned out to be smart to back off of that whole thing. But I could believe it. I could believe that this core, especially if you've been in these little towns, right? I mean, these are, this is a typical New England town where everybody's brother, sister, uncle, aunt, nephew, they live within blocks of one another, and they've been here forever, and they all know the cops, and they all have relatives in the law enforcement. That's tight. And for me to believe that they could all kind of keep their mouth shut and have one common goal, I'm buying it. I don't know if it was proven, didn't need to be. But I did not immediately just poo-poo that and say, that would never happen. Not everybody could keep their mouth shut. I think they could.
It is the epitome of good old boy bullshit, what's going on in Norfolk County. And it's a travesty.
Sandra Birchmore. I say 2 words to you, Sandra Birchmore.
Agreed. Right. That's something that we should all be shouting from the rooftops. Is that case? I mean, we're not done with, we're done with the Karen Reed part of everything. Karen Reed, just her frame job shined a light on all of the corruption in Norfolk County. That is where I'm hyper focused right now. To me, there's too much stuff to continue to spread awareness on, too many things.
By the way, Sky Stars page loves you. Love you, Will. Excited you're here. So fun. Best day. Was Yuri really there? Okay.
Was Yuri really there?
According to Jess Machado, he was.
Really?
I heard that he was outside Aidan's trial, like in the hallway, intimidating jurors. Is that right?
I don't know. I know that Jess Machado told Aidan, and he tweeted it, that she saw Yuri Buchanan come into the back part of the courthouse.
Okay, she's pretty good. She's pretty solid. She's solid.
She's totally solid. Yeah.
Apparently, by the way, Proctor's going to be on 2020 tonight on ABC. Proctor? Are you kidding me?
No shame. No shame.
No shame at all.
There should be no effort to give this guy any type of publicity anymore at all. There's no need for it.
Must miss. Yeah, I will not be tuning that in.
That dude should just crawl under a rock and stay there.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing for him is to not have any profiles for have things go away. When you have something that you've done bad, what you try to do is just go away, right? Even with a big case where you have a client who may be guilty, you don't keep doing press and media on it. You gotta go.
I'm guessing his wife will be with him. I'm just guessing. If I'm trying to put as good a spin on it as I possibly could, I would think he's going to be there with his wife, and they could talk about my poor husband. They've been mean to him. That'd be interesting.
Someone says Dateline tomorrow. Seriously? Are you telling me that Proctor is going to be on all these shows? And what did they do? All film them before there was that? What, they thought there was going to be a guilty verdict?
Put him in the can.
They put him in the can, and they thought there was going to be a guilty verdict.
That's what I
my
think.
Goodness, yeah.
Well, it's definitely, in his absence in the second trial, it's definitely a name that those uninitiated from trial one are curious about. They go, oh, that's that guy. That's that guy we heard all about. So from a programming standpoint, I don't think it's a horrible idea. I have no interest in listening to the dude, but I get the marketing.
Oh, I'm gonna stream it.
I think you should.
Will you be making commentary along the way, Will?
Of course. I mean,
apparently he cries and says, "You've only heard one half side of the story." No, we heard all your. We've
heard 100% of the story, and it's all bad.
It's all bad, And quite frankly, I assume, don't watch it, then don't watch them on your own. What you do is watch Will's channel. He's going to stream it on your channel, and then donate to Will. Will get the viewers. Don't let the other shows get the viewers.
I have to stream it. I'm going to have to stream it through Kick because of the copyright issues. But that's like, I started doing Patreon streams again where that are completely unrelated to true crime. Honestly, just something for fun, get people a little break, for just to be silly and what I've been doing is taking movies that generally everyone loves, but point out that they're bad, and I show why they're bad movies. And I basically destroyed Top Gun for Top Gun fans last week. The plan is to do The Notebook this weekend.
Oh my gosh!
Now,
really? That's a tough one. You're going to trash The Notebook?
Oh, it's super easy. Nicholas Sparks' The Notebook is one of the worst movies ever made, and I'm going to destroy it.
I'm gonna
cry.
cry.
Do not tell that to any girl that you've ever wanted to get.
Are you kidding? My
lucky
demographic is 75% women. Dude, I'm doing it for that reason. So if you want, you could sign up to my Patreon, and if that's something, if you just like to get, rage and listen to me destroy your favorite movie, passive aggressively.
Everyone says the same thing. No, not The Notebook. No, not The Notebook.
The movie's terrible. It's terrible.
Wow. I used that movie and the book many times. That's all I can say. That's all I got to say about that.
Oh, is that when you were dating before you met Lisa? Is that
yes.
right?
In another life. In another life. Yeah. Obviously.
You must have really loved her. You must have really loved her to sit through that movie.
Oh yeah. I didn't care.
I don't think I've ever loved anybody.
I didn't care.
I don't think I've ever loved anybody that much.
Oh goodness! I guess we're getting a little. Okay, one final comment.
I'm sorry. There you
final
go.
Comment. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Chloe's probably dead. They gave Proctor a day off at the Shell station to do a 2020 interview? Question mark. Wow, a good petroleum transfer here. It's hard to come by. Very good, funny comment. Funny comment. Okay. Yeah, at the end of the movie, I cried. Well,
dude, by the end of the movie, I was yelling at my screen going, die already. Why are you taking so long to die? Like, that's what I was doing. I was like,
I've got one. You with that in mind, I watched, what I watched the other night for the first time in a long time. My wife and I put together a list of like random movies that we just remember as being strong. Like we had on it Casablanca. And, then she had to throw some girl movies on there, like Stars Born. I mean, all right. We watched Brian's Song. Now, come on.
Oh,
come on.
I saw that in middle school.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody hasn't seen Brian's Song?
I cried.
It's a tearjerker, I'm telling you. Billy D. Williams plays Gale Sayers, football player. Brian Piccolo is his teammate who gets ill.
James Caan.
Jimmy Caan. Two of the least likely, well, Jim Caan especially. The things I thought were funny. I'm watching, it's football, right? They have locker room scenes and stuff. Not one of these guys looks like an athlete. None of these guys look like they'd be playing football anywhere, let alone for the Chicago Bears. But the movie, I'm telling you, that will eat you up.
Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
So if you don't
one
like
of
The
our
Notebook, go
viewers-
see Brian's song.
Yeah, Lisa,
I'm
my cousin
sensitive,
Mary was
man.
the mother in the Notebook. My cousin Mary is the mother in the Notebook. I guess before we let you go, we have to ask you something off target. And somebody says the Notebook sucks. What is your favorite movie? What is your recommendation, Will?
I don't have one favorite, but I have a list of favorites that I can't really pick one over the other. But
Okay.
definitely my top three. Well, we'll say my top two that come to mind is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Shawshank Redemption.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Solid.
Two great movies.
Solid.
Right?
Yep.
Solid,
I like
right.
those equally for different reasons. And then I mean, and I love Enter the Dragon probably just as much for different reasons. I mean, yeah, like I'm a big movie guy, and but yeah, I'd say my top two for sure: One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and
Someone says, how about the Big Lebowski?
Big Lebowski. It's one of my all-time favorites for sure. Now, if anybody wants me to marry them, I can, because I am an ordained.
Oh, we lost you. You're ordained.
Is it me? Is it
online.
Will?
It was very easy.
Oh, he's back.
Um,
Oh, you're ordained. Hey, I got a marriage story while you're
Dudism.
talking.
Dude,
I had when I used to do a lot of real estate, and I had some clients. They were unmarried at the time. I found them a house that they asked me to marry them, to be the officiant, which was either sad because they didn't have anybody better, or flattering because we had a great relationship. I'm not sure which. But we have this. It's a lovely wedding on the Hudson, overlooking the Hudson, a place just north of the city. Rhinebeck, beautiful. And I was nervous, and I get it done, and they get married. A year later, I get a call. Yeah, we need to sell the house. We're getting a divorce. So that didn't stick. So be careful, Will, if you're going to be marrying people. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a realist. One of the reasons why I'm not married, like 50% of them end in divorce, and I find it at my age, I feel like I circumvented something that everyone seems to do for some reason, which is include the government in your relationship. That's the weirdest thing in the world. To me, it sounds absurd. So I don't think I'm ever going to get married.
Somebody wants to
be.
Laura has other ideas.
She has other ideas. She wants to marry you. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we
As
could
in,
probably
me and
do
you would get
everything
married.
but get married. Laura.
You could practice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So tomorrow, Karen interviews from Dateline. Someone says, okay.
I'm sure it's going to be.
Guess what? This
What?
Friday is a preempted episode of 2020 from June 6th. No Proctor, but I thought he's on. Did they pull him? Did they pull him? I don't know. Interesting. Anyhow,
now we'll see all the fallout.
Yeah.
All the fallout.
Yeah. So we'll see the fallout. What final words before we let you go? What final words do you have for everyone today who's been following you? All 5,000 people here have been here talking to. They love you to death.
We did it. I mean, all of you. This was the reason why I think this happened. Truly, is because of so many eyes being on this case and holding this local government accountable and saying the world is watching you. This is an example of strength in numbers and how beneficial it can be. And Karen Reed is free and is about to live a very peaceful life. And it is in part, a big part, because of everyone watching now. So thank you guys for sticking to it, being loud, supporting all of the channels that have been, spreading the word on this. And thank you guys. I've never been more proud to be part of something in my entire life. Never thought that I would be a part of something as important as this. And it's because of all of you. So thank you for that.
I have my own personal thought, and it does involve Will, because he's a perfect example of one of the amazing people I met as a result of getting involved in this case. So many, from Dina to Aidan to Will and up and down the streets here, literally. It is one of the things that I think we here at Justice Serve TV do. I hate to say this, better than most. When we get involved, we're in. We're in.
Yeah.
And we didn't come to this case saying, let's protect Karen Reed or let's fry Karen Reed. We came in saying, what's this case about? The first
That's
trial.
what I did.
Yeah. And then you start to see it unfold. We saw it with Law and Crime. The first trial carried over into this trial, and in many ways was even weirder. But the result certainly seems justified based on everything we explored, everything we reported. And I'm just glad I had a chance to meet all the folks that I did, because it's an amazing group, a passionate group, and a smart bunch. And I can't wait to see what happens next.
And as finally, K Max says, "We did it, you beautiful people. Love you, Glare and Michael and Linda. Free Turtle Boy next."
Agreed.
All right.
Yeah.
Agree. All right. Thank you, Will, for jumping on, devoting your time for us. I mean, we've grown to love you, as you know, and respect you, and we really appreciate you and your passion and what you brought, and for taking Michael into the fold when he was out there in the cold looking for a bathroom.
Not beating me up that was nice. And Will, rethink the Notebook. All right, just rethink that. Give that.
I'm going to be doing it this weekend.
Okay. So do you have your Patreon page? What's your Patreon page so people can find it?
I just dropped it in the chat. I'll drop it again.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me share that too, by the way. That's really awesome.
Oh, great. There it is.
Okay.
But thank you guys for the feeling. Linda, is absolutely mutual, to say the least. You guys talking about this is so important, and you guys are just awesome. I am so happy to have gotten to meet you guys, and I've grown to really love you guys too, and enjoy interacting with you guys. So I'm sure there's going to be other cases, and
we will stay in touch, no doubt about that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, this is just the beginning.
Okay, bud. Take care.
Okay, bye, everyone. Bye. Okay, so Michael,
I'm out of here.
They're out of here.
I'm folding up my tent.
They're
folding up my actual tent.
Thank everybody. Before you go, please go, because I know a lot of you are here from next. Please go to our YouTube page. Hit it's at Justice Serve TV. Please hit subscribe, like, share, notify. And we're gonna not do anything tomorrow. Everyone's been working very hard. I'm not sure we'll even do anything Friday. We may just do a wrap-up show. Maybe we'll do Monday. When we do our wrap-up, we want to bring everybody in. And you and I, Michael, will obviously talk about it with our mods. But I think everyone needs a little bit of a break.
I think you're right. And let me just say to my streaming partner, what an amazing job you did holding down the fort. Literally, I don't know how many hours you put in on that couch. But there is some liberty that I have here to be able to get up, move around, do things. And they don't call it anchoring for nothing. Because you were anchored to the furniture, and we could not have had the coverage we did when I'm on the road without your dedication to do that. Everybody loves you. And all Linda is like, all you have to do is say, okay, and go, and then you just sit back and she handles it. So that's a very comfortable place for your co-host to be. I appreciate it.
Yeah. No, we both have that, and we both count on each other. So for all of you that count on us, we will probably see you Monday, more than likely, I would imagine. Maybe Friday.
Yeah, we'll see.
But if you hit subscribe, like, share, notify, we'll let you know if we're going to be doing something on Friday on this case or other cases, because there's another case out there called P. Diddy. Some of you don't care. You think he's a freak. But I know it's going to get you up. And there's a bunch more that we have to talk about. And so Donald Adelson, I think that's September. I think her trial date is September. All right. But thank you all. We appreciate you. We love you. We know you're there, even if we can't shout out each one of your names. And we are just very happy. And yes, we're going to be covering Sandra Birchmore. I can tell you why. My husband is the one who broke that case for the civil attorney. He said it was a homicide. Google him. His name is Dr. Michael Bodden. You can Google him with the Sandra Birchmore, and you will see. And then the feds hired somebody who confirmed his opinion. So we intend to cover it as much as we can. It's a federal case, but just like people are covering P. Diddy, that's a federal case. We'll be letting you know what's happening on Sandra Birchmore.
All righty then.
We're waiting for somebody in the state to indict somebody, aren't we?
Yes, we are. All right, then. In the meantime, I'm Michael Bryant. Try to do the right thing. See you, partner.
Bye.